Hello, gamers. The long-awaited Elden Ring DLC lore run starts now. We're back, baby. Let the music speak for itself. The second best song in the game. What's the first? Let me tell you. No, not this one. This one? Hang on.
Peggy 16.
Shut. Hang on. It's this one. Okay. Peggy 16. Hang on. Spoiler. hang on. Okay. It is... Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hey, I have to close the game. This game has too much music in it. It's not like Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, the main menu is silent.
Peggy 16.
Shush! I'm not ready yet. Okay, this. What better way? Peggy, yes, Peggy 16 is the best song. All right. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna get in the mood. We're gonna get in the right headspace. Okay, anyway, Peggy 16 is, okay. Is it quality good? Does it have captions? No, turn those off. Auto, yeah, okay. Shh. Get ready.
Pure and radiant, he wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna be right there. This is the best song of the game. It's not even in the game.
In that forsaken place, blood must spill.
That's me.
Blood of your fellows. They are truly faithful.
They were never
Best
saints.
song.
They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
They were never saints. Yeah, I did think that was a lady on the chair. But I was close enough because it was a mom. Ugh, I'm gonna have to fight that thing again. Sorry.
Mother, wouldst thou
Daddy.
truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life?
I liked it better when he was sexy. I liked it better when he was sexy and not sad. Me. Oh, damn.
I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is doing.
Shut up. Don't say his name. I'm having a good time.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
I want to be embraced by Mesmer's flame, if you know what I'm saying.
Touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
was great. I don't even need to play it now. That was really great. Thank you so much. I feel like we saw everything there. So like, honestly, maybe we could just like, you know, stop now. We saw a lot of new weapons. We saw all the bosses. We saw everybody important. We heard some voices. I think we're ready. Thanks so much for watching the lore run. No. I'm kidding, but like God, FromSoft always shows so much in their trailers, don't they? Don't they always just show off like crazy stuff? Like okay, let's just like break it down. We saw like all the new weapon categories. We heard about like the horn scent implied, you know, we don't know. We saw like all our NPCs. There's Letta, there's Freya, there's more. Tiolier passed out in the fucking bushes. Like it's everybody's here. I remember just being like, what happened here? You got drunk on the way home. Although, you know, we didn't know. I was like, she got drunk on the way home. Decided to have a little nap in the bush. And this really tells you all that you need to know. And then there's a lady in a chair who turns out to be a man in a chair who wants to be a mother in a chair. You know, all this, Midra, all the bosses are here. They really just showed everything. It's great. You got the guys who eat your face. Yeah. Anyway, that is my favorite song in the game. Unironically, that is my favorite song. It's not in the game. I think people have agreed that it is a remix of Rolana's theme. It's really good. Sorry, I have to open the game again. I forgot. There we go. Okay, there's that. There's the video game. Midra's amazing. He's in it. They'll show you everything. You still can't tell what's going on. I know. I know. Isn't this amazing? Like seriously, that's like the peak part of FromSoft games is they show you the end of the game. They show you the endings and you still don't know what you're seeing. Because they don't have that many cutscenes. So as a result, they use most of them in the trailers, but you just don't know what you're seeing, and it's wonderful. So that's what we're doing today, everybody. We are going to be starting the DLC. So, yeah. I don't really have a plan. I remember, like, enough. So we will, we'll just, like, start and then just wander around a little bit, you know? He was sexy and sad, now he's just sad. I don't know, he was more sexy. They literally re-recorded his lines to make him sad. That's what I mean. Oh my god. But no, it's not in the game. Deal with it. Thanks for the 100 bits as well. And Giuliano, thanks for 45 months. Thanks so much for supporting the stream for 45 freaking months. That's crazy. Welcome back. Hope you're excited for, yeah, Wraff season 2. It's exactly it. Yeah, I can make Mesmer sexy and not sad, because he'll be like, you know, I can fix him. Not in terms of like make him like non-violent or anything, because that would be boring, but like I could definitely, you know, brighten his day up, you know, like a ray of sunshine. Why am I here? Why do I have 500,000 runes? What if I, oh, I beat the game, of course. Okay, so, oh boy, I was playing Night Rain. So, last time we left off, I'm trying to think if there's anything that we need to do before we like launch into the DLC. And admittedly, there is one thing that we need to do, but I don't remember where this cave is. There's a cave somewhere in the Weeping Peninsula that I forgot to do. And is it this one? There's an actual pretty important spirit summon in it. Is that an Everjail? What is that? No, that's not important. So I'd like to grab it because I forgot about it. Rusted Anchor? I don't need the Rusted Anchor. It's not really that important. Well, okay, it's not important. It's just, I want the spirit summons, more importantly. You probably regret it? No. I could fix him. Just in terms of making him happy, not non-violent, just to be clear. Yeah. Which summon? I don't remember. I know, it's very helpful. But someone left a comment. It was like, oh, this spirit summon tells us this. And I was like, oh, dang, I totally forgot about that cave. And then I forgot the name as well, so I just know it's somewhere here. I just can't remember where. No, there's a cave somewhere in this vicinity that has a spirit summon. I remember, because I remember being like, there's a cave here? And then I always forget and re-remember that there's a cave there maybe it's here? It could be, isn't there like a sneaky one behind the tree? Is it in my notes? I don't take notes for stuff like that because I'm like, I'll remember it, and I remember it enough. There is like a sneaky little path somewhere around here, I think. I'm just gonna look it up. Hang on. North of the tree? Okay. I'll look up a picture. Oh, yeah. Earthbore Cave. I think it's an Earthbore Cave. Nope. Nope. No. No. There it is. Tombsward Catacombs. That's what I'm looking for. And it drops Lutel. See, I told you. That's what I said. You guys didn't believe me. Really? It's here! It's this one! Yeah. No, it's this. It's this here. It's in these trees somewhere. And I found it one time and I always forget it's there. But mainly, I remember there's a couple caves we didn't do, but they're just not that important. Because... God damn, this game has a lot of caves. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not doing like all of them, but this one's pretty, this one's important because it's Lutel the Headless. Which sort of gives us some insight into those, what this guy says. Oh, Marika, he is your unwanted child. There it is, the tower, finally can return. Oh, not this one, sorry. The one that talks about the child. Oh, Marika, he is your unwanted child. Like that one, you know what I mean? There it is. Amongst the trees. The many totally not Chalice Dungeon assets caves. Hey, I love that. I love Chalice Dungeon assets. We should level up too. I don't think I have nearly enough strength. How am I going to survive the DLC? Just kidding. I think I'm going to start leveling up Arcane. Because Arcane gives you item drops. Higher item discovery, which will be helpful for DLC farmable weapons. So I'm just gonna grab Lutel the Headless real quick, and then we'll start DLC. I really thought about it, and I looked through the comments, and I don't think there was anything else that was like, oh yeah, I totally need to do that. Anything like truly important. I know I don't have all the spirit summons. Or all the spells. I think we might eventually do like a list. But I think it would be more efficient at this point is just to go grab like another save file that has everything on it and look through it. But I also want to include DLC items in that, so that's why I'm doing it after. It's true, Chalice Dungeons are rockin'. I gotta say, I love how they put them into the world in this game, you know, like mini dungeons that let you just explore and do stuff. But generally, I do think Chalice Dungeons are the best. Am I in the right cave? Ah, this is the one with 2, isn't it? Aha! There's a path. I kill you. There's more to be uncovered in this locale. There's not left in the minor archery area. Okay, chat. Not chat, sorry. I googled it and like it said... I opened up an article and it's like Tombsward Catacombs, something, Lutel the Headless. I skimmed. This is Tombsword Catacombs. Okay, it's just an arterial leaf. Okay, hang on. Let me open it up again. Oh, there's Tombsword Cave and Tombsword Catacombs. Shit. To be fair, that's not on me. That's Elden Ring naming conventions. Like, get it fucking together, George. What are you doing? Naming everyone after yourself. And then you got Tombsword Catacombs and Tombsword Caves right next to each other. Your girl's gonna get lost. It's the same. I don't read the second half of a word. I only read the first part of it. Clearly isn't a catacombs? That's judgmental of you. What, you've seen like every single catacomb in the entire world? That's crazy. I really needed that Nomadic Warriors cookbook and the Viridian Amber Talisman. So, you know, do you consider that? Yes? Man, I didn't realize in the chat I had so many travelers. World travelers who visited every single catacomb in the world. How do you know that there isn't a catacomb that's just like a poison goo swamp? Poison swamp is not convenient for burying the dead. Yes it is. Haven't you seen Lord of the Rings? They're just a bunch of bodies down in the goo. I don't know how to enter this one though. Hang on. Okay, so I see it on the map. Is there? Tombsword. Okay, catacomb. Tombsword catacombs. Okay. There's another Nomadic Warriors cookbook in there though. Okay, but how do I get there? It's just sort of in the middle of the map. Okay, we don't use Fextra, because Fextra fucking sucks. Okay, alright. Tombsword, cross the hanging bridge and leave in Peninsula. Follow the path, turn left. Behind the archway? By the minor Erdtree is not very good directions. This is the problem. I'm just gonna wander around and see if I can find it. It's not the one that's like sneaky behind the... Oh, there he is. I remembered him. The man with the bird feet who points at catacombs. Roses. Roses, show me. Show me where it is. There we go. Okay, so it's right this way. Oh, it's right here. Oh. Oh, that's not bad at all. We're right here. Okay, this is the right place. But chat, I needed that Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 8, okay? So... we're gonna need all the cookbooks, I will have you know. So don't even think about saying that wasn't a worthwhile side quest. Oh right, they do come back to life. This is like Dark Souls. That's okay. Unless they have bleed at this point, I don't think they're gonna be able to kill me. Is this the one that's, no. Butterfly. Catacombs music is too scary for me. It is pretty scary. It's very like deep and thrumbly. I don't think that's even a word, but you know what I mean. This is a great warm-up too, so I remember how to play Elden Ring and not Night Rain. God, these skeletons are tall. Oh! Dude, die! These skeletons are stubborn, actually. Alright, 1 second. I'll jump up there in just a second. I gotta say, it is fun to just run through enemies and ignore them. Thank you! Won't be using that. No, this is important. Lutella is actually important. Balls, you son of a... Do it again! Blast him! Now that's what I call efficiency. Who is shooting me? Oh my god. Dude, you're ruining my life. I can't open the thingy! Griefer! There we go. No! The only thing in this game that can still ruin my whole career. A man throwing pods. Made of bonds. Isn't this... I remember there's one that has like an illusory wall, but I don't think it's this. Is it? Is it the one without the torches on it? No. I think I already found that place and I did it. I just can't remember it very good. It's that easy. Is how the entire run has gone? Just chaos? Organized chaos! You forgot that part. It's very organized. There's always a plan. The lore has been very good. And you know what else? Sometimes you need a break from the lore. Sometimes you need a little whimsical break, a little whimsy break. You know what I mean? Okay, I am a little scared of cemetery shades, though. They're really... that. They're really that. Oh, never mind. Like, I'm not scared of them in terms of them killing me. I'm scared of them in terms of them going, woo, and I go, oh, you know, like, psychologically. They're frightening. They really are. They, like, teleport. They're just, like, they look like they're gonna eat your face off. Do you know what I mean? And then they kind of do, but then it's just, you know, I'm nearly level 200. Speaking of which, what level am I? 160? Really? I thought I was like 200. Nothing can stand before me at this point. We're gonna have to pick a new weapon so I'm not just jump L1ing every single fucking thing in the game. But then again, that was the point. Alrighty. Lutel the Headless. Let's see what these give you. Rancor Pot. Poison. Okay. Neat. Same lore as usual. Lutel. Legendary ashen remains used to summon the spirit of Lutel the Headless. Spirit of a headless knight who leads the mausoleum soldiers, wields a lance enrobed in death, and hurls spectral lances at foes. Lutel sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect a soulless demigod until their revival, earning her the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. Yeah, so that's sort of the thing. I always find it so difficult to figure out a timeline for the Mausoleum Knights. But this sort of confirms that they are definitely post-Erdtree, which makes sense. But also, it's like, why were there so many half-dead demigods? And I think the conclusion is, really, that what has happened to Godwyn has infected death and caused others to lose their souls like him. I think that's really the only way to explain it, because they make such a big deal out of Godwyn, how his body is growing everywhere and spreading everywhere, right? And the origin of that, the cause of that is Ranni. And her forbidden ritual. So that's sort of the thing that makes Lutel important, is that it confirms that the Wandering Mausoleums were also created post-Erdtree. Intor did say Godwyn was the first demigod to die. He was first of the dead. However, the problem is that the opening scene doesn't give us the details. He didn't die. He only died in soul, not in body. And that's the problem. So it's sort of hard to reconcile the fact that Godwyn is such a big deal when there's other demigods who partially died. Well, basically, through all these runs, through all the lore, through all the analysis, death has been warped. And I think that's actually why the Rune of Death looks like that, by the way. Like when we pick up the Rune of Death, I don't think I mentioned this, but when you're the one, hang on. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child. It's a really, really, really weird phrase. Is this actually another one of Godwyn's siblings directly? Or is it someone more like Godric? A descendant, right? Most likely a descendant. Just like Godric. There were lots and lots and lots of demigods. And many died. However, the fact that they became soulless has always been very interesting. That's why the Wandering Mausoleums are very kind of hard to place, because it's like... Also, their architecture. They look like they're from Nokron. They use very much Nox architecture, which is sort of interesting. It makes them seem older than they are. No, not cursed or omen. No, this is something else. This is a soulless one. That's why it's such a weird phrase, because like even the cursed children were still her children. As far as we know, she didn't despise any of her children. Really. I do also love the phrase cradling the soulless demigod. Yeah, look at this, like all this around it. Straight out of the underground cities, the eternal cities. Now, we do know that the Black Knives were scions of the eternal cities, and yet we don't see a single one of them in any of the eternal cities anymore. And those were the Newman, Marika's kin, so it could have something to do with that as well. Like, those were her allies. And they worked with her at some point. But it's interesting that most of them remain above ground, too. These things, straight out of the underground cities. Also, they're cradling them so that they can be reborn. So it's a weird thing that they have this place of honor, this position of honor. They're protected by these knights so that they can one day be revived. But also they're the unwanted children. Do you know what I mean? Like, listen, if some of that doesn't really fit, I guess. Also, if Godwyn was the first, it's really also difficult because a lot of the stuff in the game makes it sound as if the shattering occurred very close after Godwyn's death. However, other sources such as Roger tell us that there was some time between. It's hard to know which to trust because those things are kind of mutually exclusive. Although, to be fair, it could be a few years. Like, even 5 years is enough time for some crazy shit to happen in this world before the shattering. But, you know, was it 5 years? Was it 100? Was it 2 days? We don't know. Also, I think it's very significant that the Wandering Mausoleums use the architecture of the Eternal Cities. And the main thing about them is that they constantly move. So it's multifold. A, protective. But B, I always figured... There's not really much evidence for this, but it's just something interesting. The fact that they move also suggests it prevents anything from growing on them. Now, I know, they have plants on them. So, you know, well, maybe not. But maybe the plants were already there when they created these things so that they could move. But the death blight can't grow when this thing is moving, which is why they're like this. To prevent the death blight from spreading, because apparently... if these are soulless, they would be death-blighted. Personally, I choose to believe Roger. I actually find Roger to be a less trustworthy source. The reason for that is because he wasn't there. He's really smart, but we have sources that were literally there. And that's sort of the thing. It's the difference between talking to a historian and talking about an assassination that occurred 2,000 years ago and talking to the assassin. We get to talk to the assassin. So I'm not trying to dismiss Roger here. He uncovers what no one else is able to uncover, but we literally get to talk to Ronnie. So it's like, hey Ronnie, can you tell me about the assassination that you did? Mausoleum in Naklateo and Night Rain? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, just wanted to pick up Lutel. It gives us some timeline info, but also muddies a few things. And DLC is going to do that a lot. So, let's get to it. Here we go. Cocoon of the Empyrean. Also, it is totally possible that during the Shattering War, many got infected by Deathblight and thus became soulless. So Godwin, right, like, even... And then they were still given this Wandering Mausoleum burial. Even during this time of crisis. Who would have done it? I don't know. That's the question. Wanna watch the story trailer first, too? Nope.
Ah. Were you guided here by kindly Mikola?
Sure was not.
I am Leda. And like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path. Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported to the realm of shadow where Mikola the Kind now dwells. My compatriots are there already. Like us, they have heard kindly Mikola's call. If you can find them, they are certain to lend you aid.
Oh, great. That's so lovely. It's Leda. Look at her stance. So, our first DLC character. And we got DLC armor. And it's pretty cool.
Come now. Touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
So this is the Cocoon of the Empyrean. This is Mikola. Everything tells us this is Mikola, but apparently he is in the realm of shadow now. And if we touch the arm, we'll go there. Immediate introduction to what's going to be going down here. And also immediate introduction into, you know, how we're getting here. Apparently we were guided by Mikola. And like initially your impression is, no, we weren't guided here by Mikola, but in a way we kind of were, because we've been doing his bidding without meaning to, or even knowing about it. All right, we'll touch the arm. Head to the realm of shadow? No. Any more dialogue?
Come now. Touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Oh, I love her VA. She's so sinister. She sounds evil as fuck. Like the first time I heard her, I'm like, this bitch crazy. But she's got crazy in her voice. You can hear it. You can sense it. You know what I mean? And then, without pomp or circumstance, we're here. Hello. Welcome. Hi. Nascent butterfly. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really find like the nascent butterflies or anything to be too like, oh, hello. This is Mikola's signs that he's leaving behind, you know what I mean? Because they are linked to them. But you can get these items a lot. So I'm not really like, oh my god, Mikola was literally here guiding the Tarnished all along. Because in the end, you kind of need to have items so that you can craft stuff. And they kind of need them to be all over the game. So it's sort of like, but there are definitely some locations, like, we get Aeonian butterflies near where there is rot and where things have bloomed. Okay. We get smoldering butterflies around fire. Okay, you know, that's perfect, right? So it's sort of like a link, but I think it's like stretching too much. You know what I mean? To be like, he was here all along. Because really, in that context, what the butterflies do is they lure you off the edge of the map so you die. So Miquella's trying to kill you. That's accurate, though, if you really want to read into it. And we're here in the land of shadow, just very suddenly. I love it. No cutscene, nothing. In FromSoft games, usually you touch something or go near something and you're just dragged in. And it's like you're trapped. That's Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, and I kind of love it. This idea of touching something, getting yoinked in. Here, you are being invited. And you can go home. No problem. And yeah, this whole entire land covered in graves, first of all, spectral graves. It doesn't look healthy. And then we see a tree, question mark? And it looks to be a real one. Material, not immaterial, like the Earth tree that we've been seeing. But also some spectral aspects to it there. And then a veil. Straight up a gigantic veil. As if the entire land is hidden away. And a veil is very interesting because veils are for two things. To hide, to conceal. Right? Assassins use veils. The Black Knives have veils. Holy balls! Yeah, I forgot there's like fucking creatures here that just make that goddamn noise and scare the bejesus out of you for no reason. Anyway, sorry. But also to protect things. To protect your identity. To hide something away. And that is, while this is an item for whimsy and fun, the Mimic Veil fulfills that purpose. It hides you, but it's also protective. You can use this to hide so that no one will hurt you, right? So I think that's what's so interesting about the veil is it's multifold, and creating a gigantic veil to cover an entire realm is, well, it could be to hide something, to conceal it, also to protect it. The sheep scream is, I think I'm just too used to it at this point. Wait until we do the scary game, and you'll get it. Okay, so I also want to talk about this veil. Traces of power yet remain in its concealing veil, which muffles the sound of footsteps. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newman who had close ties with Marika herself. So they are, the Black Knives, who are kin to Marika, are also able to create veils that conceal them. And functionally, in the game, they also can turn them invisible. You don't see them at all. Not all of them seem able to do this, but they can completely just vanish without a trace. And it probably has to do with their veil. So, of course, thinking of a concealed assassin, you do think of, like, a veil as, like, a sneaky thing to hide your identity, something a thief or a killer would do. If you see someone wearing, like, a big ol' hood covering their face, most likely they're up to no good. Stupid owl. But from the assassin's perspective, the veil is also what protects them, hides them away, so that they won't be harmed during the course of their duty, I guess? This color is also so similar to that kind of sickly orange that we saw in the death-blighted underground Erdtree roots. But also, it's sort of like a rich hue. Like, it's beautiful. Where's that weird guy? Hang on. No, it doesn't narrow it down at all, but there's a weird guy around here. I remember him. Stupid fucking birds. Morgott was using the Mimic Veil? No, I don't think he was using the Mimic Veil. I think it's just something he was keeping. Morgott has very much turned Leyndell into like a mausoleum. Where is that freak show? I have to find the weird man. Reminds me of the curse colors. It is a lot like the curse colors. Curse colors are a little more yellow, but nonetheless, this immediately makes you think of fall. Typical, I can't find him when I'm looking for him. There's like a weird dude. Totally, it's like legally distinct Wolverine in these woods somewhere. And then this guy. Still alive. Interesting. We've never seen that iconography before. He looks completely different from the usual knights that we've been seeing all around. The little, the foot soldiers we've been seeing all over the place. What up, gamer? Holy shit. Yeah, he's definitely not like the other foot soldiers. Welcome to the Elden Ring DLC. We don't know that Godric used the Mimic Veil. We know that he stole it. Maybe it was to use it. Maybe it was to sort of strengthen his claim to rulership by having this legendary treasure of Leyndell, likely created by Marika herself. Because we know how he escaped Leyndell. He fled by dressing as a woman. The Mimic Veil doesn't turn you into a woman. It turns you into like an inanimate object. So it doesn't seem like Godric used it. But he could have, because one of his things was indeed being, like, cowardly, right? However, the Mimic Veil is also just a legendary treasure. And what did Godric want? He wanted to be sort of remembered and honored, like forefathers one and all. He wanted to justify his rule. Dogs on fire. What a nice DLC. They are a lot like the foot soldiers. They even make the same sounds, but they're clearly better, stronger, larger. Church of Consolation. Oh, I missed. That's not ideal. Oh, shit! Okay, I clicked A, though? That's okay. Black Steel Great Hammer. Hell yeah! I think you get, like, one thing from him. All right, let's read a few things. We still got these guys chilling. Most of them don't even react. They're just like completely given up. And this is our very first church. And it's a church of Marika. Just like the others, except the head has been defaced. Even in Lands Between, they're never like that. A Shadow Tree fragment. And here we go. Let's read some new stuff. Shadow Tree fragment. I remember we didn't know how to say this. We're all calling it Scatatree. It's a weird spelling. Not one I've ever seen. But yeah, this is a Shadow Tree fragment. A splinter of the Shadow Tree that contains golden brilliance, acquired at the Church of Marika and other places in the realm of shadow. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your Shadow Tree blessing. The Shadow Tree Blessing bolsters the bearer's ability to deal damage and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of shadow. It is said that when the Shadow Tree crumbles from its core, that it will scatter across the entire realm of shadow. The people of the Erd Tree collect the splinters and use them in prayer, which is why it's here. Yep, the Skibbity Tree. Uh-huh. A good time. Oh, right, yeah, and the arms. It's in a different position, not one of sacrifice. So in the lands between, we've always seen her as crucified. Just like we see her as we walk into the final boss arena. She is hanging from a rune arc, but she has been crucified upon it. And what's crazy is that that is her depiction in all of her churches as of sacrifice, being crucified. However, here, it's different. Her arms are up, and she's almost depicting a rune arc with her body. See if there's any other differences. I feel like the arc is also different. Man, I'm not good at spot the difference. I'd be terrible at that Mecha Chameleon game. I feel like it was more of a figure 8 before. I have to do a side-by-side. And then the braids. Let's take a look at the braids. It's kind of hard to see because they come from her head. But I think the hair is the same. Cut off braid and regular braid. It's a benevolent gesture. Like the arms up and open, it's like benevolent, welcoming, a gesture of giving. Like this is, if you see this, someone standing like that, most likely they're going to give you a hug, right? Like it's something like that. It's a welcoming gesture. So now we have a shadow tree. Let's read some of these mushrooms. Red mushroom that grows in sullen lands, easily found everywhere in the realm of shadow. The flesh of the mushroom is similar to raw meat and can serve as pot innards. Interesting. Not actually that weird. Rada fruit, berry-like fruit that grows into spirit grave grass. Easily found everywhere in the realm of shadow, though its bitter taste makes it unsuitable for consumption by humans. Same thing as the red flesh mushroom. Arrows, beast bones. All right, the black steel great hammer. So this is very much like that giant knight that we just beat the heck out of in 3 hits as usual. Weapon of the black knives. Knives? Knights. Servants of Mesmer the Impaler. Great hammer of black steel with decorative embellishments in gold. Blessed with an Erd Tree incantation, further holy imbuement will amplify the effect and greatly increase the armament's power. Guard counters cause a burst of power, which we saw because we hit him and he guard countered, and it was a lot like the Elden Beast weapon, or sorry, Radigan's weapon, aka Marika's hammer. It does something very similar. It was like that flash of gold, and it's like, okay, so we're in these sullen lands. Everyone is kind of like broken down. How much strength do I need to use this thing? Because I would like to use a DLC weapon. I just need it to be very, very, very stupid good, you know? Oh, we use his faith. Never mind. But that makes it like a lot of other weapons, like the Erd Tree weapons. And it still is an Erd Tree weapon. It's imbued with an Erd Tree incantation. It's not the only one of those. But we're in this, like, sullen land. It's veiled. But whatever is here is stronger. Like, these people, these knights, these soldiers are stronger than the base game ones, which means they're older. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, like, tree sentinel weapons, but I can't remember. One is a halberd. Okay, not blessed by an Erd Tree incantation. I just can't think of other weapons that were blessed by Erd Tree incantations. Like, they are... Yeah, they're featuring Erd Tree styling. They're of the Erd Tree, but blessed by an Erd Tree incantation is such an interesting phrase. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but now I can't recall fully if I've directly seen that phrasing. depicting the Erd Tree. Made of the Erd Tree. Earthseal dagger. I mean, it is faith, and it is imbued with holy, right? No. No, it's just physical. Still, it has like the iconography of the Erd Tree, but it doesn't specifically say the phrase of blessed by an Erd Tree incantation, which is very interesting. The lions. Associated with Godfrey and the Tarnished as a result. Black and gold are Marika's colors too. Yep. We talked about it, but Marika is always depicted as wearing black with gold. That is her, like, iconic... She is of gold. She's associated with gold, but she wears black. The color of mourning. And we talked about how she looks as if she's in mourning. Alright, let's read this. This is a, like, you know, tutorial. It's good to know. Black pyrefly. Fiery butterfly with black cinder wings. Flies in war-torn lands that have been scoured by Mesmer's flame. They burn in dark and slender ribbons of fire. Another butterfly, leading to 4 total. One for Marika. Sorry. Too many M names. One for Mikola, one for Melania, one for Melina, and one for Mesmer. We don't know at this point in the game, where we are right now, just starting the DLC. We've heard about Mesmer. We've seen the trailer. We don't know much about him yet. But he has a butterfly associated with him. His name starts with M. He's associated with fire. I wonder if he could be one of Marika's children. And perhaps one of her cursed children. That was a nice miss on my part. Yeah, we've seen the trailer, so we know him. Yeah, 4 M's as well. Either way, though, there was a lot of discourse before the DLC came out. Oh no. You fucking narc. This is why I should kill all of you on sight. Also, that ground slam? Godfrey. Or like the Crucible Knights, but they got it most likely from Godfrey. Little war camp. Could be a translation thing. I feel like no. And this is why. These guys are tougher than the base game guys. This place is older. The war here is older. Ooh. A dew gem, yes. Succulent plant that is supped on night-tinged dew. Okay, hang on. 1 moment, please. Another item that mentions the night. I don't even have a list of those yet. Why do some demigods have butterflies? Well, that's a good question. Only some of them have butterflies. And of the 3 that we know of that have butterflies, what do we know about them? Well, we know that Mikola and Melania are Marika's child, Marika and Radigan's, and they are essentially born of a single god through something akin to asexual reproduction, because it's one entity. So it's like they're also cursed because of this. And now we have this one. So, war-torn lands that have been scoured by Mesmer's flame. We also know that Melina is likely a child of Marika. Through the base skin, we can uncover this, right? Made sense. We don't have, like... We didn't get, like, a canon thing that was saying it, like, outright, but it's very strongly implied. And she has a butterfly associated with her. Also, Well, she's cursed in some way. I think we can agree on that, even from what we see. We don't know where she came from. We don't know who her father is. But, well, technically, Mikkel and Mulaney don't have a father either, right? They are born of a single god. And thus, we can sort of put this forward. What if these 4 children are the only ones who are born of a single god, and thus have something similar associated with them, hence the butterfly link, right? Like, what do they have in common? So right now, we're kind of jumping to a conclusion. So let's see if the game gives us more evidence of this. But that is why those 4 have it. We know, spoilers, we know this. But still, it's interesting. That's sort of the hint already. Or they split and bang? No. No. In fact, these 2 give us that isn't the case. In the base game, they make kind of a big deal of Marika and Radigan, that those are the children of Marika and Radigan. But then we also get that they are cursed because they are the child of a single god. In other words, even in base game, they made this very clear. The DLC makes it even more apparent that they are of a single god, sort of like plants, how they are able to have children through asexual reproduction. Like, base game, we could be a little bit like, okay, no. DLC makes it outright. The splitting was not key. It was never key. Frankly, even the base game tells us this. Okay. What else mentioned the knight? I think it was just the Nox. Oh, the knight tier. The Celestial Dew was referred to as a knight tier. And now we have the knight being linked to water yet again. It's a dew gem, a succulent plant that is supped on night-tinged dew. And look what it looks like. It's bluey purple. And there's almost like tendrils of darkness climbing up them. Said to have been used in the practice of sprite medicine long ago. That is particularly interesting. Sprite medicine is interesting because of Shifra, the river, which is named after a sprite. It's literally like, it means fairy. And this is a river where the river was said to have given the blind swordsman his weapon. He got it from a fairy, which is what the river is named after. It's one of those really interesting tales, and now we have sprite medicine. This could be important. Of course, also, Night Rain, a mention of the night being associated with water again. They're tree people? Yep, they're tree people. Once again, I think people really get confused. They're like, okay, but they look like people, so how come they're not like people? Because they're plant people. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to get over the you need a man and a woman to make a baby if you want to look at Elden Ring lore. You have to throw that in the garbage can. That is like, that is baby's first sex education class. Throw it in the garbage can. We're dealing with eternal plant people. We're dealing like this is, we got to look at what plants do. Because yeah, at first it's like, oh, they're just gods. They can, no, it's because they're plant people. That's the important part. As it turns out, there is something particularly special about the Newman. And this DLC gives us more information on what that is. But even in base game, that was evident. But it was easy to sort of be like, oh, it's because they're gods. That is part of it. But, well, they weren't always. All right, Mesmer's Soldier Gauntlets, a lucky drop. Gauntlets worn by soldiers who serve Mesmer the Impaler, rusted and crusted in filth from fighting an unending war. But look at the detailing. They're better. They're better equipped. These are older soldiers. These guys have been fighting here even before the Shattering. They are stronger and they are better because the ones who come after are weaker. These guys have truly been fighting for a very long time. Blessing of Marika. It's like a divine blessing from Dark Souls. A special physic blessed by Marika, the queen of the Erd Tree. Completely restores HP and heals all ailments. Marika once created several of these physics for Mesmer's sake, but never again. Only for his sake. And then the first church that we uncover, we get so much lore just thrown at us about Mesmer immediately. They're not even concealing his presence. It's a church of consolation, as in to console. A consoling church is the first one we find. Or, well, maybe it's not the first one you find, but you gotta admit, this is you probably came here pretty quickly. Consolation prize, yes, but what that is to console. It comes from the same thing, to make you feel better, to ease suffering, to console. Is Radigan a Newman? Radigan is Marika. He is an aspect of her. They are one entity. So yes. They are one entity and also two entities. It gets confusing. So yeah, the first striking thing in this place... Oh shit, is that a curse blade? I mean, what is that? How about you don't get to play? Okay. Golden mask, curled horns, extreme gamer posture, chakram-like weapons. This thing's fucking weird is what it is. Small. Keep attacking. No, let me hit you, dog. Oh my god. You're gonna ruin my jump L1. Maybe I should have let it grab me. Also, very notable. Kind of a Godwin-like pose. Like, Godwin is held up like that, right? Arms up like that, as if being held up, like trapped like that. And then we have the Shadow Tree blessings. So, in the base game, we collect Erd Tree seeds. Or sorry, what are they even called? Golden seeds, which are seeds of the Erd Tree that grow into minor Erd Trees. And then we also have the, what are they called? The juice boxes? I always forget the official names of things. The things we get at Churches of Marika, which I don't have clearly, because I have just enough in the first playthrough. And they upgrade your physic. So we have a physic, actually, right? We have the Flask of Crimson Tears, which was given to us by Melina to help us on our journey. And now we have another type of blessing. It completely restores HP and heals all ailments, and it was for Mesmer. Yeah, Sacred Tears, which is another interesting thing because it's like sacrifice, right? This is not a tear. And these are stronger, these are better than our Flask of Crimson Tears and Cerulean Tears. But either way, they're given to us by a representative of Marika to help us on our journey. The physics were given to Mesmer to help him on his. I think the Shadow Tree Blessing mechanic is any lore to it? Yeah, it's exactly what it says. Here there is something that makes them stronger, but only under this veil. All right, so take a look at these birds. Do they remind you of anything? Because for me, they remind me of two things. Number one, Roses. The guy, remember? I told you he had the bird feet. We actually went to one of his statues today. They guide you to catacombs. They have the same feet, really, the stance. But the body is, of course, different. But not much. He, too, is curved over like this. Like, he's, like, bent over with age so extremely that he has this appearance, despite not otherwise being a bird. Birds, we know, though, are linked to death. And this is a very ancient depiction of this. Also, yeah, death is everywhere. Like, literally, we are just graves everywhere. Holy shit, it's already just such a reminder how everything in the DLC just does not stop attacking ever. So we have these birds. We've never seen ones like this before. We'll have to keep an eye out for what they could be. Either way, well, they sure do look and sound as if they're made of stone when you hit them. And they seem to be, well, protective. Golems in these games. Yeah, they still do have feathers though, so it's interesting. Partially made of stone, partially bird. They're perched here to protect whatever we're heading toward over here. And then we have these things. The wormies. So we've seen this blue before. They remind me of jellyfish. And like the jellyfish, they're linked together. You hit one, they get real pissed about it. They really are earthworms, though. Because look at them. They're... Oh god, you're still mad. It's understandable. I did hit you. But they're earthworms. Spectral earthworms. That, I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe worms do that. Freaky. Made of stone or just covered with stone? Well, they don't, if I'm not mistaken, now keep in mind, my DLC knowledge is not as, like, I haven't played the DLC as much. This is also going to be a run of uncovering things and re-uncovering them for sure. I believe those birds do not bleed, which is very telling. The enemies that don't bleed for a reason. You know what doesn't bleed a lot? Golems. They're made of stone. However, I can't confirm this because I don't remember fully. I'm pretty sure they don't bleed. But I don't normally use bleed, so it's also possible that I just, you know, don't know. Look like those eels that stick out of the bottom of seabeds. They also look like that. But yeah, if you look at their bodies, unfortunately I hit them now, so they're all pissed. There we go, thank you. Look at that little stripey they have, like earthworms. They're kind of like darker and they have that white bit there. I think they're truly meant to be worms. Worms, well, they eat dirt, but they also eat the dead. They're part of the decomposition life cycle, the recycling life cycle. And then that they enrich soil as well. So it's pretty interesting to see them here. Spectral ones. Before we've seen jellyfish. Also, yeah, worms don't normally stick out of the ground. So they are also, and they don't have arms either. So those little tiny cute arms over there, those little silly guys. So they're not literally earthworms, but it's very much, in my opinion, meant to evoke the jellyfish. Which, as far as we know, are spirits of children that sort of roam the land. They're completely passive. I think some do aggro as we approach, but most of the time they don't. They're just kind of like looking at the sky in various directions. They also remind me a little bit of those enemies that guard Everjails. Those weird rock guys that are held together by gravity sorcery. We also have these crosses. These are also likely for crucifixion. They remind me, in fact, they're probably taken from Dark Souls 3, the Crucifixion Woods, where we see enemies actually attached to them. So different types of grave markers here. They also have little feet. Oh, I don't see them. Western Nameless Mausoleum. Crystal Dart affects the birds. Oh, that would be a great test. No, what you're talking about, there is an item description that teaches us about the graves, but that's later in the game, so I'm not going to talk about it yet. Knight of the Solitary Jail. This guy hits like a fucking Mack truck, by the way, so I will have to respect him. As discussed, 2 hits and I'm dead. Also ghost, so he no bleed. Never mind, he does bleed. Some ghosts actually do bleed. Shit. Gonna be careful. Oh shit. Literally nothing can handle Jumbo 1. It's insane. That's good to know. Okay. Everjail. He's not Everjail, but he's like of the Solitary Jail. This is his jail? The mausoleum where he is buried. Despite him being a ghost, he bleed. Interesting. Helm of Solitude. And he's of the Solitary Jail. Well, you know, let's read about bro. Greatsword of Solitude. Steel greatsword wielded by the knights of the Solitary Jail. Through a secret rite, they relinquished their hearts for heightened battle prowess. Next, they engraved their blades with 2 crests, one depicting the light of birth, and the other solitude. Steel helm of the Knights of the Solitary Jail. Part of a heavy armor set that covers the whole body in overlapping plates of steel. The nameless mausoleums of the realm of shadow are said to hold the spirits of warriors who lost their names or their hearts. Armor of Solitude, overlapping plates of metal, and bedecked with a black cloak. So this set is basically like the meta set for like PvP. It's like the highest poise or whatever. It's very cool. Let's show off some parts of it. Because I haven't really seen the DLC sets that much. Like really, like I haven't looked at them. So it'll be fun to study them a bit as we get them. It's a very cool looking set. My character build, sure, is basically just strength though. And here. So, vigor, strength, easy. I'm starting to level up spells and arcane. I'm going to focus arcane now because arcane is weapon item discovery. So I would like to discover more items, like farmable items. So I'm going to be pushing that now. But in terms of like build, this is really all we need. It's like, you know, strength, and then you hit things and then they die. It's really phenomenal. Okay, so this, oh my god, yeah, we are very heavy. We can't even move good. Yeah, thanks so much for 3 months as well. Welcome back. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for supporting the stream. the greatsword? Greatswords are like near the top. Oh no, these are colossal swords. There it is. Okay. So this is the set. So depicting the light of birth and also solitude. So I'm guessing the light is the bottom one, and then the top one is solitude. It's a very geometric design. It's pretty cool. Same thing on the chest piece as well as the weapon. Simple, neat, cool. Now, let's talk about what the heck is going on with these guys. They are nameless warriors. They have this position of honor in that they were buried here in these mausoleums. And yeah, we're now at the western one. So there's more. There's others. Probably 4 based on direction, right? Just based on western, well, there could be more, right? So there might very well be others we'll find. And what we uncover here is that this was where people who lost their names or their hearts. Now, that could be because their identity was lost, or it could be because they sort of... Did they lose who they were? Like, literally, they forgot who they were? Probably. Or their hearts. So it's their names or their hearts. Now, when it says they relinquish their hearts, this is a really interesting phrase, because it could be literal, like literally they gave up their heart, and there are other beings who replaced their hearts. Not the knights, the mages who studied the primordial current did that. The primeval sorcerers, they used a piece of equipment to cut out their hearts and replace it. The primal glintstone blade. The old sorcerers would slice open their hearts with these blades to imbue a primal glintstone with their soul, and thus did they die. And their hearts are replaced with this, eventually. We get one, and it's what allows Selen to keep on living. We put it into a different body. This is something different. Now, also, the heart as an organ, not only does it represent life, right? Like, it's very strongly associated, like, that's, your heart stops beating, right? This is a big... It's like the organ that represents life for us, symbolically. But also, the heart is synonymous with feeling, with emotion, with love, with compassion, right? Like, it is the organ that's said to guide all of those things. It doesn't need to be literal to sort of fit into the story. They gave up their emotions so that they could be better fighters. They gave up who they were so they could be better fighters. I wonder if giving up parts of yourself will be a theme for this playthrough. Also, though, the concept of sacrificing something to gain something else, ever present. Sacrifice. Giving up eyesight, heights, and senses too. I heard that was like a myth. Oh god. I forgot, it's so cool. Western Nameless Mausoleum. So yeah, the knight here has lost their name. Like Daredevil? Yeah, like I heard that was actually like not true. Like on a scientific perspective, but I mean, yeah, I mean that's a very common sentiment, so. Primal glintstone hearts are kind of like dragon hearts, at least Bale's, sort of. But yeah, here they gave up their hearts. And once again, we don't know if that's literal or whether that's like metaphorical, but you could argue either. More of a trope in fiction? Yeah. Oh, you mean in Elden Ring, like in general. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we see depictions of that necessarily. Although you could argue, because what eyesight or like lack of eyesight or blindfolds represent is faith. Prophets are not blind, they have faith, and as a result, like they cover their eyes. Do you know what I mean? So it's a slightly different thing. they're not sacrificing anything. It's just they don't need to see because their faith guides them. Also, characters with one eye closed, it tends to represent they see things that others do not. They have a connection to the spirit realm, something like that. Moog. Seeing things in the blindness is something we see with the blood star. So, like, we see that, but it's not necessarily like your senses are enhanced in the sort of traditional daredevil trope, yeah. What about chaos and eyes burning away? Huh, well, that's just where chaos lives. And basically, when we become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, our eyes don't just burn away. Everything burns away. Our head burns away. And we become a vessel for nothing but that flame, right? So it's less about it burning your eyesight to give you something in return. It's more just that's what it does, but no one else can take it except for the Lord of Frenzied Flame. The Lord of Frenzied Flame is able to retain their identity to a point, and still, you know, lose their whole head, and they still are alive, but we don't really know who we are anymore once we become the Lord of Frenzied Flame because we literally lose our face. Right? We are just frenzy at that point. So less about sacrifice and more just about that's what it does to people. It's like a flame that not everyone can wield. Finger reader crones do not have eyes, and yet they can see the finger's language of light. It's true. Although we don't really know much about finger readers. They are likely just able to read the language. Like, it could be that they're blind, for sure. I mean, they don't have eyes, so, you know, presumably, yes. But we don't know that their eyes are, like, cut out or gouged out. Like, I would argue it's possible. We don't get this information. It's possible they have to sacrifice something to be a finger reader. However, it does seem to be a native, like a natural ability, because Corrin can see just fine, but he's still able to speak the language of light. Goldmask, as far as we can know, can see, and he also speaks that language. Did I pick up something I wanted to read? Oh, the map of the gravesite plain. A somber plain covered in spirit graves. The spiral tower of the Hornsent lies to the northwest, and the entire expanse is marred by the harrowing ravages of war. Okay, so we just came from a land that physically appears to have been altered by war, and this is the place that's marred by the harrowing ravages of war. Oof. Greater Potentate's Cookbook. Potentate? We've heard that phrase before at the Jar Village. And honestly, when I first heard it, I thought it was sort of a pun on pot, right? Like, they're pots, they're jars, and they have a potentate. But hang on, it's a cookbook. A record of crafting techniques of the greater potentate who roamed lands near and far. Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following: hefty fire pot. Huh. Well, isn't that interesting? Also, I love this. These are the scorched ruins. And then we have Mesmer, who scorches the land with his flame. And here it is, covered in black cloth. Like a funeral veil. The entire village, they just threw a cloth over it. This place is dead. I don't really remember how to traverse it, but we'll just do some exploring. It's a little hard to see, but the architecture is also different. Yeah, I know there's a way around here. I just don't remember it. Let's just explore for now. And I'll grab this too. And then we see that big fiery guy over there. That'll be fun, I'm sure. Oversight on their part? It makes no sense for ghosts to bleed. Listen, I wouldn't say it's an oversight. I think it's more likely that those guys are just dudes. Like they're tarnished. They're of the okay, clarify. They're of the tarnished body type. They're pseudo PvP fights. Oh, this is a good question if anyone knows. Chat. Fia's warriors who fight you as part of her boss fight, do they bleed? I don't use bleed that often. Yeah, these are ghosts. I hit them too hard to know if they are gonna bleed, but they probably will. Do the ghosts in Bloodborne bleed? I've never used a blood weapon in Bloodborne. Okay, so yeah, let's just go back to... Oh, Broken Rune. Golden traces of the grace bestowed upon those who fell in the realm of shadow. Broken and faded, threatening to dissipate entirely. So, hang on. Let's look at our rune items, because this is significant. Yes, champions do bleed, can confirm. Okay, good to know. They're effectively people fights. They're meant to be pseudo PvP, and thus they bleed. I think it really is that simple. I don't think it's an oversight, though. They tend to be pretty cautious with their choices with this stuff. Technically, there's no bleed in Bloodborne. Good point, yeah. Okay, so Golden Rune. This is our weakest rune item. It's the lingering trace of gold, right? And here, it is broken and faded, threatening to dissipate entirely, but nonetheless, it is still stronger. It's 500 runes versus 200. So once again, this place, though it is concealed and hidden by shadow, the denizens are still stronger and higher. They have more blessings of the Erd Tree, which seems kind of backwards, and yet. Now, of course, it's also because it's a DLC area, so they want you to get better stuff because it's a later game area, of course. But what I will say is FromSoft is good at combining the two things, both lore and gameplay. So that actually makes sense. So it's very notable to note the people here are older. Revered Spirit Ash. Spirit Ash of those who came before, infused with potent spirituality, acquired from the corpses of Hornsen and other objects that ritually decorate townships and villages across the realm of shadow. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your Revered Spirit Ash blessing. The Revered Spirit Ash blessing bolsters both summoned spirits and spectral steeds' abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of shadow. The withered corpses were called tutelary deities, and Revered Spirit Ash was said to quietly accumulate in the palms of their hands. So look at this. It's got this hand here kind of clutching itself. Horn scent, we haven't heard that phrase before. The hand here is broken off. Tutelary deities. So there are some practices which enshrine the dead. In fact, this is sort of like very reminiscent of like the mummification procedure that was done to some groups. I'm not super familiar with this, like where this was done, when this was done, but effectively you would sort of begin to mummify yourself while you were alive by not drinking, and then you would sort of take a position, like a pose of meditation or something like that, and you would eventually die in this position. And because you were very dehydrated, you were like starting to shrivel, and you would stay in that pose even after death. And I think this is something similar to what's done here. But what's really weird here is, you know, headless. Which is sort of a, well, it looks as if this body was desecrated. But nonetheless, the hand remains. And not to mention, whatever construct was placed here, well, it's not here anymore. This was likely something of a shrine. It's also burnt and destroyed. We also saw in the Church of Marika the Church of Consolation, the head was removed. And now we've heard about the horn scent. Now, we don't know what those are yet at this point, but we did get jumped by that weird dude, and he looked like he had tons of horns on his head. And even these guys, they have horns. Tiny little horns coming out of their head. These are the people who lived here. And they were attacked by Mesmer. And then look at this spiraling tower. It looks like a divine tower. I wonder if spirals will be important. An esoteric branch of Buddhism attaining purity by never rotting. Oh, interesting. Guardian Spirit's self-mummification and used to be done in Japan and other places. Yeah. So that's sort of the idea here is you would intentionally mummify yourself, and it was a, you know, religious practice. You could serve to guide others who came after. This is a very religious society. Now, we don't know about the horn scent yet, but horns are usually on the head. Okay, so if they're usually on the head and the heads have been removed, could be something to do with desecrating a sign of this religion. Not resin. Not shaped lump of resin that exuded from the roots of trees. Found near tree roots everywhere in the realm of shadow. Serves as a primitive catalyst, making it suitable for processing using sorceries, incantations, and the like. Shadow Realm Rune. Golden remnants of the grace bestowed upon those who fell in the realm of shadow. Used to gain 10,000 runes. The shadow tree is the shadow of the Erd tree. No wonder grace shines ever so brilliantly. Where is light brightest? In the dark. In the darkest shadow, the light can shine the brightest. It's a disparity. But you need it. Like, you can't see light in pure light. The headless knights and demigods and mausoleums were horn sent? No, it's not the only thing. This is something different. What is the realm of shadow? I don't know. We just started. I guess we'll have to see what we find out as we continue in this realm. Do they want to be a god of sort? Yeah. Tutelary deity, as in tutor, as in teaching deity. They would be a symbol of faith. Like, look, this guy was so faithful. He died in order to, you know, show us a symbol of his faith. Did I go over there? Oh, right, the crystal darts. Okay, remind me of the crystal darts after this on the birds. I just want to check out these scorched ruins. Head removing a tit for tat thing? Yeah, for sure. There are other headless spirits though, like the headless knights. So that's something different though. That was something to be done to help protect the wandering mausoleums. A different thing. It's not always desecration. Blade of Mercy. A thin blood-stained dagger, no longer fit for use. Raises attack power after each critical hit. Hornsent employed this to honorably end the suffering of a compatriot. After claiming numerous lives, the dagger is now broken but has acquired a spectral aura. Okay. So what are we already learning about this place? Spirits are very strong here. Literally. Spirit ash of those who came before, acquired from the corpses of Hornsent and other objects that ritually decorate townships and villages across the realm of shadow. They bolster spirits. You can use these spirit ashes, which is what we've been using this entire game. These are all spirit ashes, to strengthen your own ashes. Now, what this works from a gameplay perspective, it helps your summons manage the DLC because it scales them properly. But what does this tell us from a gameplay, from a lore perspective? This place helps strengthen spirits, and spirits are honored and revered here. this ash forms over time in this place, nowhere else. Now, it could also have something to do with these horn scent that we're hearing so much about. We don't know yet. We'll have to see more evidence. Okay, I think that's everything here. I do want to check out this tower. Oh god, I'm gonna fall. Oh no. Sorry, Torrent. A very interesting tower. Doesn't look like we can enter it or anything, but the spiral might be significant. And then we have a tree with lots of bodies hanging from it. Just the usual. Very Witcher, very Warfare, very bad things happened here. Like, if you're not paying attention, it's very clear. Lots of horrible things happened here. Hi, could you tell us about the horrible things that happened here? And look! These guys have little horns growing out of their heads. Nowhere else, though. But they are like the Erdtree spirits, with mushrooms growing around them. I know. All your resentment lingers yet. The raw stuff from which I shall surely forge a curse upon the dastard Mesmer's head, upon Marika's children, each and all. Okay. Cursing Marika's children, people with horns, lingering resentment, in a place where spirits are particularly strong. Is any of this coming together into your mind to form an image? Because it should be. A lot of Marika's children were cursed, not just like literal children. But remember, Marika is a mother of the land, so her children are all of the denizens of the Erdtree, all of those people. And we know that a lot of them were cursed. Spirit gravestone. Silver horn tender. Rancor call. Just like the dead worship or the death worshippers. Silver horn tender, old currency used by Hornsent made by coating spiral horns with silver. Temporarily boosts item discovery. Can also be sold for a high price. These trinkets were once symbolic of society's upper echelons. Currency. Spirit gravestone. A piece of a gravestone that has started to turn into a spirit, mainly found on the gravesite plane. In places to where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. Oh, well that sure answers that question. That's what is happening here. These graves are so ancient they become spirits. This is a place where even stone can become spirit. Because, what's the phrase? The dead have been brought since antiquity. This was always a place of burial.
Reminder, birds and crystals.
Perfect, thank you. War happened a long time ago, for sure. But also, the dead have been brought here. That's new information. It's not that they were killed here. It's not that there's been war. That too. But this is something else. The dead are brought here. So this is the gravesite plane. And of course, you know, war and violence and okay, sure, that's definitely like there's harrowing ravages of war. But even before that, this was likely a place of burial. I love these trees, they're so creepy. Okay. Hefty cracked pot. Almost missed this. This hefty empty pot somehow mends itself when broken. Essential vessel for crafting hefty cracked pot items. The materials and magic sealed within deploy their effects when the pot is thrown. The greater potentates of Bonnie Village craft these and store them in a frozen jail. Okay, Bonnie Village sounds nice. And, wait, didn't we hear something about a greater potentate? Haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. Grotesque, huh? We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Now, we're also being introduced to a few things. So these people are older and stronger than the people that we've been encountering in the lands between, right? They've been at this for longer. They have more grace within them. Their grace, while dissipated, is also shining the brightest, right? In adversity, perhaps. However, we have pots, but these are hefty, these are larger. And then we hear about these potentates. So hang on, the jar tradition came from this place. And we also have ancient spirits. Now, you gotta be thinking of our dear Torrent as well. Torrent is a very mysterious figure. We haven't talked about him too much, but we do know that he is very strongly linked to the royal family. Melina. There's also a picture that was used to advertise the DLC of Mikola riding Torrent. But he's also an ancestor spirit. He does this jump. We only see ancestor spirits do this jump. And what are those? They're the dead that continue to live. They're these spirits that are so ancient that they've been worshipped. But still, though they are dead, new life comes out of them from the buds. And the ancestral followers worship them. And then we also know that this is a place where spirits are at their strongest. Torrent is likely from this place. Or more accurately, he was linked to the weapon here, to his ring here, I guess. We'll have to see if there's more lore of this, but definitely this is a place where spirits are very strong. More so than usual. What am I looking for? Crystal darts. It's more potent. Yeah, that's a great phrase. Also, Torrent is very ancient. We talked about this, but he himself looks as if he is combined of several animals. Like when we first saw him, we're like, he's a goat. He's got weird horns, but he's also like a horse. But he's also, he's got the long mane. He looks like a combination of animals. He doesn't quite look like a horse. He's got shaggy fur all over. He's kind of got like goat vibes going on. I don't really know what other animals he is. I'm not really good with all these, but he's not quite a horse. He's ancient, he's closer to the Crucible. He has several different animal traits combined. It is curious because Bonnie place literally means good place from the French bon. Yeah, I know. When I saw Bonnie, Bonnie, the name comes from the word bon. Yeah. Yeah, kind of donkey-like too. He's kind of got some of that donkey in him. His head looks a little too small for his big old neck. He's kind of like a stocky, little, thick guy. He's so sweet and cute, but he's ancient indeed. A little bit Highland cattle. I think that's what I was looking for with the horns. Yeah, kind of goat. Okay. Crystal darts. We're doing a science experiment. Crystal darts. They give you a hint here. It is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. These things can basically cause golems to glitch out. Okay, but I don't want to miss. Can you land? So let's test what these are. Okay, I guess landing is not acceptable. Great. How did that one miss? It went right through them. Oh my god. No, there's more birds. Doesn't look like it. I don't know how many it takes. Well, I broke him. Okay, no. Yep, so they're not... They were not made by the same crafter of the golems we've been encountering in base game. If they are golems. And even then, it's totally possible that they're just like armored, you know, that they were like, they're real birds that have armor on them too. It's hard to tell because their bodies vanish and they move a lot. So, you know, either way. If they are golems, because they are protective, they protect grave sites just like golems do. They are not made by the same person, which makes sense because these were likely built by a different group of people. So it wouldn't be the same person. Yep, that works on imps and watchdogs. Made him consider his actions, yeah. Did you consider someone play the DLC before finishing main game? You play in whatever order you want. I think generally though the game does, from a lore perspective, it's weird if you like, because it does sort of make reference to you being, you should do a late game, which you're gonna have to do based on the bosses. But honestly, I like to do it after beating the main game, like personally. The sky here, I know. It's so grim. Like this looks like a place where war has happened. You know what I mean? And then there's that wonderful question. Where are we exactly? So we will be considering this as we play. Obviously, we don't know yet. We just started, right? We don't know where we are. What's going on here? We'll just have to look around. Okay, I'm gonna go back and try to kill that MFer who I know is in these frickin' woods somewhere, by the way. Like, I don't want to just miss him. I know he's there somewhere. So we're gonna do a little backtrack. Also, yeah, there is a gigantic veil over the sky. It appears as if it's thrown over the Erd tree itself. Or, well, not the Erd tree, the shadow tree. Because that doesn't look like the Erd tree. And look, you can see things falling off of it, perpetually crumbling. And what the frick is that over there, huh? I guess I'll have to find out. Alright. I'm gonna try to find him. There's an NPC. Not an NPC, like a invader, I guess? Not quite. There's just like a crazy dude in the woods. And I only find him when I don't think about him. Mikola put a veil over the tree? Nah, he's too young. It wouldn't have been Mikola. This place is ancient. Whatever happened here happened way before a lot of events that we're familiar with, more accurately. Yeah, I'm looking for the naked dude. That's totally not Wolverine. He's around here somewhere. Wolverine-y. Lots of animals. Nature is thriving. Weren't the guys pray they twist their arms around each other? No, I didn't notice. I'll have to look at that. Burps. Don't look at that. Spoilers. We're not looking over there yet. I should get off torrent. Because I remember he only jumps me when I'm like not looking, when I'm not ready for him. Weird man. Remember him being around this stupid owl. Shut up, bird. Yeah, you never find a weird naked man in the woods when you're ready for the weird naked man in the woods. You know what I mean? Giant ass shit in the background. We're not looking at that stuff. We're not looking at it. No. Thank you for the hype. All that space feels kind of empty. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking empty space in this goddamn DLC. This makes it a little annoying. Like, you're just like, wow, what a pretty area. I can't wait to find something in it. It's a lot of, like, exploring everything just to be like, oh, there really is nothing here, huh? Is he more down here? I could have sworn like he jumps me in the woods, chat. Like Kino, sure, but you know. Kino is Kino because you just kind of pan over a shot and you're like, whoa, and then you know, it's like done, you know. See, I'm exploring everywhere here and I'm trying to find the rando guy that I already know is here and I can't freaking find his ass. I know there's a weird naked man in the woods. Naked man in the woods. I'm trying to tempt him to come out by looking like a snack. I haven't played the DLC since it came out, so there's also a little bit of like rust, but like, I mean, I know bro is in the woods somewhere. Oh, Jesus Christ! See? Told you he was here. Loger, the Beast Claw, not Logan. Wolverine is very different. Jesus Christmas. Okay, no. Hang on. I can't open the map right now because I want to know where he is so that I can find him again. Okay, we went to here. Good. He's very Bloodborne. Like the Beast Claw. Damn, that was like perfect spacing. Well done, Loger, the Beast Claw. Do you think this is one of Mikola's friends, or? He looks a bit like a Swiftie. Did an empty jump. I tricked him. Oh god, I looked away for a second. I did one swing. I thought I could take it. That's okay. We should be able to find him now. He's around the thingies. No problem. I'm reminded of the guy who drops... It's not the Beast Claw. He uses the Beast Claw, but he is like partially transformed into a beast. That's like his whole lore. Oh right, our runes will tell us where to go. That's perfect. This is Wolverine. This is obviously Canada. Well, it is very lush. And very wooded. Mikola's friends are Swifties? Well, Mikola, remember, Mikola is Taylor Swift, right? Like, this is known. Oh, Jesus. Stupid fucking bird. Naked man in the woods. Oh, Jesus. Hey, there he is. See what I mean? He's like so camouflaged. Oh my god, it's fucking Wolverine. He's coming for me. The guy with the claw mark rune? The one in the DLC that gives you the ability to transform into a beast, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to space it. Okay, that's just making me dizzy, Loger. Chill. How did I miss him? That's fucking hilarious. This is such a typical case of these are not as good when I use them. Yeah, the DLC guy who drops the... Stop making me dizzy, Loger. You're freaking me out. I should use Radon's swords on him. That would be effective. Oh, he can't get out of the woods. This is not his territory. Holy shit. He's really just discount Wolverine, isn't he? Beast Claw. Weapon in the form of a carnivorous beast's vicious claws. Used to perform bestial slashing attacks uncanny to humankind. An imitation of the esoteric technique of the horned warriors. Those who carry this weapon wield it as though they have been possessed by a savage beast. Skill, Savage Claws. Pounds like a beast to viciously slash into foe with left and right claws. It is a perfect quality weapon. Bandages guy in Bloodborne? He's in the DLC. And he's, yeah, the one who drops the... Yeah, behind the house of the boomhammer, that guy. I forget what he drops. Oh, and then there's this guy again. So, horned warriors. Could it be this guy? They don't appear very bestial. In fact, they're very graceful. They're more like dancers. I'd also like their weapon real bad. Simon from Bloodborne? No, Simon is not bestial. Not the beast dude. He's like a nice, normal guy who might also be a spy. A little. God, everything in this fucking DLC never stops attacking and then also has a dodge so it can move away. I should get grabbed by that for lore, but I don't want to. I don't remember how you get these guys as weapons. I think they drop it, so I'm also gonna kill them when I see them, like opportunistically. A lot more strength than dex. Is it one of those weighted scalings? Because those are so confusing. Because I'll be like, oh, chat, it's a quality weapon. Chat's like, no, it's actually strength. And I'm like, okay. Apparently some Ds are worth more than other Ds. And it's like, oh my god. Okay, that's Loger. So he's trying to evoke the esoteric technique of the horned warriors. Okay, we'll keep this in mind. Peak Souls 2 will come? Dark Souls 2 in terms of lore run? I already did the Dark Souls 2 lore run. It's on the channel. Each letter for scaling is actually a range of hidden numbers? God damn it. That's too much math shit. I don't do that stuff. Okay, so we're getting deeper into this land. We've seen a mausoleum. We've seen tons of graves. We've seen a destroyed village. Seen a lot of war, violence, burning. Okay. But this warring even predates. The dead buried here predate that. Very interesting. And we've heard mention of a curse and the fact that spirits are very strong here. Already we're getting like a huge introduction to this place. And then we have this big old thing. Oh, God. Sorry, Torrent. I don't remember how to fight these guys real good. Yeah. It's coming back to me that I don't love to do so, but we must. Mustn't we? Oh. Well, talk about going into the fire. There I go. I lived, bitch. Ah! An amazing animation. They are not good enemies. Frick off! I'm trying to get closer to you. I hate them. I'm gonna go reset. Oh, Jesus! I'm like a kilometer away. I'm really remembering why I don't love the DLC. It's really just immediately, I'm just like, yeah, everything explodes and will not stop attacking. It's great. It's great. I love it. Very fun type of enemy. I don't know what they were thinking with these guys. I don't know what they were thinking with the entire fucking DLC. Like, conceptually, I'm like, what were they even doing? I get it. He's a big fire guy, so he should do big fire. I get it. But, like, holy fucking shit. It's so toxic. Sorry, Torrent. Yeah, I need you so we can get closer, and then we do a little hop. I have to learn the timing of the hop. Do you fall? Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, you keep on hitting them in the ankles until they... Yeah. Missed that one. Third time's charm. And we hit him in the face. And the face is horned. And has the same sort of swirly horns, just like those nerds. And then also, that is a fire giant right there. Now, we know that Mesmer is all about flame. And these things are perpetually burning. They literally have bodies, like, stuck on them. And their grab attack involves them grabbing you and throwing you into their oven. Oh, shit. No, 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 no touchy, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy, no touchy. Deflecting hard tear and the furnace visage. A crystal tree tear forms slowly over the ages, where the scattered sap of the shadow tree pools deep within the furnace golems. Can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. The resulting concoction temporarily enhances spontaneous guard. Damage negation and guard poise will be heightened in the moment immediately after assuming a guarding stance. Successfully executing a spontaneous guard will also strengthen guard counters. Yeah, apparently it's like the Sekiro tier. I don't really fuck with these, but maybe this is the run where I experiment more with these because I'm not big on consumables, but these are my favorite type of consumables. And that you use them, and then you get it back when you rest. It's perfect. It's wonderful. Furnace Visage. A smaller imitation of the Furnace Golem's visage, exceedingly rare to find. A stone mask surrounded by curled horns depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the Hornsent. Fell god of fire. Where have we heard of this, chat? Now, it's meant to depict... So we see in the Fell God, when we fought the fire giant, and what it was an eye. Now, we talked about them, but what they did is they... Likely, the Fell God demanded sacrifice, and blood and flesh sacrifice. Because we see that with the fire giant. There's only one left, and it fights you, but then what it does is it tears its own leg off, and the leg is already burned and damaged. Like it has injuries that have not healed, as if the skin has been just singed off from its ankle, and that's where you hit it. And finally, you damage that weakened leg enough, and it tears its own leg off, holds it upward as an offering. It burns, and the Fell God awakens and opens its eye. So we get a lot of knowledge about the fire giants and their Fell God from this. It demanded sacrifice. And based on this, it wasn't really picky on what type of sacrifice that was. Whether it was the flesh and blood of others or the fire giants themselves. We don't really know, but we do know is the fire giants are injured. Now, of course, we also know the fire giants warred with the people of the Erd Tree. So maybe they were damaged and hurt in that war. But the injury is so interesting because the flesh of its arms, like specifically the wrists and the ankles, looks burnt. And I find that a really interesting depiction, specifically like places where it could be like trapped or imprisoned is an interesting depiction. Tears and tears from eyes? Well, no, these are tears. They're tears of the shadow tree. Hang on. That's an interesting point, but these are tears. The Erd tree's bounty, which is sap, is depicted as tears, not tears. That's why we know this. This is the same thing. It's just from the shadow tree, which is why we know it's a tear. Similarly, flask of crimson tears, graced by a tear of blessing. They're tears. They're sap, and it's interesting. They're all called tears. It's like crying, sadness, you know, pain, whatever. Anyway, okay. So the fire giant, we only see the one. They were all otherwise killed. And the fell god was only depicted very briefly through the one in the chest. And it woke up when something was sacrificed to it. The fire giant's own flesh. And then it sort of gave the fire giant its own, its full breadth of abilities. The full flame of the fire giants. But it is really interesting that's how it's depicted. And now, this is apparently a depiction of the fell god. But what's interesting is it depicts it with horns. Rather than, if this is meant to depict the eye in its center, it's pretty interesting. Because the eye has all those little dots. It's like one iris and then multiple irises surrounding it, which kind of looks like this, but it also looks like a sun. Which evokes Dung Eater and his weird curse stuff. Furnace golems. So the fell god was the Hornsense enemy for a very long time, enough to be present in sagas. Hi.
Ah, Lady Leda spoke of you. You're that tarnished. Guided here by kindly Mikola. Won't we all? I am Freya. I once fought alongside General Radahn. In battle, you can be sure I'll hold my own.
If you get the feeling that you just walked into like a cult meeting, you should. Because you walk in here and you're just like, oh, kindly Mikola sent you? I was sent here by kindly Mikola too. Yeah, Lady Leda spoke of you, the one sent by kindly Mikola? And you're just like, yeah, I totally was sent here for the same reason that you guys. I'm totally. What the fuck?
Oh, another thing. Did you speak to our dour little friend? If you've yet to do so, have him give you a map of the Cross's whereabouts. You'll find more of them dotted about these lands. They are Mikola the Kind's footprints.
Thank you. I like her. Yeah, but you're still supposed to feel like you're like, what the fuck are you people talking about? Like, did I just walk into a cult meeting?
If you've yet to do so, be sure to have our dour little friend share his map of crosses, assuming you intend to trace kind Mikola's path.
Also, each and every one of them say kind or kindly Mikola. It's very interesting. Now, of course, okay, they follow Mikola. It's a title of respect, but not Lord Mikola. Not like, it's so culty. Right? Like, oh, I see kindly Mikola has sent you too. Oh, kind Mikola sent me as well. Does kind Mikola send, like General Radahn, but kind Mikola. That's his title. It's also very interesting because it's sort of like, you know, chat, if I start asking you to call me kind Wraff, why would I want you to do that? Why would I want people to call, like, if you're kind, wouldn't that just sort of show up? Like, you really need to be called that, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, it's, if you're immediately like, this is fucking weird, this is weird, then you are having the correct reaction. Clever Wraff? Okay, what are you implying, that I'm not? I'm implying that I'm not. Okay, that's it. You should call me Clumsy Wraff, and then it'll actually that I'm very not clumsy. See? You see what I did there? Milady, kind Wraff. Pro gamer Wraff? Okay, you're banned. You're banned. You're out of here. Oh my god, I'm covered in oil from the furnace. I said that bad, but it's okay. You understand. Kindly Mikola doesn't require that we call him kindly. He's too kind for that. Precisely. It's not a requirement. We just want to call him that because he's so kind. Got more shadow tree fragments. Is helpful. And then we get this is the footprints of Mikola. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here the first of the flesh of my body. Empyrean blood burgeon. A young shoot heavy with Empyrean blood. Exceedingly rare to find. Said to burgeon forth from where the golden blood of Mikola, the wounded Empyrean, pooled. So, things growing out of the blood of Marika's family. We already know this has happened. This is how the Halig tree was planted from Mikola's blood. He fed it with his own blood. And it grew with his own blood, but it was never able to fully grow. We talked about this in LFIL because, like him, it not developed, inherited. It inherited his curse of nascence. Just like Mikola couldn't grow up, his tree couldn't. The one grown from his blood. Also, the blood pooled here because, yeah, wounded Empyrean. He discarded his flesh here. A sacrifice. Also, it's a cross. 3-path cross, Mikola's cross. So this is where Mikola was. And he's journeying. He's doing this journey of sacrifice where he's giving up parts of his body. But it's a very, very strange journey. Now, I want to talk about something that I meant to talk about earlier. 1 second. Don't Peggy 16 me.
Peggy 16.
I want to open the trailer again. Okay, so we watched the Shadow of the Erd Tree official gameplay reveal trailer at the start of stream. I wanted to show it off because it has a great song. But also, I wanted to talk about this. So, the description. This is the official description for the trailer. In the land of shadow, Mikola awaits the return of his promised lord. Okay. The land of shadow, a place obscured by the Erd Tree, where the goddess Marika first set foot, a land purged in an unsung battle, set ablaze by Mesmer's flame. It was to this land that Mikola departed, divesting himself of his flesh, his strength, his lineage, of all things golden. Okay, that's interesting, but we are now following Mikola. These are his footprints. We are following them. That is what we are told to do. That is what all these weird cult people are telling us to do. But also, this is where Marika first set foot. And Mikola is here, and he has set foot here. This is an old land. This is an old realm. And now we are following in the footsteps of someone who is following in footsteps of Marika. I also wish they had released that version of the trailer song. It's the best one. I remember why I wasn't a fan of the DLC because of the weird cult vibes of everyone regarding Mikola. Yeah, like, I get what they were doing. I understand it. They're really, in terms of depicting Mikola, they're doing a great job, right? We don't know what's going on here, but immediately, if you're feeling uncomfortable with these people, you should be. Like, yeah, okay, they're nice. They're not hurting us. They're NPCs, but they already know that we're here. They don't seem surprised to see us. They're communicating with each other, and they're very culty. Kind Mikola this, kind Mikola that, follow in his footsteps, tarnished, right? It's weird. Something's not right here, and they're doing a great job of depicting this. But also, we already know all this about Mikola. We already know that he can control people's minds. Like, this is not new information. We had this for years. So it's sort of like, Really? They spent like fucking 15 NPCs to tell us what we already knew. Which sucks. But it's still neat in a way. Okay, so Freya served General Radon. Now, okay, what? We killed Radon. You have to kill Radon to enter the DLC. She doesn't appear to be mad about this. She doesn't seem concerned at all. She's just talking about Mikola a lot. Also, she's got a wound across her face. Cracking the armor. She's dressed very much like a gladiator. She's got that like gladiator skirt, as I like to call it. She's got the gold armor. No lion iconography, though. So she fought with Radon, but definitely doing her own thing in terms of look.
If you've yet to do so, be sure to have our dour little friend share his map of crosses, assuming you intend to trace Kind Mikola's path.
So why would she assume that? Like, why do we want to do this? Everyone seems to expect us to. Okay.
Fie, another. Treading the heels of Mikola. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned. But understand, your kind are not forgiven.
The Earth Tree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed, set aflame.
I believe Mikola's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your kind as worthy.
So this is going well. Immediately just thrown in like, another one. Okay, I believe Mikola, but you suck, and your people suck, and I hate the Erdtree, and Marika betrayed us all. And we're like, okay, whoa, hey, hold on. Dour little friend, take a look at his head. He's got horns. This guy is one of the horn sent.
And yet my oath I cannot overlook. If Mikola it is whom you would seek, then comrade, allow me to give you this. These are the sites of the crosses I found. I urge you, follow after Mikola. As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me.
Cross map. Map of cross sites received. Check in inventory. Okay. So we have this one, and... Okay, he didn't really help that much. Okay.
I urge you, follow after Mikola. As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me.
Alright, we got treading the heels, abiding his footfalls. They are beating us over the head with the fact that we are tracing Mikola's footsteps, following in his footsteps. And also, just to sort of show the symmetry of this, we don't know what Mikola is doing here, but this is the place where, according to the DLC trailer, that Marika first set foot. Right? Now, that's a common phrase, but pretty notable. Lots of this imagery of walking and following in footsteps. This is where Marika, as a goddess, first set foot. That's an interesting phrase. She came from here, but as a goddess, this is where she first stood. So Mikola's here, doing something, and we're also... He's probably following in some footsteps too. He seems to be following in those footsteps, and now we're following his. It's all just a trail of people who walk the same path. Very much like a cycle going on. Also, it's recent. That's the thing too. Like, this is happening like as we speak. Wonder if them sounding Irish was a deliberate lore choice? Yes. So that's another thing. Oh, it's one of these maps. Understood. No, that helps. Thank you so much. A simple map drafted by a horn scent. Marked with the locations of golden crosses. These crosses indicate Mikola's footprints. So, just in case you can't figure by his design, yeah, this is a horn scent. He hates us. He hates the people of the Erdtree, but nonetheless, he believes Mikola. Okay, that's nice. But we don't know anything about the horn scent yet. We just know, and once again, this is a very interesting way that the storytelling of the DLC is. We come in here, we see this destroyed land. We're meant to feel sad. We're meant to be like, oh man, bad things happen to these people. Just like the fire giant. We look at him. He has this like lonely, sad pose. He looks like he's hiding from the rain. But he's also this incredibly destructive creature who has done awful violence. And his god is one of demanding sacrifice and burning. And it's like, maybe the story is a little bit more complicated than it seems. And that's the case here too. You know, like, oh, Marika betrayed my people. Marika betrayed my people. Okay, all right. Well, let's find out what really happened here. This is, we're getting a lot real quick.
I urge you, follow after Mikilla, as long as you abide.
Okay. Ray, anything else?
If you've yet to do so,
Okay.
assuming you intend.
Great. It really, you do get this eerie feeling with all these folks, as if they know what you're supposed to be doing and you don't. But it's very friendly, as depicted, as I talked about. It's a very common thing in FromSoft games. Entering DLC tends to be... Oh, in Bloodborne too, you're grabbed by something. In Dark Souls 1, you pick up an item and go to a certain location, and the owner of that item grabs you and yoinks you into the DLC by force because it's trying to get its precious item back. And then you're suddenly in it. So that's one way. It's very much like yoink. Dark Souls 3... This weird guy is like, hey, touch this thing. And you touch it, and you're trapped and yoinked into the DLC, and you're like, ah! And he tricks you. In Bloodborne, you have an item, and you walk up to this thing, and it grabs you, squishes you to death, and then teleports you to hell. It's very common. Here, though, you touch a hand and are gently transported. And everyone here is very friendly to you, and they're like, yeah, you're here to follow Mikilla, right? Here, we'll help you. Here's a map. Go this way. Follow Mikilla's footprints. That's what you want to do, right? They're friendly and they're welcoming. And you literally, like, by choice, touch the hand and go here. So it's very different, but nonetheless, it's eerie. They really want to draw sympathy for the Hornsent at the start of the DLC. Yeah. It's a very common thing that they do with Elden Ring. And I think that that's the problem, is a lot of people can't get past that and realize the nuance of the conversation that needs to happen. They take Hornsent at his word, right? I want to grab something over here I forgot about. Lots of spirals. We're keeping an eye out for those because they're significant. Hello. They got horns. Ooh, do that again. Maybe another one can do that again. Golden Horn Tender. Gold currency used by Hornsent made by coating spiral horns with gold. Boosts the amount of runes obtained from defeating enemies for a certain duration. Once bestowed upon Inquisitors as an honor. Oh! Interesting. Oh, this one's got a different one. It looks like a rune arc, but it holds a candle. What the? They didn't even do anything. I was hoping they do the spell again, but they don't seem to want to do that. Well, that's cool. Doesn't do a thing, though. Ow. Okay. I do like how they're fire users as well. So we have these guys, Inquisitors, perhaps, because they have this honor. And we have Mesmer's Flame. They use fire. And then the fire giants were enemies. The fell god of fire was enemies to these people. So, like, everybody be using fire out here. Backhand blade. I do like these weapons. Curved blade wielded with a backhand grip. A type of weapon wielded by Hornsent for generations. The style of combat associated with this weapon is marked by spinning slashes and gouging thrust attacks. Skill, blind spot. Leap into close quarters to take advantage of the enemy's blind spot and gore them from the side. Inputs determine which side you strike from. This attack slips below the opponent's guard. Tricky, dexterous warriors with high skill. The Inquisitors here also seem to be guarding this particular place, likely a place of honor. For the person buried here. Lots of spirals. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I enjoy those weapons. I use curved swords and I use backhand blades. I saw that. I'm just gonna grab this. Okay, I thought it was items. A lot of things sparkle because everything is spirits here. A painting. The Sacred Tower painting. Work of a wandering artist. Reminiscence of a painting titled The Sacred Tower. This painter is said to have captured the landscape seen during the last moments of those welcomed into death's embrace. The soul of the painter and the vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered by visiting the location depicted even now. So we got more paintings. Ash of War and the backhand blades is great. Yeah. No, it's really effective. It does exactly that. Iframes, movement, and sneaking below the opponent's guard. They're tricky. They're tricky fighters. The Hornsent. These trees also look like weeping willows. Like, not quite, because they don't have any leaves. It's sort of hard to tell, but they really do remind me of weeping willows. Which are often buried at, not buried, planted is the word I'm looking for. At, grave sites. Because they're associated, well, they're weeping. They're associated with mourning. Grave glove warp. Neat. Big old bridge. I'm not sure where we should go first, but I think we're going to go this way because we're told to follow the Miquella's footsteps. So we see one right here. We've sort of cleared this area. There is still more. I know we can get over here, but I think that's through here. So for now, we'll go through here because the map we were given by Hornsent shows map right there, and then we go through this tunnel, and then we end up, you know, through the thingy. And there's another one there, so that seems promising. More spirals absolutely everywhere, and just look at this grand gate. Could actually showcase a little bit more because it's insane. An absolutely massive arch built into the place. Oh, here we go. This one has leaves. Willows are more like obviously green, but like this to me looks like a willow. Any other tree that this could be? Any arborists in chat? To me, it looks like a willow. The arch is damaged but not destroyed. A second, let's look at that fonts. Ooh, is that lions? Sure is. Lions with horns. Like unicorn horns. That's interesting. We do also know Farum Azula, the realm of beasts. And that the Hornsent fight with like a bestial nature. The Horned Warriors specifically. Not Hornsent, but the Horned Warriors. I want to see how you pray. Shit. Oh, yeah, I never noticed that. Look how they pray. Their arms are crossed like this. Hang on. It's a little hard to do. Can I even do that? Let's see. I must kill you all first to find out. I can do this. I don't know if I can cross just my forearms, though. Like this. This is how they pray. It's not... They're making a spiral with their arms. boy, I do wonder if this could be important. They stop if you get too close. I know it can be. Do it both ways. Hang on. This way? This. Yeah, this one's actually easier for me. It's just, your arms aren't really straight, so... But it's like this. Ow. Ah! My microphone. That city ain't right. Oh, look. Could this be friends? Also, the density of NPCs at the start is crazy. 2 sites of grace. Oh, also, sites of grace. They're here too. Makes sense, right? But, like, it's not like we're in a distant land or anything. Like, grace is still here. Oh, of course. No guidance. Interesting. Either way, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we'll introduce ourselves to these new folks, who I'm sure will be very friendly and normal. 1 second. Sorry about that. Had to also pet my cat. As you know, he's very cute and small. He was sleeping all day, and I told him, I'm like, buddy, like, I miss you. Come hang out with me. Wake up. Stop sleeping. Like, be here, and I can pet you. He's sleeping all day. And now that I'm busy, now he wants to play. And I'm like, buddy. Anyway, back to the realm of shadow. No, we need a better time of day. No rain. Rain is lame. I say until morning. Oh, Marlowe's great. Except for the fact that I missed him because he was sleeping. Alright, so yet another Michael's Cross right here. And we get these shadow tree fragments. And this is very helpful for us. Because yeah, it strengthens us. Things in the DLC hit hard. This is a way to make it so you have to explore, right? It's just like the golden seeds. Like, you need to strengthen yourself. This is another way of doing it. It's actually really interesting. So we still see the moon, but the color isn't quite the same. It's almost faded, as if there's like a veil over everything. Like, really, the sky looks like sepia. You know what I mean? It's not the colorful, star-filled sky that we've been seeing. Everything's sort of like faded. Everything's in shadow. And also, we should talk about the cross itself. Oh, I'm so sorry, more. Well, it's an almost completed circle, and then like a cross through it. It's very like Christian cross-like, really, other than the circle part of it. This is likely Miquella's rune. This is Melania's rune. So let's compare. Honestly, it looks the most like Radahn's, really. Like, directly like Radahn's. Because, see, you can kind of see it through. Like, there we go. Right there. That's Radahn's rune. This is Rykard's rune. They're very similar. However, to be fair, we see from the other side, does it look the same? Or is it like... Yeah, it's more like this. It's more like this. Let's be for real. Let's be for reals. From this, it's like this, because we approach it from this angle. Okay, so this is it. Either way, siblings have similar runes. We see this also. Morgott and Mohg, the twins. The rune's almost the same. Melania's rune, very similar to Miquella's. It's like the mirror image of Rykard's and Radahn's. But this is a full cross hitting the ground, and there's an additional little thingy through it. Now, it's interesting. It does, like I said, the Christian cross, you know, it's very much like that. It's literally also a cross. Miquella is associated a great deal with, like, holy. His other half, Trina, is called Saint Trina, right? So there's a very heavy, like, truly religious, like, we don't call Saint Marika, it's Queen Marika, but stuff to do with Miquella, we use crosses and saints, right? So there's a different, it's like a different religion being evoked, right? That's what he's trying to create. He also named his tree the Holy Tree, literally the Holy Tree, Halig, right? So it's pretty interesting that his stuff tends to evoke this. But in terms of depiction, it's also a straight line with a line going through it, like an interrupted line. It could be sort of referring to his nascency, which is his main problem, his curse, that he can't grow up, that he's eternally a youth. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here a part of the flesh of my body. So he's just going around lopping off arms and stuff. Also, completely opposed to what a lot of the figures were doing in the game. We get Rykard, Godric, they're consuming. Right? They're eating constantly. They're using Tarnished and taking from them. Versus Miquella here is doing the opposite. He's giving up his flesh. He's sacrificing it. Also, just one more time, I want to go back to the fire golem, just to reiterate. We know that the fire golems were defeated by Marika, but this gives us new information. They were also enemies of the Hornsent, a new group that we know nothing about. So, we're being introduced to 3 different factions, and the Erdtree, Hornsent, Fire Giants. Fire Giants were enemies to the Erdtree, to the Hornsent, to the Zamor, to the dragons, like everybody. Really, the only allies we know they had were the stargazers who lived on the mountains. And even then, some stargazers were also tarnished. They're a starting class. Sorry, astrologer is what I meant. Stargazer, astrologer, same thing, but they're referred to as astrologers. They were also tarnished. That is one of the starting classes that you can play, which means that some of those neighbors of the fire giants and their allies were also their enemies and sided against them. The trolls, which are the descendants of the giants, like weaker forms of the giants that were despised by the giants, also betrayed the giants. Fucking everybody hated them. They had nearly no allies. Now listen, there's lots of reasons you can have a lot of enemies, but I think it's pretty telling that as far as we know, they had one ally adjacent group and that's it. Right? Just very notable. We're getting more context to this too. Also, while we get a divide between the Hornsen and the Erdtree faction, like Hornsen is like, oh, Marika betrayed us. So does that mean that at one point the Hornsen and the Erdtree were one faction? Timeline information. Okay.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach. Formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Mikola's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use.
Okay. So now we meet someone who served Moog? Is this just a base game, like, you know, highlight reel? Yeah, sure is. Now, very notably, we meet two folks. Well, okay, so far everyone is just talking about base game. We got a Mikola follower, we got a Radon follower, and we got a Moog follower. The significance of Radon and Moog is those are the two bosses that you need to kill to access DLC. That is the rule. That is the requirements to access. So, they're dead. No matter what, they are dead at this point. And we find two people who serve them. Now, keep in mind, Radon, or Freya, says she serves Radon and Mikola. Ansbach says he formerly served Moog. Interesting distinction. He's now wanting to serve Mikola, but he wants to make sure he can do it properly, so he's trying to get, you know, he's trying to figure out his purpose. Very intriguing.
May I request a service of you? 6 crosses identical to this one have been discovered in these lands. They are akin to tender Mikola's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here.
So yeah, he's not like diehard about Mikola, but also, notably, he's not diehard about Moog either. Like, he's like, I formerly served Moog. Now, Moog is dead, but we don't know when this formerly started, right? Was it recent? He doesn't seem salty about it. I mean, we literally killed him. Not bothered. Okay, good to know. But yeah, unlike the others who are like pretty diehard Mikola, he's sort of like, yeah, I'm between masters right now. You know, I used to serve this one. You know, he's like, he's unemployed right now, basically. But he's also very curious to find the truth. So very clever immediately.
If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Mikola is doing here.
Also trying to get to the truth. The others urge you along and are like, yeah, follow Mikola, follow Mikola. But he wants to know why. And then we have Bro over here. Also, he has a jar. And we've heard about these potentates. Could they be linked?
Hello there. Together, we work. Together. For Mikola the Kind. Many things we have found.
More. Sells rune arcs. Spell-proof pickled liver. Does this mean I have them or no? Oh, I don't. Yeah, these are new. Okay. So the rune arc. Once again, I'm just reminding us of this symbol. The lower arc of the Elden Ring is held to be the basin in which its blessings pool. Perhaps this shard originates from that very arc. Just nice to remind ourselves. And now we have pickled liver. And these are upgraded versions of the base game ones. Basically, it's the same stuff, but like more. But why are they better? Well, animal liver pickled in a blue medicinal solution. Temporarily grants large boost to magic damage negation, greatly improving damage mitigation against attacks imbued with magic. The effects of the forager brood's pickled delights are enhanced by the fermentation or rotting of the ingredients. Though this results in a pungent odor, some come to find the aroma irresistible. All right, so this is just a really fun thing. Fermentation is indeed rotting. It's controlled rotting. That is what fermenting is. It creates a great deal of new bacteria that is very beneficial. So and it also helps it keep for longer. So what the hell is the forager brood? Well, Moore tells us and then he sells these. And yeah, fermentation or rotting, that's for our benefit. It's just a reminder of, by the way, did you know that fermenting is actually rotting? Yep. And we see, yeah, rot has a positive connotation here. Black pyroflies, these are not new. Ah, here we go. Sanguine amaryllis, a blood flower with meaty petals, grown by blood fiends in pools of blood. Perhaps even the fiends admire blood's beauty. We don't know who the blood fiends are, but it's a flower with meaty petals. Oh, okay. And it grows in pools of blood. Not the first time we heard that. Okay, the arrows are not new. Perfect. Note, sealed spirit springs. Let's get it.
Goodbye. Many things we have found.
Talk to Moore.
I like finding things. For you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the forager brood. Things bring joy to all.
He's so sweet. So he likes to find things for us and the forager brood. And they're the forager brood. They forage. So they find things and apparently give them to others. Yeah, of course he sells them, but generally, like, that's what they're for. So they're merchants.
I like finding things. For you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the forager brood. Things bring joy to all.
He has a very interesting halting speech method, as if he's like sort of unfamiliar with speaking. He talks strangely.
Goodbye.
Doesn't like finding things for Mikola. Well, Mikola doesn't need him, presumably, is why. Else, yeah, but he serves Mikola. Well, yes, Lady Leda. Okay, we don't know who Leda is yet, but I guess we could sort of read between the lines. Leda serves Mikola and her allies. We are all her allies. We are all working to serve Mikola or whatever. So, I guess that's normal. Let's go this way first. So now we met Ansbach. He seems very reasonable. And of course, keep in mind, at this point in the story, everything tells us that Moog was a crazy person and that he kidnapped Mikola. So it's like, okay, wait, so you served Moog and now you're serving Mikola? Like, did you... Do you think that Moog went mad? He doesn't even say anything negative about Moog. He doesn't say, oh, he went mad and therefore I'm serving Mikola. He just says, I formerly served Lord Moog and now I'm looking for perhaps the opportunity to serve Mikola. Okay. But from what we know, Moog and Mikola are enemies. However, once again, at this point in the story, even in base game, there was one strong hint that it wasn't all that it appeared, and that is Melania. I don't need to kill these guys. Melania is not concerned by what is happening to Mikola. She is completely at peace, and she is awaiting his return. That's the phrase she uses. I don't remember if Letta introduced herself. She probably did, I just forgot. My crazy person alarms were going off in my ears, so... I love Letta, but boy, she is crazy. So I actually don't remember if she's like, hey, I'm Letta. Like, I think she was just like, oh, you're here to serve Mikola, huh? Here, go on over there. Oh! They spew blood at you. They look horrifying. And they have string. Okay, weird. Strange new friends we've encountered here. Cliff Road Terminus. Looks silly to me. I mean, like, silly in terms of their goofy faces, but I'm sorry, if I saw this motherfucker rolling up to me, I'd be like, I'm leaving. Also, we've seen dogs like this before, and this gives us a little hint as to what these things might be about. These are these pustule-covered dogs that we found in lands associated with Moog. All right, the Sealed Spirit Springs. Note found by the Forager brood imparting knowledge in brief. Should you chance upon a sealed spirit spring, look for stacked stones nearby. By toppling them, you may break the seal. It's the Forager brood. It's covered in a silky thread. I'll have to keep an eye out for the Forager brood. But yeah, sorry, just to finish my previous thought. The reason Melania is waiting for Mikola to return. In other words, okay, just to sort of put in perspective, if someone you know is kidnapped from your house, do you go, oh, I'm just waiting for them to come back? Or do you call the freaking FBI and go, please, my friend, my family, my little brother has been kidnapped by my half-brother. You know, like, come on. Melania is completely at peace. She is waiting for him to come back. In other words, she knows that he is gone somewhere and Mikola will return. He told her this. So the fact that Mikola is totally cool in the cocoon and whatever the fuck is going on with this Moog shit means that Melania is aware of a plan. So that was the only hint in base game that not everything, that something else was going on. There's something deeper underneath the surface. And it was a pretty blatant one. I remember a lot of people in base game that it was the most common question. Why can't you just talk to Melania? Why do we have to fight her? Why can't we tell her where Mikola is? Because she knows. That's the only answer that makes sense. All right, so I do want to talk about, we do have another flower that grows out of blood. The blood roses. Particularly beloved by those who serve the Lord of Blood, glory to his inevitable reign. Now, we talked about flowers. Roses, and especially red ones, represent passionate, romantic love. So, Moog is very much associated with love. He's all about this, like, you know, my consort's bedchamber covered in blood. But there's like a class to him, right? He's got the nice clothes. But then we have these more... I mean, they're beautiful flowers, but they're sort of... I mean, they're not as graceful as roses are. Let's compare also to the Arteria bloom. Arteria leaf. Dark red leaves with thick, swollen veins. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. So, meaty petals. This is a different type of item, but it's still really interesting to see. Oh, it looks more comparable to that. Sanguine amaryllis. Look at their weapons. They're so brutal and blood covered. Also, 3 prongs. You seeing that fork? Oh, good. Good. Good dog. Good dog. Where have we seen something with 3 prongs associated with blood before? I think it's pretty notable we find these guys right by Ansbach. Jesus. Stupid dogs. Oh wait, I do have something I can use. God damn it. We're meant to be like, wait, Moog? Hang on, huh? And then we're like, wait, blood guys? Blood flowers? Blood dogs? Huh? So we know about the Formless Mother. There is evidence that these creatures also worship the Formless Mother. And we've also heard the phrase blood fiends, that they grow those flowers. Oh my god. I almost started swinging. The instinct. Forager Brood Cookbook 2. He hands it to you as a present. A record of crafting techniques left by the non-human forager brood, shared out of kindness toward Moore and his kin. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following. Fireproof pickled liver. Alright, we got a few items that we can craft now. Let's take a look. The hefty fire pot. A cocktail of incendiary materials is sealed inside. Throw at enemies to inflict severe fire damage. Okay, jeez. An upgrade. Let's try it, actually. Where's the pickle? Where's the super pickle? Can I pass it? Maybe I don't have the ingredient? Oh, it's right here. It's grayed out. Right, okay. Scorpion liver. Found by hunting spider scorpions. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Don't have that yet. So yeah, these pests are kind. They're just foraging. You know what? I'm being reminded of something. I feel like there's something that occurs only at night in these lands. I'm gonna see if I'm remembering correctly, but I remember there being these like graves, these circles of graves that only show up at night. I like playing at daytime because I like the light, but still, that could be something to do. My mind is reminding me of this, so let's go see if I can find it. Reflecting hard tear. I don't really know how this tier works. I've never used it. Oh, make it nighttime. I know, they look scary. And pests have been, well, a huge enemy to us, and now they're just kind. And they're giving us presents and crafting techniques that can benefit us toward Moore and his kin. So Moore, as far as we can tell, is a human. Prospect Town. Okay, interesting. There it is. Okay. Gotta love it, huh? I'm glad to see my memories, like, being helpful. Okay, so how does this, like, spontaneous blocking shit work? Do you just literally block? Can you hit me? I mean, that's just a block. Ah, well. I'm just gonna do this. So we get this circle of graves, and they only show up at night. Larval tier. An exceptionally rare creature that burgeons from spirit graves and lives only a fleeting existence. Neither flesh nor spirit, but something in between. The original larval tiers are between the animate and the inanimate. As much a substance as it is a living organism. That description of animate and inanimate is actually from Night Rain. That's how Night Rain refers to the larval tier. But either way, same thing. As much a substance as it is a living organism. It is a liminal thing in between both. And then we have another version. It is not flesh, not spirit. Something in between. It shows up out of spirit graves. And spirit graves, even in this place, even stone can become a spirit. Man, nighttime is pretty too, though, I will admit. I love that purple sky. It's gorgeous. Elden Ring's just pretty. You block it? Oh, okay. I also want to use the hefty pot. I think this DLC would be better if it had less Mikula in it. Man. I'm glad we have Night Rain chat. Like, that has really saved Elden Ring for me. It's helping a lot. Just having Night Rain and knowing there is more new lore has completely saved this game for me. Makes me not so disappointed. But, like, I remember the first time I did this, I'm like, is it really just going to be all Mikula? And it was. But now we have something that we didn't have when this DLC came out. Night Rain. And that's helped so much, like recontextualizing stuff, right? Like this larval tier, and then we have the larval tier, the artificially created one. Mostly on vibes and gameplay. Yeah, I didn't like that either. I'm hoping I'll like more of it this time around. But, we'll see how it goes. So we have these lightning goats, and now we got really big versions of them. They're just chilling. It's just a sheep, but it's bigger. Well, a ram, actually, technically. A yellow fulgur bloom. Yellow flower that crackles with lightning. Blossoms in the realm of shadows, underground grave sites, and places struck by lightning. Weird that it also goes underground, because lightning can't strike underground. Mikula's literally the most fascinating character in the game? No. I think Marika is, for me. We still do get lore for her, though. That was more intriguing. I was done with Mikula before this DLC came out. That's the problem. You gotta understand, it's very different from a lore gamer. Nothing in this DLC was new for Mikula. It didn't give us any new information except for his cult. It gave us the fact that it detailed how he brainwashes people. Well, we already knew that he was able to basically force people to love him. We just got details on how it works. So that's sort of the issue. Oh my god, a red bear. And also, crucible horns. Holy shit, he's mogging. Whoop! I put my weapon away for some reason. Forager Brood's eyes purple? I didn't see. I can go back and take a look. I think the blood guys are just wearing, like, weird clothes. I don't see face on belly. Marika's central figure? She is, but she's sort of like the figure we see fingerprints of, but no... I will argue, and this stays true if you ask me, characters are more interesting when you don't get to meet them. That's why he was so intriguing to everybody, chat. Remember, that's why he was like, oh, we see signs of what he did here with the castle soul and the Halig tree and this and that. We never met him. And so he was an object of extreme mystery and intrigue. That's the problem. Never meet your heroes or your favorite lore guys. Alrighty. Well, I still have to do this. We will do this Prospect Town. And over here, but I'm going to go down here because this is neat. Now, how did I do this before? I think I just landed on one of these. Whee! Oh! I missed. No, we don't know that it's the truth. Okay, to be fair, I would say it's universally true. Look at side characters in TV shows. A lot of the time, side characters are more interesting because they only get a few lines, but all their lines are good. And then they make a spin-off, and it's not very good anymore, because that character was more interesting when they only had a few lines and weren't the center of the story. And you can't say it's true for Marika, because we don't meet her, so we have nothing to compare it to. But Mikola, we met him. So we have the pre-meeting him era, and the post-meeting him era. And he went from, oh, he creates these wonderful needles and he understands the essence of life and he grew a whole tree and he was trying to do this and he was working on this and he's in Castle Soul and he helps the Albinarics and then he turns into Brotherfucker. You know what I mean? Really. He had potential, and that's why he was interesting. And I found a little cute path through here. Look at that. Okay, fuck, dude. Hello to you as well. Oh, this is how you're supposed to do that, right? You just climb down. Church of Benediction. Benediction Cumberbatch? Sephiroth is more interesting when you're chasing him. I haven't played in the Final Fantasy to know if that's true. But that's different. That's like, I mean, Cloud, you're probably chasing him as Cloud. There's like an inherent homoeroticism in that, so that's a different conversation. We can have that conversation. Elden Ring is just a Song of Ice and Fire if the Lannisters won. I feel like no, because like, well, Mikola doesn't win, so ever. So I don't know. It's like if instead of people, there were plant people and also dogs. Okay, let's just do this. God damn it. Boy, those things do not stop playing the game, huh? Blessed Blue Dew Talisman. Talisman depicting but that age of plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time the Earth Tree became more an object of faith. It's a great talisman, it's helpful. I don't really use it because I don't use FP very much, but it's neat. Oathseeker Knight Helmet. And, well, armor set. Okay, let me... My runes are up on the cliff, huh? Okay, let's try this on then. So we're going to try on this armor, and if you're thinking that this looks familiar, you are correct. We've already seen this armor before. Wait, what's this? Oh, right, I never... I feel like there's an armor set that I forgot to pick up from the Horn Scent. Not Horn Scent, sorry. The Finger Reader. Enya. We have seen this armor before, specifically the headpiece and the bit of the chest piece. This is Letta's armor. Oathseeker Knight Greaves. Black with gold ornamentation. These knights set off on quests of discovery, hoping to find by themselves an oath of their own choosing to serve in perfect, lifelong devotion. So their goal is just to find someone to serve. And when they do, they are die hard. Ride or die. It's a cool armor set. You can tell by the helmet, but of course what Letta is wearing is altered. She has like white cloaks and stuff, and she calls herself a servant of Miquella. Now we get some insight as to why that was. She served, like, what do you call it? Follow an oath, created an oath, swore an oath, that's what I was looking for. Swore an oath to Miquella. And what's interesting is she has these allies. They serve Radon, they served Moog, but she serves Miquella. And so far, Letta is the only one that we have met who just serves Miquella. And it's kind of intriguing. Now, once again, I'm sort of taking it as, you know, take it as we're hearing, but just a reminder that we already know at this point that Miquella is able to compel affection. His signature item from base game that literally has his incantation on it of unalloyed gold and has his symbol behind it turns enemies into temporary allies. We already knew that he can control people, but we just don't know the means and how it looks. So even now, if we're like, oof, are these people mind controlled? We already have this suggestion. Malekith's armor is black and gold. Well, black and gold is also associated with Marika. Those are her colors very specifically. So it makes sense that Malekith has them. Also, Mesmer's Knights have this as well. It's a really cool headpiece though, for sure. The churches also look real different here. Right? Like, they're so, like, gothic. Admittedly, I don't really see the tops of them very much, but they seem less ruined, but maybe more ruined. I gotta do a side-by-side sometime. Artist's Shack, Incursion Painting. Work of a wandering artist, reminiscence of a painting titled Incursion. Same lore. And then also, I forgot to read the Pata. A weapon comprised of a linear, double-sided blade attached to a substantial guard, wielded by the Oathseeker Knights. This versatile armament can be swung about like a fist or used in the manner of a straight sword. We can create hefty lightning pots now, too. Why is Ansbach not bewitched by Miquella while others seem to? He is. Okay, Artist Shack went down there. Yeah. I think that's the important stuff. I don't remember I don't think there's anything else here, but it's worth a once over. Yeah, Ansbach just shows that he's very intelligent. He wants to understand. The others don't seem to question why they're here. He's the only one that does. But he says nothing negative against Miquella. Also, the way he talks about it, now this could be just him being rather clever, but he specifically says that he would like to, he wants to make sure he can serve Miquella well. That he can provide some sort of service to Miquella. So he wants to understand him. That's his excuse. It's a very, like, humble, like, oh, yeah, I only want to take the job if I know I can do a good job. But there could be a little bit of, you know, cleverness in it. But either way, he doesn't seem bothered by anything. He's not, like, mad about Moog. He's just like, yeah, I serve Moog. Now I serve someone else. I want to serve someone else. So he is very clever. But he is totally bewitched. Yeah. Black and gold is more Marika plus death, in my opinion. What I will say is that Marika herself wears black and gold. It is her color, her chosen color. What does black represent? Mourning. There's a reason it's associated with death. It's a color of mourning. Yeah, absolutely. You wear black to a funeral. So, yes, it is Marika and death, but it is also her chosen colors, and these are people who served her very closely, and thus wear her colors more directly. The other knights do not. Yes, Marika is associated with gold. Well, okay, we don't know this yet, but beyond the Erd Tree and the Golden Order and all this, we don't have all of the details, but she herself wears black, which is interesting for this being that is said to be like radiant and like light and the Erd Tree and holy, and she wears black. Yeah, no face on tummy. At least I don't think so. Just like kind of, just rotund. Like even in her painting, in the Round Table Hold, she's wearing even more of like a black veil outfit. Like she's very. That's her chosen color. That's what she wears. The gold is a trim. Another destroyed village. But this time the fiends are here. Where have we seen that upward thrust with a 3-prong weapon before? Oh yeah, Moog. I know that the DLC does a lot for Moog's image, but just a reminder that these guys worship the exact same thing that Moog does. He took this and he put a pretty veneer over it. And he has roses and he's all like, ooh, passionate love, luminary Moog. This is the same worship. This is the same thing. It's all about bloodletting. Always from the start. Oh, I got grabbed. And stabbed real bad. They're strong. They're basically blood frenzied too with the red eyes. Moog worships the same thing as these rat face looking fucks. Do they have a face on the torso? Is this Paradolia again? Let's take a look. Oh shit, I killed them all. Okay, 1 second. Also, I got the Blood Fiend's arm. Weapon used by the Blood Fiends. An arm pulled from the corpse of one of their kin and wielded as a makeshift weapon. Having been sanctified by a blood ritual, this armament is capable of spraying blood stored within when executing a strong attack. What? Unsurprisingly, arcane. An arcane weapon. But yeah, this is literally an arm. What is it? A colossal, of course. We are so lucky. No, by all means, we'll take a look at their torsos. It's just, remember when chat was saying that the snake in the Temple of Aglay had a face on it? And I'm like, y'all. That was really funny, though. Like, I loved it, but yeah. So this is the Blood Fiend arm. Now, once again, the worship that the Blood Fiends, you know, do is tearing the limbs off of their compatriots and spraying blood all over the place with them. They're into spilling blood, even their own kinds. Outer God Heirloom. A talisman engraved with the lore of an outer god raises arcane. The clan, who lost everything in the Great Fires, peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. Okay, hang on. What the fuck? One moment. So this is, what are they called? The tutelary deities? Where we get the revered spirit ash? And it raises arcane. They saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. That's vague. I don't know what the fuck they is talking about. They don't have horns. Yeah, no, they're just fucked up. Their spines are really interesting though. If this one could turn around again. It's like their spines are sticking out of their body. Like, what's going on up there at the back? Do you see that at the back of the head? It's almost like they're wearing the skin of something else. No, I'm not going to use Arcane. I just want to level it up for the passive. I'm not actually going to use that weapon. Yeah, like at the back of the neck, it almost looks like a, I don't know. It doesn't look right. Almost looks like there's like legs. It's like an animal's spine is fused with theirs, like on top of theirs. It's possible the fiends once looked different. I don't know. I don't know if this is the clan that because this is a Hornsent village and there's no Hornsent here. There's only fiends. So are the fiends what's left of the people who lived here? Do they transform into these creatures? Are the fiends, do they move in? Because no one was here and just started doing their ungodly rituals? So if you look at this, it is the revered spirit. And they are, you could see people are like bowing, like, you know, arms down, like full worship. But apparently what they're worshiping is the shadow. Behind it, a twisted deity. This is most likely the Formless Mother. Because the Formless Mother is an outer god associated with Arcane. And she is now worshipped here. So it's possible this is what's like the people transformed into these blood fiends. Demi-humans, they do look more demi-human-like, for sure. And as far as I can remember, there are no demi-humans in the DLC. Either way, it is interesting. Looks like a woman. No, it's a revered spirit ash. If you're talking about the figure, that is just a revered spirit ash. However, the head is present. That's the thing. You can see horns growing out of it. So this suggests this is what a revered spirit ash looked like before the head was removed. Like there's definitely hair or something, but this is just what they looked like, most likely. I don't think, especially since no shirt. Can't have those titties out. So basically a formless mother talisman from what we can tell. Also notable, keep in mind, they saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. It's a shadow. The formless mother is formless. That's the given name. She does not have a form. Right, and string is also dropped by demi-humans. No, could very well be. God with a shadow. I think it's more they saw in the shadow. Because remember, okay, the formless mother comes to those who are suffering. And that's what happened with Moog. And Morgoth. They were suffering. They were in the sewers. They had lost their mother. And they sought a surrogate. In their dismay, they called an outer god to them. These people suffered in the great fires, and they called an outer god to them. It fits perfectly with that general cycle that we experience. Isn't there a sneaky little item hidden up here? It's one of those like you hit it with like an arrow and it drops. Maybe I remember the DLC better than I thought, but there it is. Okay. I am shocked that I'm remembering this stuff. So, works for me though. Also, it's a jar. String seller's bell bearing. The bell bearing of a horn-sent string seller who did not survive the war. Offer to the twin maiden husks at the round table hold to gain access to the following items. String. So, speaking of string, the horn-sent. There's a seller of it here. How many times have you played through this? Twice. I really didn't I did not enjoy the DLC. It was basically just get the lore and get out of there. But you have to remember that when I say that, I'm still thorough. So... lore is lore. Okay, I think as far as I can remember, we are done in this area. So, those bell bearings are made to give you items. Really, that's the thing. Like, they're not... We can take lore in them, but you know what I mean. Like, with a grain of salt. Nonetheless, that is very interesting. Alright, we have to be a little further away. Yeah, 1 second. Sorry. And that is what a hefty paw looks like. Their backs are really disturbing. All their bell bearings are for? Yeah. But what I'm saying is, the reason they're giving these to you is because they're items that were harder to get in the base game. DLC often tends to be like a quality of life thing, too. And that's what they did with this one. So yeah, this place is veiled, but the city, something at the top there, is super concealed and crumbly and weird. Whole crafting system was unnecessary? They wanted to try it. What's wrong with that? You know what I mean? Like, I think it's great that they experimented with this stuff. I'm not really into it, but it's neat, and it gives people who like that stuff something to try out and experiment with. I think that's great. Same with open world, you know? Hello.
Welcome.
Talk to more.
I like finding things for you. Things
Okay.
bring.
Okay.
Goodbye.
We found a forager cookbook, so I wanted to check if there's any more. I liked it. Yeah, no, a lot of people like it. Like, I'm just never the person who really uses crafting or consumables. So, of course, I'm not really into it, but I'm glad they tried it. I gotta say, while this is definitely its own style, this looks a lot like Farm Azula. However, the spirals here are incredibly reminiscent of the columns in the throne room of the Volcano Manor, which we talked about. They are their own design, but spirals. So I made a list of spirals everywhere in the base game. Every instance that mentioned or depicted a spiral. Unsurprisingly, a lot of them were in the Volcano Manor and associated with the Glowmite Queen. Oh, that's why this is familiar. This is so reminiscent of the civilization of old, too. Like, this especially. Remember those tablets underground we studied? Made by the civilization that... the ancestor spirits? That you light the torches and they let you fight the ancestor spirits? But still distinct. Distinct, but that... whoa, that's so similar. Oh, yep. Arachnophobia warning? Yeah. They're not cute. That's so interesting. Because, yeah, look at this. This stuff, this, very much the civilization of old, but nonetheless distinct. I'm not showing any spiders. Take a look at this for a sec. I'll warn you when I start playing again. But look at this. So, horned individual. Spiral tree. This looks like a gold version of the Nox chests. Okay, I'm gonna continue playing. No more looking. These things are fucking creepy looking. Like, they got the awful big legs. Yeah, I don't love them. Scorpions are arachnids, but they're also different because they're scary. I don't want to know about technical classifications. Scorpions are scary in a different way than spiders, but when they're combined, it's like... You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I know they're arachnids, but like, also they're like, they got the fucking scary tails and they're like... They got fucking pincerinos and will freaking squish you. And whatnot. So we hit them with hammers. So here we go, chat. We have an intact tutelary deity, and indeed it does normally have a head. This is what they look like. Look at their horns. They got curving horns. Now, we of course are familiar with omens, so we've seen horned beings before. We've seen lions with horns growing out of their head and stuff like that. But this was a tutelary deity to the horn set. You walk into their civilization, and it's as if you're in like a... not quite a mausoleum, but very much a holy place. This is how you were greeted. And not just them. These. These ones don't have horns. But a lot of the horn set that we've seen, they're ghosts. wear these sort of head coverings as well. Also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that these are almost one-to-one of the Demon Souls monumentals. Now, the thing about the monumentals is they're actually not statues. They are, well, figures? They're people. They were people. And now they're sort of like the finger readers in that all of them are just like dead or inert or, you know, whatever. Most that we encounter, but there's one remaining that tells us our goal in Demon Souls. And they're just like this, all lined up in a row, but there's only one that we can speak to. But at a time, they were all functional. So presumably these were once alive. Oh, the scorpions are coming. So it's pretty cool. So you immediately get the impression of a heavily religious society. More spirals. Yeah, lots of spider scorpions. I know, I get it. These things are creepy. There is more, so be warned, yeah. I'm looking at chat too. I remember this one jumping out of me because it scared the bejesus out of me. But yeah, also, entering the city, because this is the main entrance, it was like a pilgrimage. Like, think about what it would be like to actually enter a city like this. You walk in, you keep on walking, there's incense burning, candles, this religious iconography everywhere. You just keep on walking. Like, my goodness. You immediately get an introduction to what this society is like. And then we're in the city proper. Bellerot, Tower Settlement. Lions with horns depicted in positions of honor. Protective, too. Normally, statues like this are protectors. Now, this is a bit interesting because we've seen very few lions, and they're always associated with Godfrey, as far as we know. But here, they're protective deities. Maybe not deities, but they're like, you know, they're here to, like, guard. Statues of cats or dogs are often, like, guards. And these ones are horned as well. Siraj, as far as we can tell, doesn't have any horns, but still. Interesting crossover. Okay. And there are lions with horns in the base game. But as far as we know, they're just beasts that are kept as pets or protectors in the same way. Horn set, I understand it, are a religion that includes horned and non-horned people. It's just that being born with horns is considered a blessing. Sort of. We'll get into that, though. We'll get into it. However, it's... Okay. From what we know about the horn set, this is a little spoilers, so, like, we don't know this information yet, so just take my word for it, but we'll prove all of it. Pretty much everyone was born with horns, and those who were born with bigger horns were considered more blessed. Those with smaller horns were looked down upon. It was a society, a hierarchical society, where those with small horns were despised, effectively, and seen as lesser. Very much like the giants and the trolls, the taller ones were better, sort of thing, right? Like, there was a negative to not having horns. It wasn't just if you have horns and big ones, great. It was also if you have small horns, bad, right? That was the main thing. So we'll get into this. We don't know this yet, but yeah, it was significant. Yep, there you go. It's not even a spiral. I could do so much more of a spiral. Yeah, I'm spiraled up, bitch. You're just doing like this. It's like not okay. Admittedly, it's harder than it looks. Okay, fine. Fine, it's harder than it looks. So the way they pray is with a spiral arm. Holy shit. Forgot about that. Nice, gross goo water. Okay. Just like ours? No. They don't put people into fucking pots for being born short, alright? Thankfully. Not yet? Oh my god. All the water is stagnant and gross and like gooey. Like, that's like real nasty. Okay, let's take a look at some more iconography. So we've kind of seen those weird guys with those like weird candles, Inquisitors. Looks really similar to this. Kind of looks like a tree. And then just like weird people. But without horns. So not always horny. Oh god. Let's go. They're called, wait, hang on. Statues on buildings, they're called gargoyles if they are functional rain spouts, and grotesques if they're decorative with no functional purpose. Really? I didn't know that. I thought they were always just gargoyles. Mesmer fire grease. Nice! Solidified knot grease made from a mixture of incendiary materials. Fire was a symbol of the crusade, and even Mesmer's rank-and-file soldiers would wield it. The crusade. So it's a holy war. That's what a crusade is. I don't have the key. Okay, let's proceed. Similar shape to the back of the chair crypts of the Eternal Cities. Yeah. So those also have this sort of like pine tree-like shape. And we've already talked about how the pine tree, it looks different in different depictions, but the most accurate one that we know of is the Siluria's tree. However, it's not quite accurate to those either, so it could be something different. So these are still curving upward, but it looks like a pine tree versus that's like how I draw a pine tree. When I draw a pine tree, I draw it like downward like this. Exactly like this. This is how I draw a Christmas tree, effectively. So I always think of a pine tree with that. Hey, Rancid! Thanks so much for the Prime. Welcome back. Thanks so much for 63 months. I guess you don't want to be released. This is a big moment. Thanks so much. So Mesmer came through here and burned everybody up. All that's left are these shadow folks and guys who throw spirals at you. Huh. Wow, they really have a whole aesthetic going on, huh? Okay, you're too short. Time to put you in a pot. Haha. They hid money in the pots. Man, this is just like Zelda. Interesting candle boat looking thing. Very cute. Lovely grace. Fruit offerings. Spiral tree just like the Halig tree. And that's what's so interesting. There's all these depictions of two entwined trees. And here, for the very first time, we see... Alright, lights. We see a second tree. Like, we heard nothing about the shadow tree. What is it? Is it real? Well, is the Erd tree real? And, like, the way it appears is as if it could be wrapped around something as well. It's very interesting. We also do know that the Erd tree was the crucible, which was depicted differently. Those rags hanging from the ceiling? That's a great question. I almost missed that. Let's take a look. Hey, Abs! Thanks so much for the resub. Thanks for 13 months. And 6 months in advance at that. I appreciate the support so much. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you. Shard spiral, but faster in gold? No, you're talking about shard spiral, yeah. Shard spiral is also, like a spiral. But from what we can tell, it was a mistake. Where is it? A sorcery of the Corollos Conspectus, the most venerable product of a failed attempt to create a new comet. The Corollos Conspectus is the Twin Sage Conspectus, I believe. I made notes of this, but I'm like, I think that's true, though. But yeah, it forms a spiral, but apparently this was a mistake. However, it's still notable because spirals are so important now. Siluria's, good point, also kind of a spiral. Let's take a look. Can I pass it? Oh, it's right there. Oh, right. Need more faith. Pretty much the same. The primordial form of the Erd tree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear, modeled on its crucible, is imbued with ancient holy essence. The crucible from which the Erd tree emerged. Thrust the spear in a spiraling motion, surrounding it in a vortex of wind. Okay, let me find my list of... Okay, spiral. Shard spiral. Godslayer's greatsword. Prince of Death's staff, also a spiral. Siluria's tree. Elden stars. Glintstone Chris. The rolled elevator dudes, the fire monks. Impaling spears, the ones that impale the fire giants. Trina's torch depicts a spiral. Miquella's Halig tree depicts a spiral. Lasuda's axe. Malekith's arena Elden ring, the new Elden ring, or the old Elden ring that's depicted in Malekith's arena, has a spiral in the center. And the Sacred Relic sword. Those are all of the base game spirals that I made note of. I don't think we missed one. We wrote like everything down. Last season in spiral form. He's on the list! I wrote him down! I'm not even gonna add these. Can I just write the DLC? Yeah, I just want to talk about stuff from base game that spiral. So yeah, that's all the list. Also, yes, ancient holy essence. A primordial form of the Erd tree. That's a new one. Take a look at it. It's like a stick surrounded by a spiral. And they use a spiraling tool to cast it. Their staff is a spiral. Thorn sorcery? I feel like it kind of does depict a spiral, but it's so hard to see because it's like it's just like tendrils. But that could be, yeah, that could be spirally. Twinch Sage is 2 Conspectus? Who's the Conspectuses? Ah, shit. These horns are getting pretty big on these guys. Could these be the horned warriors that were talked about? They wear these really cool masks too. I can't believe how... Like, listen, I know the fucking Great Stars are great, but like, holy crap. Like, this is getting stupid. DLC doesn't stand a freaking chance. Wraff was removed? It was. It was like my least used emo of all time. Which is fucking hilarious because all of a sudden now everyone's like, oh my god, I missed it. I missed it. And I'm like, bro, like it was like literally, I wasn't even on the list of emote use. Like I have like stats. And I couldn't find it. I was like, oh, I guess I'll remove this one then. It's one of those situations. Like, it's like, oh, bro, that was my favorite emote. It's literally the only one I removed. I just changed the others. And they're so much better now. No, I think people could have used it, but it was so low use that it wasn't even on the list. I used it. Listen, I got the stats. Okay, I got the receipts. I have to sneeze. Oh my god, I was sneezing up a storm. I think I'm allergic to your guys' bullshit. No, just kidding, just kidding. Seriously, I don't know how many sneezes that was.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death.
Oh dude, it's Queenline!
Of Messmer's flame.
Dude, why has he got such a sexy voice, but he fucking got that yee-ass fucking haircut. Look at this fucking nerd. He's even got a goatee. I'm sorry, it's rude. But like, he does though. An invader that talks, chat, you cannot imagine how excited I was, and then I saw him and I'm like... Alright, he's got some like nasty stuff going on. I think he might have death dialogue, so let's die to him.
All ye spurned by grace, kneel evermore before the flame of Messmer.
Fucking hair, man. So, this is our first time meeting someone who works for Messmer. One of his knights, a fire knight, and he invades us, and invading is sexy, so this is like a really positive thing about him. For sure, for certain. Additionally, he talks about those spurned by the grace of gold. And, well, that's us. That's Tarnished. It's a graveyard.
Stripped of the grace of gold.
Ah, there it is. Stripped.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
He'll embrace me? I'll take it. Ash of War, Shriek of Sorrow. Ow. He also uses these interesting fire incants that we haven't seen before.
Thou shalt not evade the flame of my...
Shriek of Sorrow grants the occult affinity. Skill utilized by the downtrodden. Scream, causing nearby enemies to flinch while also recalling deep-seated resentment, boosting attack power based on the amount of HP remaining. The lower the HP, the greater the effect. Occult affinity. That scales with Arcane. Pretty interesting. Crusade insignia. A talisman depicting a raised spear on a backdrop of flames in remembrance of the lives lost in the sacred crusade led by Mesmer. Raises attack power after defeating an enemy. The warriors who fought in the crusade set aside both honor and mercy to wantonly impale and scorch those deemed impure. Those who felt invigorated by each cry of death were the same men who were certain of the sanctity of the campaign. Crusades were nasty, awful, evil, horrible fucking things, it's true. Look. A spiraling tree. But see, if this is meant to depict the trees like the ones they had, they're not pointing up anymore, they're all weeping. They're still weeping willows. Graceless heathen? Yeah. So, this tells us something. This place is very, very, very ancient, right? Like, what happened here predates everything in base game by a lot. The war here, the violence inflicted here is older. There's like nothing left of this place. And yet, Queeline targets us and is familiar with us. He knows what a tarnished is. So that isn't necessarily too unusual, because the whole concept of the tarnished was that they lost grace and were forced from the lands between. And the general sentiment would have been that they lost it and thus were spurned and hated, right? They lost. However, we know the truth that Melina tells us through Marika took our grace away so that the tarnished could return one day, and that was her plan all along. To save the lands between and her children, if they failed in becoming a god or a lord, which all of them did, and then it's up to us. Because remember, the Erd Tree remembers all. Everything was set up for them to be reborn. Like, that's kind of the idea going on here. Holy shit, how did he do that? That was like a fucking 90-degree turn around the corner. So even though we're here to kind of like clean up and kill everybody, it is sort of meant to be a merciful thing. Mesmer didn't get the memo? Well, no one sees us coming and goes, oh, you're here, kill me. You know what I mean? Like, they fight with everything they have, so it makes sense. However, to someone like Queeline, we would indeed be impure. Because Queeline wouldn't know the truth of the tarnished. That they were sent by Marika. That they're intentional. Storeroom key. A key with a spiral engraving opens the door to the storeroom on the second floor of Bellerot, the tower settlement. Also gonna add the thorn sorceries. I think it's because they pop up for such a short time and I didn't really use them very much. But yeah, they are spirals. Yeah, they just kind of, like, they curve and they kind of surround you. But yeah, that's a spiral. It's the start of one. I guess I always see spirals as like very intentional, but I would still say that's one of them. Like, if the tendril they shoot at you is spiraled, which I feel like it kind of is. Either way, I'll put it on the list. I feel like I can jump this. It's so close. Yet no. The string, no. It is technically a spiral though. To be fair, I did also make a braid list because braids are different than spirals. And like, does thorn look more like a braid? Because that's the thing, like, kind of does, right? Aha, here it is. Holy shit. Sorry, that startled me. Well Depths Key. A crude, corroded key. Opens the iron grating at the bottom of the well in Bellerat, the tower settlement. Perhaps, but I'm more talking about spirals in Elden Ring. So, you know, let's keep some fucking decorum. Grace like Marika chose to make the horn scent graceless. That's actually an interesting thing. We'll talk about that because it's possible that the horn scent were also given grace and then had it removed from them. And that's why the tarnished were looked down on similarly, even though for Marika doing that, it wasn't like a I hate you thing. It was like a you are my last hope type of thing. Because yeah, Marika is said to have betrayed the horn scent. You can't betray someone if you're not on the same side. I do think the horny scent? The horn scent are fucking Looney Tunes, of course. Come on, I can make it up there. Like, there we fucking go. More spirals! Oh, right. The birds drop smithing stones. So this is why I always thought they were, golems. They also use ghost flame. We haven't seen it yet, but you can start to see a little hint there. Looney Tunes? Yeah, bro. I think they were fucking Looney Tunes. Ah, revered spirit ash held in the jar. Yeah, that's the main reason. I couldn't remember why I concluded they were likely golems, and it was the fact that they drop those, yeah. As if they're made of them. But yes, whether artificial or not, they are definitely associated with death and protecting grave sites. Hence the use of ghost flame, which we've seen for that purpose. They do actually also drop flight pinions, though. So, I think you could argue either way. And like I said, I don't know if they bleed, because I tend to kill them before they bleed. I don't think they do, though. But yeah. Dude, I literally can't roll enough for that. It's so fucked up. Eh. They give you just enough time. What was over here? I think I'm going in big circles. Gundor kick? Yep. Just like Gundor. Oh, Jesus. All right. Spider thingies. Gugh. You know what? I'm kind of surprised Gundor isn't in Night Rain, but I like Gundor fine, but I don't like love Gundor, so I'm kind of like cool with him not being there. God, they are not cute. But we're still a strength build. So, it's not a problem. Bone bow. A crude short bow fashioned from sickly bone. A medium for spirit calling and a product of the ancient hexing arts of the tower. The what? Okay, so a few things. Made of bone. Spirit calling. Product of the ancient hexing arts of the tower. They, the Hornsent have spirit calling and death worship. This is the Tower Settlement. This is something associated with this place. Which is why there's all these birds here. They're strongly associated with the worship of death, an art that has long been lost and was rediscovered. Hexing equals cursing? It can, but we also know that it's just what they call the ancient death hexes. Oops. A hex is meant to be like an aggressive form of magic that curses you, though, for certain. Let me try out this bow if I have the stats, because I don't think I've ever used it. I sure do. Okay, so... Oh shit. Don't use my good bows. Don't use my rainbow stones. Shit. Yeah, you can see the the ghost flame imbue. Hornson definitely figured something out with the tower. How justified were they if they could actually do the things they said they could? I mean, they also hubristically created their own downfall by creating a divinity that turned on them. So, because the divinity was made out of the juice of her family. Like they killed her people and tortured them horribly, and then they were like, "Oh, okay, you're a divinity now. Wonderful. Serve us." And then they were surprised when Marika betrayed them. But anyway, that's later. So it's like, yeah, okay, so they were justified in doing all those awful things, but those awful things also destroyed them. So it's kind of like, Oh god, they respawn, I forgot. This is my shortcut now. I have to find the smart way to go for smart people. Yeah, this way. We don't go toward there. Okay, okay. Sound like somber music to you? Very much so, yeah. Also, in terms of what kind of bird this is, they make me think of cranes. The long necks, long feet. But I'm not like a bird expert, but they're definitely very interesting birds. And they don't look like death birds. Or, I should clarify, they don't... They don't look like the death birds as we've seen them. But... Okay, stop. Thank you. They don't look like death birds as we've seen them, but as mentioned before, death birds used to look different. This is a depiction of the twin birds. One of the few we have. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god and mother of the death birds. Also, when we think of twins, right, and there's lots of this imagery of a spiral, but a spiral, the way it's depicted by the Hornsent, it tends to be two things wrapped together, right? Like, it's always two. Not a spiral with, like, 3 or 4. It's always two things. So the twin birds here, it's like they're wrapped together. Also evokes Placidusax. Right? Like, two heads, one body, like, right? It's interesting. Here they're not spiraling, but nonetheless, either way, don't these look a lot more like the birds that we're seeing here? Not quite the same, but still more comparable. Carrion birds? Vultures? Let's see. I always associate vultures with having absolutely massive wings, and their beaks look a little different, but like I said, I'm not a bird expert. These ones definitely don't look like vultures to me. It's the hook. No, wait. No, wait, vultures totally have a hooked beak, don't they? Oh, vultures make sense. They're associated with death very much. So are crows. The serpent shield? Which one is that? I don't know if I have it. Also, vultures have an extraordinary wingspan, and they have this really cool thing. Oh, great. I'm gonna die. I lived. Oh, no. Okay. Their wings are, like, folded in, and they're massive. Like, oh, I kind of wish these things look more like vultures. Vultures are very cool-looking freaking birds. I think they were targeting Marika specifically, not just because she was shaman. Well, we do know something different happened with her. Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I just think it's a really interesting conversation about the Horn Scent. Because right now they're a mystery to us. We just know they were this mighty civilization, and they lost a crusade. A crusade was fought against them, and that is a holy war, of course, like a difference in ideology taken to quite a severe extreme, naturally. Oh, that's fucked up, but I got a shortcut, so it's okay. Oh, great. It's the fucking bug people. Ugh. These guys are straight out of Dark Souls 3, where they are called manflies, and I believe they use the same name. Or at least, these guys are manflies. I don't remember what they are in Dark Souls 3. I think they're a little different. You lived? Yeah, it's like patches. When you get a shortcut, you're knocked down. Either way, these guys live in like a gooey sewer town. They are human, but they are also bug. If you're like, ew, they're like really gross and kind of rotted and fucked up. Yeah, you should be. This is the response you're supposed to have. Like, they're really gross. They're a lot like the worm faces. So, we don't know what's up with these guys yet. So we'll talk about them as we uncover the truth, but they are, you know, kind of living in like the gross parts of society, locked away from everyone else. They're isolated. They're surrounded by bodies. They spew poison at you. They're bug people, but they seem aware. Like they almost seem to speak. Ew. They remind me of worm faces. And worm faces were afflicted by death blight and warped. They were buried and they were the dead, and then they've become corrupted, diseased, and become worm faces. They are literally buried in like funeral veils, like they're, you know, put to rest, and they were warped even after death. Additionally, the manflies in Dark Souls 3, the concept of the world is that they wanted to... There's a painted world, and what they do in the painted world is, after a certain length of time, rather than holding on to a rotting world, they burn the canvas anew, allowing a new world to be born. And the idea here is a cleansing flame that destroys the world but creates something new so that new things can be formed, rather than rotting away. However, they decided to stop this, and instead they are slowly rotting away, and they've chosen this route. And they become warped by it. And that's where the manflies come from, is they sort of are these transformed people, because flies, you know, eat, decay, and rot, and this is like their home now, so they become warped by the rot that they surround themselves with. So that's the lore there. This is different. But nonetheless, it sort of can kind of give us an idea. Infection, rot, just the grossness of society. Something is not right here. Maybe we'll find out what it is. Always remember the entrance to the DLC. Find yourself a sweetly rotting bed to lie upon. It is notable that they're only in the sewer here, but that would be a place for them to go. I still feel like I missed stuff in this area, even though we're getting close to the end here. Oh, right. We can open the keys now. We got 2 keys, so we can open up some stuff. Lion's clawing like too close. It's very precise. Aesthetics ankle guards? I don't think I've ever gone this sign before. Holy shit. Lore. Let's go. I'm a little scared to know what it looks like. Pretty much exactly like I expected. Cheeks out. I'll read the lore in a second. I just really wanted to know what that looked like. Okay. Ankle guards of the tower's ascetics, which embody their commitment to an austere existence of strict self-control. In order to ascend from their mortal flesh into tutelary deities of the land, they heighten their spirituality through severe ascetic training, which is apparently like flipping 500 billion times to fuck my shit up. But yeah, so those individuals become tutelary deities. This is part of their training. Stars look like a sensor? I know, it was really funny. It was like, don't look. Stage front. Oh, that's a great name. Wow, they really don't like Pog Plant, huh? Okay. Small private altar. Let's go from here. I know I'm missing a cross of Mikola around here. Somewhere. Okay, gamers. Holy fuck. I didn't even mean to come here. I went the wrong way. These guys drop smithing stones too. Okay. So maybe it's just like crafting material type beat. Here we are. Why, hello.
Who art thou, stranger? By the look of thee, another of Messmer's peons, methinks. Tell me, does thy kind never weary grow? How do these old bones fascinate thee yet? Our lands were by thy kind set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow. Thou camest, robbing us of all, spoiling all. Have ye not basked in these deeds long enough? Listen, progeny of the wanton's trumpet. For thy sins thou shalt have thy recompense. The sacred beast shall unleash its ire. Till then, with this old hag, do what thou wilt. for all the good it'll do thee in the end.
This is my favorite because people will literally like talk to racist old granny and be like, see, I told you Marika's a wanton strumpet. Racist granny told me. And it's like, oh, I'm sure racist granny has absolutely zero bias in the whole conversation and situation. I'm totally sure that she can be trusted and will give an objective and factual depiction of everything that has happened in this place. She literally says, like, oh, y'all the children of that slut. Marika. Like, that's, like, seriously. When people take her words as gospel, I tell you what. So, anyway, yeah, she basically says, all of you guys suck. You're one of Mesmer's peons, you know? Yeah, I know all those words. Sure, biased by your civilization being destroyed. I really wonder what happened here. I wonder if perhaps if the Hornsent had simply left well enough alone and hadn't tortured the shit out of people, if their civilization, their evil, fucked up civilization would have been destroyed or not. I'm just wondering if maybe, like, you know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers would literally be like, oh my god, she betrayed us. And it's like, you fucking tortured her people. Maybe you should have left the village the fuck alone, Hornsent. Like, damn. Maybe don't throw stones in your glass house. Good lord. Also, it's really funny to me that, yes, she thinks that we're one of Mesmer's soldiers. We don't really know how she comes to this conclusion because, as far as we know, she can't see. However, she sees well enough. Mesmer does not like us. His people don't like us because we are also graceless. It's once again the Tarnished are hated by everybody. But also remember, the Tarnished are similarly graceless. And here to clean, we're the cleanup crew. People who know who the Tarnished are fear us because we're here to kill everybody. Also, knowers know that the Tarnished are also Marika's children. Symbolically, in the sense of, like, you know, we're all, everyone under the Erd Tree is. Yeah. Stuff people into jars, people. Not only do they shove people into jars, they shove their own people into jars. Like me blaming you from Guantanamo Bay? I'm Canadian. What's your point? Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Oh, baby. I'm also Canadian, you know what I mean? No, I don't. Please explain it. Like, what is the... Seriously. If y'all lived under the Hornsent, you probably would have done something similar. And that's the thing. Even if you were one of their people, they would be the ones to do this shit to you. That's the thing you have to remember too. We don't know this yet, but don't ever let her get to you or any of these folks.
For what reason dost thou falter, villain? In it thy sordid work with fullest pride. Else tuck away thy tail and leave for good. Loathsome issue of the rotten strumpet.
Oh, she's so good.
Be gone. These lands were ours since times of old.
Any more?
Be gone. These lands were ours since times of old.
No, I'm not gonna bonk her because I don't remember if you can kill her or not. I don't want to mess with her. First part of this DLC really tries to make you feel bad for them. No, seriously, that's the clever storytelling they use. The problem that I have is that people never realize the depth of the story. They just end it there. Also, people bringing out a fictional story and using it with, like, using real shit. Bro, fucking take your goddamn head out of your ass. It's like the biggest fucking... We're talking about a fictional goddamn world. And you guys are really bringing Guantanamo Bay and shit into this. Real fucking lax, okay? Do not forget we're talking about a video game, okay? Get some media literacy and get your head out of your ass. Jesus Christ. It's like when I was talking about this once and people were bringing up, like, real wars. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Don't make it real. It's a video game. You know, like, of course we're exploring, like, real themes and stuff. But damn. People get so up their own goddamn ass about this. It's insane. Yeah, the goal today, just like Radigan, is to try to find redeeming factors of the Hornstein. Because let me tell you something. In Dark Souls, it's very similar. We have people who were killed and people who killed. But a lot of those depictions are dragons instead of humanoid creatures. And you know how it's depicted? Very differently. And I talked about this with the giants. It's just like, and then one day Gwyn killed all the dragons and started his age. The end. It's not shown as like we don't walk through the battlefield of destroyed dragons, seeing all their flesh and blood all over the place, seeing them ruined and go, oh, this was a great war fought. And we see and then we have one last dragon who goes, mee, and then we smash it in the face with a hammer. It's depicted differently because it's trying to show what an age looks like when it's being founded, which is something that isn't done in the Dark Souls games. Vendrick came to Drangleic to conquer. We don't get to see him as a conqueror. We just see him, well, we do with the giants, sort of, but that's a little different. We don't see him show up to Drangleic. We don't have people be like, I was someone who was killed by Vendrick and now I'm suffering. But we just know, well, he started his age. He became a king. Here he is as a king. So this is the interesting thing that we see, is we get to see the reality of it. Creating an age is a bloody mess. But it's still a video game. I did kill the invader with the doofus hairdo. We don't have the cycle in Elden Ring. Well, the thing is, we are in the cycle, but we're at the end of it, which is very similar. Like, the theme is the same, but what I'm saying is how it's depicted with Gwyn as like, and then Gwyn tore apart their storm scales. Like, it's just like, it's like a legendary founding myth. It's like Gwyn defeating the Titans. Sorry, Gwyn. Zeus defeating the Titans. Okay, I remember where to go. That's really the main difference, is how it's depicted as Gwyn simply founding this age. Well, the dragons had to die. But think about it. Really, Gwyn destroying the dragons is the exact same thing as Marika killing the fire giants. Except, I would argue, that the dragons was even worse, because the dragons are not violent, they're not killing, they're not destroying, but their presence gives an age that is counterintuitive to life. That's all. So they needed to die. If anything, the dragons are depicted as simply doing what their nature... They just exist. They genuinely just exist. They're a lot like the giants in Dark Souls 2, who simply exist and are targeted by Gwyn for their power. Sorry, Vendrick for their power. But yeah. The dragons reflect stasis and non-movement. Yeah. But unlike it being stagnation, it's just because they're stone. It's their nature. It's their way of being. But their existence means that they need to die, right? But there's no moralization. Never hear any of it. I never get any, oh, Gwyn, he did a genocide and he's such a piece of shit. Never get that. But it's because of the story's depiction. It's very clever. The problem is that people can't get past it. To realize that we're supposed to look at the story as a more complex thing. Start the story by making the villains seem heroic, then slowly unravel their evil plan's history. Yeah, here we pity them because they lost. And remember the trailer, my favorite line, they were never saints, they were just on the losing side of a war. Here we go, fly mold. A species of fungus known for its deathly sweet stench, found by hunting manflies. Cultivated using the flesh and blood of manflies, it can serve as pot innards. Very troubled by that phrasing. Even the common hornsents still carry knives seem to have clearly believed in the mantra of their people. Like, we see them weeping and praying all around. Yeah, and I mean, like, we even see people praying in the lands between all over. It's pretty normal. Yeah, I know what you're saying, though. Like, yes, of course, there were innocents. I'm sure there were innocent dragons. We even see them, but no one gets into that. Remember, the spell associated with Marika is Law of Causality. In the base game. In the DLC, we don't have that yet. It is a spell that you cast on yourself, and if anyone hurts you, if anyone hits you, that will go back toward you tenfold, effectively. But if you don't hit someone who casts the spell, you'll never be hurt. Unlike Gwyn, and here's the other thing that a lot of people forget in this conversation and depiction, Gwyn and Vendrick were conquerors who went out of their way. They started their age by violence, but they chose it. They were like, we are gonna conquer someone else. Where someone else is, we're gonna go and we're gonna take it from them and start our age. They started their journey by being conquerors. Now, of course, we don't know their history, we don't know their paths, so we also get like less of that, but how they are depicted is frankly heroic for doing it. But what they were is conquerors. It's different here. Cultivated holds a lot of weight in my theory of the manflies. Let's see. The mold is cultivated. Okay, alright. We'll see what you mean about your theory. I'm just not getting it yet. Horned Warrior's Sword. Curved sword of the Horned Warriors, keepers of the tower. The ornamental, tangled horns allow the blade to serve as a medium for horn calling. Unique skill, horn calling. Invoke tangled horns to cover the weapon's blade. Drive the weapon into the ground, calling up a cluster of piercing horns, which is what we saw. I don't think the dragons are peaceful, but what's the evidence of that? Where do we see them do anything? Like, they're just big rock guys. And frankly, the one that we see in the one that's closest to the true ancient dragons is the baby in the nest. It's still in its nest after all this time in Ash Lake. And all it does is chill. From what we know, Gwyn started the fight. That's the thing. Now, of course, starting the fight, finishing the fight, those are different things. But I think there is something to note there. That was a baby? Most likely. It's the only one remaining, but where we find it is in a nest. So that is probably just still a baby in the nest. Okay, so I wanted to point out how the Omen Killer Cleaver is very similar to this, except this uses like real amputated omen horns, so it's pretty fucked up. What is it? I should check. It is a curved sword. All right. And then we also have the poisoned hand. I should check this out too. A glove stitched together from the flayed skin of the victims of a butcherous bloodbath. Afflicts target with deadly poison, raises attack power when poisoning occurs in the vicinity. Forged of an unyielding black impulse toward revenge fostered in those who have had everything burned or stolen from them, these are the weapons of the utterly downtrodden. Unique skill, poison spear, hand strike. Makes hand into the shape of a spear before unleashing a plunging stab that penetrates the body of the enemy. Afflicts foe with a large dose of deadly poison. Okay, yo. This reminds me of Godskins. One in the undead parish that scorches the entire bridge that is not an ancient dragon. There are very few ancient dragons in the game. And keep in mind that in an age of change, even the unchanging begin to change. We learn this through Dark Souls. I know this is Dark Souls lore, listen, I know. But I think it's still interesting to talk about because I feel like it gives us perspective. Like, why do people non-stop shit on Marika and cannot say a single good thing about her, but Gwyn gets away scot-free? Why? Because of the depiction, the way the story is told. Look within yourself, you'll realize. One is a conqueror who starts his age, he chooses violence to destroy those who came before so he could start an age and is depicted as heroic. Yes, he is a villain in the story, but to a lot of people, and even to a lot of players and lore fans, he still has that heroic heart. He's like, oh, he fought and he created this great age, and then he linked the flame, and it's like, bro, like, he fucked up the whole world, but he still gets seen as more heroic. What is the difference? Well, it's because of the depiction. It's because this one's more real, but also because we get nuance in this one. We have more time to sit there and be like, wait, it turns out creating your age is really bloody and violent. It turns out you have to kill a whole lot of people to do. We don't sit in that in Dark Souls. We sit in it in Elden Ring. That's the difference. A lot of people see him as the ultimate martyr. Exactly. A lot of people are like, wait, Gwyn's a bad guy? Huh? It's like, yeah. So just always remember that. Because it's really notable. Okay, so the reason this makes me think of the Godskins. Now, the Godskins were known for flaying people, right? We also know that they then stitched clothes out of it. However, the Godskins, while associated with flame, are also associated with poison through the snakes. In Volcano Manor, they use lava sorcery. They're all about fire. The literal fire they use is fire. But there's also these people there with poison in their eyes. We talked about it in the Volcano Manor. And snakes, similarly, are associated both with fire through the Volcano Manor and poison. The serpent arrows, the coiled serpent sword, the gladiator guys whose arms turn into real snakes to grab you, just like the coiled sword. Which I don't think I got this run, actually. I should go grab that. But yeah. It's kind of interesting. I know this is a very vague link, but I can't help but think it's reminiscent. Like, it's someone was flayed, so they made something out of it. They made a glove out of skin. It's disturbing. Big aspect of Dark Souls is to take those classic depictions of ancient legends and prophecies and turn them on their head. Yeah, absolutely. It's 100% one of the themes, but I'm trying to deconstruct it to sort of compare and contrast. Because, like I said, Gwyn, Vendrick are often seen as heroic. Very much so. I get people who are shocked that I think Vendrick was a villain. I still, to this day, people do not know. People blame Nashandra. And I think there's something else to be said about that. People blame Marika, people blame Nishandra. People don't blame Godfrey, Gwyn, and Vendrick. I can't help but wonder if something else might be at play. Realistically. Unfortunately, yeah, I wonder why. Anyway, long story short, Vendrick is a conqueror before he meets Nishandra. We get this in the lore. It's straight up said that he came to Drank Lake and he conquered it. This is way before he met Nishandra. In other words, he, as a character, like Gwyn, is a conqueror, right? But he's still depicted as heroic. That's the thing. He has the same cycle as Gwyn. Vendrick ends off as being a coward, but nonetheless, people see him as a hero. I get tons of people who are like, oh, he's not a bad guy. Nishandra's bad. But Gwyn and Vendrick were great. And I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah, no, unfortunately, there is a lot of that at play too. And that's why I always want to make people think about this, because it's very interesting how the community responds to Gwyn and Vendrick versus Marika. And yes, they are doing different things, but take away all the set dressing, take away everything else. They killed and destroyed to start their age. Why is one seen as pure evil and the other as heroic? What am I looking for? I'm looking for a curved sword, and I'm looking for a fist. Faith. That's why I never used it. Good lord. Godric was an instrument? Marika threw him out? I think your timeline's a bit off. And also, that's not true at all. Oh, Godfrey! No, that's also not true. We were just talking about that earlier, actually. That is what people believe happened. That he lost his grace and was forced away. But really, the truth is that Marika sent Godfrey and the Tarnished away as a Hail Mary, her last hope. Everyone else believed they lost grace, but she took it so that they could one day return. They were her last hope to end her age. And in the end, we, as the Tarnished, succeed in ending her age and creating a new one. So no, Godfrey was absolutely not thrown away. I can't find fists. Probably passed him like 4 times. I know, my weapon inventory is so big. There it is. Arcane, okay. I know this is stretch. I don't really think this is associated with the Glowmite Queen. I just think it's interesting because that's what it's about, is stitching, and there is a really tangential link to the serpent that the Glowmite Queen was associated with, and poison. But like this, I think it is what it says on the tin. People were butchered, they sewed a revenge implement out of it. Also the fact it's not faith, it's arcane. So it's like, yeah, it's literally just like fucked up like zombie hands. That's gross as hell. It. Holy shit, they're paired? Oh my god, I didn't know they were paired like this. That's really sick. Why am I dying? Oh, they're... Oh, wow. That's trippy. I love curved swords. A medium for horn calling. Very cool. Deal with it. Thanks for the 100 bits as well. Same ace as last stream? Yeah, I do tend to just use the weapon and then keep using it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Last stream was 2 weeks ago? Well, that's the last time I did the lore run. So, I don't think you've missed a stream in that case. Turns out you have a 100% watch rate for the lore run. That's crazy. Where's the creatura? I remember there's a fucking stinker down here somewhere. Oh wait, did I go in a big circle? Yeah, I did. Okay, I thought it was here, but maybe it's not. We'll get to Mesmer, chat. Listen, we have to remember. It's Mesmer chose his fate. He wanted this. He chose this. He chose to do the crusade. It's just endless war will get to anybody. Living in darkness will get to anybody. If someone says, "Mother, I shall honor you, and I shall fight against the Hornsent that have done this to you and us. And I know that you must lock this away so that our people may be safe, and the horrible place where these horrible things happen shall be gone and lost to time. You can throw away the key and close the door behind me." Yeah, it's one thing to say that and be like, yeah, and then like 2,000 plus fucking years later, still be like, shit, bro, I'm fucking depressed. I haven't seen the sun in like an age. You know what I mean? Have you never made a decision that you're like, fuck, this blows? Imagine if you just lived for thousands of years, dog. Yeah, we have a green one of these now. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh, never mind. I forgot. It's not Night Rain. Also for Great Malekith, that we talked about this. Listen, I'm not going to repeat too much. I know folks who've been watching the lore run consistently. Like, okay, she created an age. And then she wanted it to end, which is normal. She wanted to give something to her children so that they could have a chance to create their own age. Like any ruler should want for their kids. They shouldn't want to rule forever. It is a bad ruler that wants to rule forever. A despot like Gwyn, that is someone who would want to rule forever and wants nothing for their kids and cares only for what their children can do for them. We have that character, and his name is Gwyn. This character is different. She created something, sealed the Rune of Death away, and then she needed it. And the only way to get it out was through subterfuge, so she worked with Ronnie. That's what makes the most sense. However, this was a betrayal of Malekith because she gave him one task: to keep the Rune of Death at bay, to keep it hidden forever. However, remember that shadows go mad if they're, like Blythe, they go mad if their Empyrean betrays the Order, the Two Fingers. We don't really know why Malekith managed to not go mad, but he didn't. So presumably something went well here. Malekith is the holder of the Rune of Death and has incredible destructive capability. If he went mad like Blythe did, it would have been a fucking bloodbath. So that's the thing. So easy to talk you into repeating lore? No, because there's folks who weren't here for this. Like, I want to talk about it, but it's just like I don't want to like get all into the start of it because this was in the lore run. But yeah, that's the thing about this lore run. Yes, we're gonna have repeated lore because, well, it's, oh my god, look at even their elevator is a fucking spiral. Yeah, there's gonna be repeated lore for this reason. Because it's live. If this were a lore video, yeah, I'd only talk about stuff once, but that's why it's a stream. Glowmite Queen was an Empyrean alongside Marika. Could she be related to Hornsent, as they were contemporaneous and Marika is said to betray them? I think that it's really hard to say, but it definitely appears as if the story trailer depicts the betrayal. Maybe we should watch the story trailer. I wasn't planning on it. I was just, but we'll see. The Glowmite Queen, though, her seat of power was here. Sorry, I forgot how to... There it is. Most likely, based on the evidence, here. Sorry, here, at the Volcano Manor. So, we also don't know who ruled the Hornsent. We have no idea. But in the story trailer, there's definitely some imagery that suggests that the one defeated there, in order for Marika to open the divine gate, was the Glowmite Queen. But it's also like, but from what we can tell, she didn't rule the Hornsent. So it gets confusing. It's weird. You know, I do be repeating lore. Oh, no, thank you for repeating the question. I missed it. Are omens and Hornsent related? Sort of. The Hornsent cursed Marika and her people, which are all of the people of the Earth Tree. So that's what the omen are. They are not natural. They are not of the Crucible. They are not like, you know, just hated because they're ugly. They are truly, well and truly cursed. Chat, I don't remember how to get there. I know that's where I need to go, but I can't remember. Do you remember? I open all the doors I can think of. Near the scorpions. Oh, dang. Okay, we're back to the scorpions. That's good. Wait, hang on. Wait. No. It's coming back to me. There's like a secret little thingy. There it is. Thank you. That actually helped. I remember. Yeah! I believe this is the Nicholas Cross in here. And after this, we can fight the Divine Beast Warrior. Being born cursed would be wild? Yes. The main tragedy of the Omen is that the Age of the Earth Tree are... They're meant to be folks, they're reborn, right? They're meant to be eternal. And so when they die, they're buried and then they're reborn. But if they're cursed... they can't ever be, because they'll be reborn cursed forever. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my arm sinistral. That's his left arm, because Mikola can't fucking speak regular English, but because he's a fucking, like, dumb idiot nerd.
If he's a dumb idiot nerd for speaking like that, why do you know what it means?
You got me there. I'm a dumb idiot nerd too, as it turns out. Fuck. A quaint bouquet of dried flowers offered to a small grave raises attack power when a spirit you have summoned dies. The sorrow that flows from the untimely demise of a loved one is a tenderness shared by all, regardless of birthplace. I'm just saying, motherfuckers, all of you like being like, oh yeah, Marika totally deserved to destroy civilization, haha, not. You better be bringing that same fucking energy when we go to the Shaman Village. You better be fucking on your hands and knees, weeping openly. That's all I'm saying. You better be like, bro, this is so fucked up. Why did they do the fucking Heart Center? So evil. You shouldn't have done this. That's all. Do that. Because like the game says, the sorrow that flows from the untimely demise of a loved one is a tenderness shared by all, regardless of birthplace. We're all going to be crying. All of us. Big fly corpses laying on the ground in the room. Oh, did I like mentally ignore gross things? One moment, please. Spiral. I would say that's a spiral. You did? Yeah, this might be. I don't really like looking at the man-flies. They're real gross. 2 wrongs? Okay. I'm just gonna say this. You know, everyone's like, oh, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Bro, if someone came to my family and they fucked them up, I'm not responsible for what I would do. I'm all like, yes, peace, pacifism, like, don't hurt anything. But if someone hurt my loved ones, I think I would see fucking red. If anyone ever did. And if you wouldn't, congratulations, you're a living saint. But I also don't believe you. Oh, this gross ass thing. Yeah, okay. This is most likely, oh, that's so gross. Like a molting shell? Oh, I remember why I ignored this. Yeah, so they be molting? So this is how they become bigger, right? Which is weird, because I didn't think flies molted. Chat, do flies molt? Would you simply turn the other cheek if someone harms people you love? Not you, but the people you love in front of you. You want to make it personal? I can too. That's all I'm saying. I'm expecting to see all of you people who hate Marika. I better see the same shit come out of your mouth when we go to the Shaman Village. I'm gonna be waiting for all the, wow, the horn scent are fucking awful. Every single, I'm gonna be writing down the names because I expect to see it. Don't start none, there won't be none. That's all I'm saying. I'm not, you know what? And here's the sad part. I'm not seeing anyone in chat saying, yeah, I am consistent. I will totally roast the horn scent with the same vitriol that I bring tomorrow. I'm not seeing that. Who the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. That's all I'm saying. I don't see this shit from y'all. I only see it for the anti-Marika. I can't help but notice. Forges? No, not yet. We're doing Bellerot first because I feel like it's a phenomenal start. And I do think it's like the intended start. Oh, cicadas definitely molt. But they're like... Those are cicada shells. Aren't they different? Okay, we're gonna bring Freya. Because I want to see her do something cool. Come on. Freya? Freya, come over here. I want to fight a curse blade. Because I think it'd be really cool. No, cicada shells are something different. They like, they go into the shell and then they emerge as a cicada. They're different. Where's the curse blade? There it is. Okay, Freya? Go on, I want to see what you can do. Freya? She fights like a gladiator. She got that shield, she got that sword. Hey, do you have Lion's Claw? I feel like you should. Freya, no! Is that shield a lion? I feel like I can't see. What's up, Gopher? I can't tell. While she's moving. Was that Lion's Claw? I heard the sound. I think it might be her own. There it is. I remembered. I remember her seeing her do that. Good job, Freya. Okay, I'm gonna send her home. I just wanted to show off what she does a little bit. Oh, I totally forgot to read this. Oh, hell yeah. How'd the charity streams turn out? It was really good. We raised almost $3,000 in one stream. Just Aura walks. I know. She's so silly. But yeah, thanks so much for the raid. Go for it. How was Elden Ring today? How were the invasions? All rows, both sides? Alright, y'all consistent at least. You're the only consistent one I've seen, by the way. I will remember this. You're the literal only one. Everyone always brings this energy to Marika, and I don't see it coming out for the horn scent. Fucking ever. Fucking ever! I'm just saying, I see it. I'm gonna call y'all out, because I don't fucking see it for Gwyn. I don't fucking see it for any of these other characters, so... Any of you. Okay, well, if you've never hated on Marika, then I'm clearly not talking about you, am I? Fun fact, I believe that the shield is literally just one of Radahn's knee guards? Well, we'll just need to take a closer look at it when we finally get her gear. Everyone agrees the Horn Center evil, that's why nobody bothers to mention it. Well, I don't really see people complimenting or talking about the good parts of the Age of the Erdtree either, which is why that's me. I'm the single person who I've ever heard fucking do this. Literally. I don't ever hear anyone talk about this. Now, of course, I am not... Like, I don't watch every lore video, I just like to do my thing, but literally I have never fucking heard anyone talk about this. The only one, as far as I know, who talks about this from that perspective. And I'm gonna keep being the only one. Because, as far as I know, no one else does. So someone's gotta do it. It's a dirty fucking job to teach nuance, but... that'll be me. Hornsent ancestral followers, Nox shaman? Sorry, I don't know what you're trying to say there. Or the Nox are the shaman? Sort of. Like, I'm not saying no one else here thinks it. I'm just saying that I've never heard anyone else talk about it. And I honestly think it's like the only... It's the only way to see it because, like, I just think it's very telling. That's why I always try to bring it back to Gwyn, because I never see this stuff for Gwyn. All Hornsent children guilty. Yeah, all the shaman children were guilty too. Listen, if you want to be childish, I can play the same goddamn game. Yeah, it's always like, oh, not all of them were like that. None of the shaman were like that. So why do we justify that? Like, seriously. You know too much? It is a curse. It is a curse. Sometimes I feel like Cassandra. You know, the one who's like, there's gonna be bad stuff happening, and everyone's like, ah, whatever, Cassandra, and then bad stuff happens, and then they're like, why didn't you tell us? And they're like, ah. So what happened to Marika's children was karma for the horns. I know, like, what the fuck, like, damn. Seriously, it's fucking crazy. I'm literally the only one who ever talks about this. People just go like, yeah, Marika sure is evil. And then we go to the shaman village and they're like, well, this doesn't justify it. I'm like, that's all you can fucking say? That's all. I see it. I fucking see it. Anyway, let's go fight this boss. Immunizing Horn Charm +2. So, this is what's really interesting, is that this is worn by the Hornsent. And... horns are sublime artifacts to Hornsent, and their presence confirms the belief that they are a chosen people. Only the repeated sprouting of fresh horns can create a tangled horn, which is viewed as an irrefutable symbol of primacy. Now, this is an upgraded version of the exact same talismans that we've been getting from the ancestral followers. But you can see it's similar but different. This is a tangled horn. This is a sprouting horn. So this is what's really cool about this, is the ancestral followers, they follow their ancestors, right? And they wear horns and they follow buds. But here's the thing. Okay, the following of horns, Were they linked somehow to, are they following what's left of the horn scent? Not quite, because the horn scent, while they do, you know, grow horns, the repeated sprouting of fresh horns, it's still different because these are sprouting. And what are sprouts but not plants? So there's a really interesting blend between the idea of growing trees, which is something associated with the people of the Erd tree, as in sprouts, and horns, like the horn scent. So really, I think the ancestral followers are meant to be a more primitive depiction, but perhaps a more honest depiction of how these groups are not that different. All things, like the Pope, the Turtle Pope says, all things can be conjoined. I just really like this. Their presence confirms the belief that they are a chosen people, so they worship horns, and those people with horns are chosen. It's like, it's very interesting. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to send Freya home so that we can fight the boss. The horn to the right of +2? Just one of the immunizing charms, clarifying one of them. They all just give you different resistances. Might not have all of them, but the lore is effectively the same between all of them. Yeah, the ancestral followers really do seem to be like a combination. They just worship new life, whatever its form. So horns, buds, to them, they're the same. So this place is called the stage front. The Grace. This is the stage.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise.
Perched is a very interesting phrase considering all the birds.
Dance and kavod, cleanse all the wit, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away this strumpet's vile progeny.
Racist ass grandma. The strumpet's vile progeny. I'm just a kid and I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm gonna be wiped out like vile progeny. I'm just a widow guy. Okay, so this thing... Oh, I'm already dead. Wonderful. I was just about to start talking about it. This thing is being puppeted by at least 2 people in there. I haven't seen, like, the inner model stuff, but there is at least 2 people in there. It is... like a puppet job, effectively. Not quite a puppet, but they're in there. They are using it as a vessel to fight. But you can see the arms doing the roar, right? Like... So a beast, very much lion-like, as a protective deity. But really, it's people in there. We should get grabbed. It heals off of it. the dancing lion at those Chinese festivals, yeah. Now, this one has different elements. So, there's quite a few of these in the DLC, but I think it would be good to... I might kill it. Let's not. That'd be fun to show off the other ones. So, I'm just gonna try to survive for a bit. Now we got wind. Frost, and that should be all the elements. Frost might be the goddamn worst. It's a cool move where it cycles between all three. Oh god, that was scary. We're done with this one. Okay, never mind. Oh, there. This might be it. Oh, dang. This is really neat. Hey, okay. That's it. I didn't even know it did that. Dude, seriously? Damn, Divine Beast. That was crazy there at the end. Remembrance of the Dancing Lion. Remembrance of the Dancing Lion hewn into the Shadow Tree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. When the Impaler's army assailed the tower, the ritual of the lion dance was turned toward martial ends, its divinity, its fury, its light-footed beauty. So that's sort of why the Curse Blade, it appears to dance. Those, the ascetics that are said to become tutelary deities or in training, at first, they likely use this dance as a means of, you know, spiritual knowledge and study, but then they used it for combat. That's sort of the idea with what they did here. They used it for worship, and this was a stage for, you know, literally just that. Worship. The whole ground is a spiral. Yeah, it's the theater of the Divine Beast. This is where it would dance. I also like how the spiral here in this depiction is intertwined of two colors, red and white? I would say white. We also have blue, but that's more like, or like a dark blue, like a black. But still, it's like two different things, two different colors. We also get the head. Ritual headwear in the form of a divine beast's head used to perform the lion dance, worn by the very finest of the sculpted keepers. Alas, it no longer responds to the old woman's earnest prayer. Divine invocation heightens intensity of the storm alongside strength and dexterity, but reduces the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled by wearing this headwear. So it gives you stats, but has a negative. It weakens the flask of crimson tears, which is associated with the Erd tree. It makes sense because this sort of is like the complete opposite, right? Like these are the enemies. However, it's also that focus is troubled, and that governs your resistance to various ailments, which is interesting because the immunizing horns give you resistance, but this weakens your resistance. This is very common for things that are associated with being like bestial. It's like you lose yourself and thus become more vulnerable to statuses, especially since those statuses are often linked to outer gods. Things like frenzy, sleep. Red and blue are opposite colors symbolically in the game. Well, in what way? Because like red is associated with the crucible, so it's like ancient for sure. And blue is like sorcery knowledge, but really they're two sides of the same coin. I would say, I don't know. I don't know. I love the double jaw too, the teeth and then the like beast teeth. Also, the ones who are inside this thing are called sculpted keepers. Focus in the traditional sense, like the beast is possessing them and stopping them from focusing on anything else? Could be. It's sort of like... Oh, I love the paint on it. Yeah, and there's a spiral on the nose in green and red. It's easy to miss because there's so much going on here, but that's really neat. I know, it's a stunning fight. I really love looking at it, not so much fighting it. And then look. That's me. I look like fucking Ernie. No, this is... I'm using seamless co-op mod so I can do certain things. Like, that's why. It's a seamless co-op thing. That's a face? Hey, that's my face. Right there. That's me. That's me. It's not really very accurate. But yeah, the people inside of it are said to be the sculpted keepers, which is interesting because that suggests that they're sculpted, that they're not real. But they seem to be made of flesh and they do bleed. So... Okay. Oh, right. Hornsent Grandam is the name of this NPC that gives us some lore. Oh. I just love to think of an alternate universe where the Hornsent didn't bother anybody and they just did their weird, like, horn shit and didn't, like, fuck with anybody. But here's the thing, that still would have been a fucking horrible age because the problem with the age of all these others, the Hornsent, the Fire Giants, the Glomide Queen, like, think of all these individuals that were present. Like, really, I think that that's the thing that people forget. They're like, oh, it would have been such a great age if only Marga hadn't killed everybody. And it's like... Okay, but what do you think all those groups were doing? Hornsent were likely trying to kill the Fire Giants. Fire Giants were trying to kill, from what we can tell, a lot of different... Like, it just fucking everybody hated them and trying to... They kicked them off the mountain. Were just, you know, fucking with everybody, burning themselves and each other and other people for, you know, to feed their god. The Glomide Queen was skinning people, demigod, like gods, alive so that they could use their skin. And then possibly and or also feeding people to a snake? Like a giant god snake? Like, these people were all fucking around. And as far as we can tell, they were not allied. Or maybe the Glomide Queen is a bit confusing. Like, who ruled the Hornsent? We don't really know. But all these groups were around. So it's like... Like, that's your other option. Versus people who just love a tree. Hello.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again.
That's how.
Does a sculpted keeper stand before me? Oh, as I felt the sacred beast's essence fade,
She can smell us.
a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief I cannot express. After an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh, oh, oh.
They have different ideologies, yet the irony is they all worship the same thing, they just don't realize it. You're thinking of Crucible Erdtree? Well, it's not that they don't realize it, it's that they did. It's just eventually stuff associated with the Crucible showing that the Erdtree was once not the Erdtree was despised, and that was likely the growing influence of Radigan and the Golden Order, because it was when he started coming around that stuff started to spread. So it's ironic because he's all about like knowledge, but what he seemed to be disinterested in was the knowledge that the Erdtree was once the Crucible. He wanted to almost like obfuscate that fact. So misbegotten, looked down upon because they're crucibles. Red hair, despised because of the Crucible. But that was Radigan. Radigan believed that. Other people like Marika, the Godfrey, they fought with the Crucible Knights, and then eventually the Crucible Knights were despised. Something changed. Right? That wasn't how it started. So that's sort of the issue, is it's like the Crucible and the Erdtree worship, they knew that was a known thing until it was sort of looked down upon. Hornsent were just as bad as the Golden Order, as worse. It was much worse. Much worse. All these groups are much worse. Like, really. Glomite Queen skinned people. Alive. Which, frankly, is a lot of what the Hornsent were doing. So I really think the Glomite Queen and the Hornsent have a link. It's just we don't have any sign of her. So, you know, Radigan's the creation of Marika. She wanted to move past the Crucible. I disagree, because that suggests that you create your other half. I don't think they did. I don't think that Marika was like, I have to make another half. I'm going to go fucking do the sliders and create my perfect other half. That isn't the case, because similarly, Trina and Mikola, they just kind of are. We don't get an idea of how these other halves are created, but they don't seem to be like a conscious decision. You don't get to choose your other half from what you can tell. Because if they were, they would probably be a little different. If you were trying to create a perfect other half, wouldn't you do something a little different? So I don't really think that they're created the way that people are saying, like an alchemical experiment made to be the perfect other half. That's not the case. Marika and Radigan are probably much more like the spiral twin tree. Yeah, something like that. But seriously, I don't think that they're like created like that, like intentionally. She did? Okay, but what is the evidence of that? Wouldn't he be less of a dick if she had made him on purpose? Like, I don't know, man. If I were to make another half, I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna take like all of my like, I don't know. What's something that I could go without? I don't know, man. What would I do? Ark and Radigan, in terms of plant lore, were competing with each other. There are, yeah, if you plant too many plants close together, they can struggle for resources. That's why it's good to have plants that are, like, complementary to each other. I don't think so. I don't really think that that's the case. He kind of was a jerk. Okay, but, like, what is the evidence of this? You can't just say, oh yeah, she totally made Radigan. Like, where? How? She was a jerk. Where is the evidence? Like, what are you talking about? You just sound like people who are like, well, Marika was bad. And then everyone goes, where? Tell me. They're complete opposites. And also, Mikola and Trina, that's the thing too. Mikola and Trina are really interesting because they are allied for so long. And we have to remember the way that they work together, that they just seem to be like one and the same, interchangeable. People don't know if Mikola is a girl. No, sorry, opposite. People didn't know if Trina was a girl or a boy. And they were like, well, I've seen Trina as a boy. No, Trina's a girl, totally. Because they were just flip-flopping. And they were just seen as the same. So likely it was something more similar to that before they split. The split makes a huge difference. She wasn't 100% good. Okay, but you're not answering my questions. Like, listen, I'm trying to, like, I did a whole playthrough where my goal was to find positive things about Radigan. There wasn't any. I fucking tried. I tried really hard because I am a big believer in like questioning your biases, but like you're not telling me, you're just like, oh yeah, so she made Radigan. Where? How do we know this? From what we can tell, there are two characters with other halves, Marika and Radigan, Mikola and Trina. And we can learn a lot from Mikola and Trina about Marika and Radigan and vice versa. But I just don't see it. Like you're just saying that, but it doesn't make sense to me. Like, where is this? Because if there's something, I'd like to know about it. We could talk about it, but it just sounds like source, you know, Marika bad, as far as I can tell. And yeah, most people be like, that's so true, bestie. That's so true, bestie. But this is the one bastion.
I implore, vessel of the sacred beast, have my son accompany thee to war, and dance thy dance of beauteous color. Take vengeance upon Mesmerides' lot. They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us. Let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing in service to thee.
Watchful spirit. An entreaty received from the horn-sent grandam summons a guardian spirit above the caster's head. The spirit never strays far from
higher sphere delivered. We beg of thee to dance and cavort, dance and cavort. Cleanse all that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
That's us, by the way.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to...
No, we talk about the lore. When I say it's just a video game, I'm talking about people. I've had people in the chat be like comparing Marika to Nazis. And I'm like, how about we don't relate it to like real life stuff? Come the fuck on. So that's when I'm like, okay, chill. Because I've had people do that. And I've had to go off on people for that. Because like, come on, man. Because then it's like, oh, so you support... Come on. That's what I'm talking about. We're here to discuss. But the problem is, a lot of what I hear when it relates to Marika is, okay, so first of all, Marika bad. And then it's like, and then everything else follows from that. It's like, but where is that core? Like, give me that. Like, I don't have, there's none of that. Really. So yes, this is kind of what I mean when I say it's a video game. Let's take it a step back. But yes, we're here to talk about the lore. That's what we're passionate about. That's what we enjoy. Okay, Watchful Spirit. I didn't get to finish reading it because Horn sent Grandam started talking. Summon a guardian spirit above the caster's head. The spirit never strays far from the caster, conjuring several apparitions before dissipating. Take vengeance upon Mesmer and his lot. They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us. Let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. The deepest irony in this, too. And, of course, a depiction of the cycle of vengeance. The Hornsent are vengeful. They are angry. Now, I think this is... I'm not saying they don't have reason to be, but it's very interesting that there isn't a depiction of vengeance on the other side. What we see from Marika and her people is not vengeance, but basically like... Oh, wait. Let me make sure I got all of her dialogue. I think we did, though. It's more, from what we can see, an attempt to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Horn-decked beast from Hire's, welcome, O glorious sculpted keeper. Thou art kind indeed to this aged crone. Oh, pardon me, my dear. Where are my manners? Surely thou must hunger, O sculpted keeper. I prithee.
Perhaps sculpted keeper means they keep sculptures?
Tis only plain fare, but suck to the lees, and it will surely grant thee ample vigor.
Right, like they're not sculpted themselves. I just always like go back on that phrase, but they bleed, so they're likely flesh and blood from what we can tell. Although artificial life can also bleed. That we learn from the Nox. Right, they create silver tears and they also bleed, but they're artificial life. They're still alive, but animate and inanimate both. So, scorpion stew. Scorpion simmered in a black soup, traditional meal of the Hornsent. Boosts physical damage negation temporarily and gradually restores HP. Once made with love by a certain elderly woman for the family table, having long gone cold, this soup gives off a rank, sour smell. It was made a really long time ago. Like a really long time. He's the dark to her light. Okay, the problem with that is that we learned from Dark Souls that dark is not bad and light is not good. However, that doesn't mean that Radigan was tailor-made by Marika. That's a completely different thing. So you're basically saying if Radigan does wrong, it's Marika's fault because they're one and the same. But that's like saying Marika's children, anything they do wrong is her fault because she gave birth to them. You don't choose your other half. Also, if we follow the Trina Mikola example, they were allied and they were close, and Trina still loves Mikola, despite being abandoned, because that is all she is love. It's all she's capable of. But her form of love is to spare him from a terrible fate that he's hurtling toward by choice. It is like blaming Trina for Mikola. Really. And I don't think anyone would do such a thing. Bring a lot of lore into real life from every other aspect. Okay, so you don't see a problem in someone coming to chat and saying Marika was a Nazi, and if you support her, you support Nazi. You don't see a problem in that. There's a line. So, yeah. I think you need to stop being so salty about it. Like, damn. Fuck are we talking about? Marika gets people fucking heated. Read my message? Okay, to be fair, it was a different person who said that. I got confused. Sorry, I read the message and sometimes I miss the name. Yep, I thought you were the other person who was saying that. So I just combined you two. Kind of like Radigan and Marika are combined. So I blamed you for something that another person did. Radigan and Marika, depicted perfectly. You said this! No, I literally didn't. That one said it! You're the same person! No, that's actually what happens. I think we're done in Ballarat. Let's go tell Ansbach about the cross that we found. Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. I didn't see the name. No, I think that that's exactly what Marika and Radigan are, is that they are opposites. But, like, not created intentionally. Not, like, literally designed. Because why the fuck would Marika create, like, another half that opposes her so much? To be fair, they probably didn't initially. Right? And that's kind of the thing. So, I know this is later in the DLC, but I'm repeating myself because I think this is very significant. Marika has Radigan. Has as in, like, another half. They are one. They likely work together. They both had their strengths. Specifically, Radigan is a warrior. Marika is not. Right? However, they didn't separate because Radigan was not present during any of the Shattering War. We don't really know when he asserted himself. We don't really know when he became like a true other half. We can theorize, but in general, we don't fully get it because it's also possible it was way before she became a god. Because Mikola is an Empyrean, sure, but he has this other half for a long time as far as we can tell. He hasn't done any process to create her. He doesn't really mess with, as far as we know, alchemy. He sort of does with the needles, but you know what I mean? There's something different going on with him, yet he still has this other half, right? So, that's kind of the interesting thing to compare. But Marika and Radigan is not mentioning in the DLC. He apparently, according to several characters, came out one day as a random warrior, and he showed up at the head of the host fighting against Renala. And that's sort of like the first time he shows up. Goldmask was also like, who the F is Radigan? And that's like a big issue with him when he's doing his whole like study of the Golden Order. Who is Radigan? Where did he come from? No one knows. We find out it's the big thing. And we don't have a lot of context for that, and thus it's confusing. But we do know that it likely has to do with the alchemical perfect being of Erebus, which is both masculine and feminine, right? And then we also have Mikola, who, while we don't get too much information on him in base game, well, okay, we get a ton. We don't get much information on him and Trina, though. It's sort of like a couple of lines of dialogue, maybe 3 or 4. But they seem to agree because they're sort of interchangeable. People don't know who is who. There's lots of reports of Trina being a boy because Trina's in their Mikola aspect, and they seem to be doing the same thing. Also, there is a torch depicting Trina as an adult. So, presumably, the goal was to break their mutual curse. And hence, you know, being like, here's the ideal Mikola. Here's the ideal Trina, right? As an adult, we've broken our curse and we can fulfill all of our goals, right? The plan started to change, and he came here. We know that he started many things and finished none of them. This is sort of the problem with his curse. And now we're finally following him through this journey where he's doing his next goal. And we don't know what that's going to look like yet. But he wants us to follow him because all of his soldiers here are like, all of his followers are like, go follow Mikola, urging us along. So we get an idea that this is his plan, his new plan. None of the others have worked out. And this is one, eventually we will find Trina. Trina has been abandoned because Trina doubted the plan. And Mikola also learned from Marika and Radigan, and he did something that Marika did not do. He threw her into a pit. Trina threw Trina into a pit because Mikola learned from Marika and Radigan that your other half will be your foil, your complete nemesis who will stop you. And basically, whatever your plan is, they oppose it because they are your opposite. So he throws her into a pit so that they will never, ever recombine. That's the lesson that he takes from the situation. But as a result, because of what Trina is, he abandons a part of himself that he cannot get back. Does the fall kill Trina or being separate from Mikola? What? She's not dead. She's just sleeping. Which isn't even weird because she's literally the sleep girl. That's like her whole thing. Godwin's murder caused Marika to slip into despair, which left room for Radigan to start his era of fundamentalism. I mean, it's sort of possible, but like, I don't know. I guess that makes just as much sense timeline-wise as anything else. But definitely by that point, Marika was already rebelling against the Golden Order. That's doubtless. Which suggests not that she was super despairing and gave up, but that she was rebelling, which is why she needed to be suppressed. Trina is more like the Glowmite Queen than Radigan? What? Why is Radigan like the Glowmite Queen? Trina's a Glowmite Queen? I mean, she doesn't skin people. She just sleeps a lot. Damn. She's just an eepy, sleepy girl. Tossing her in a void isn't very compassionate. Yeah, but it's kind of like a hard thing because if you don't have any compassion at that point, you're kind of cooked. So you don't care anymore. It's very paradoxical. She be gloaming? I mean, she's just kind of purple. She just loves to nap. It's really...
Righteous Tarnished. What brings you here?
Hi, Ansbach. Oh, I forgot I could ask about more. Ask about the person in verdigris armor.
Oh, you must mean Samor. Samor is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Samor traffics with the forager brood, his brethren, who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any forager brood, be sure to mind your manners.
I really think that we should have like a picture of them so that we know that they're friends, because I'm sure a lot of folks just fucked them up on the first playthrough. And he's right. Sir Moore is a very kind and stalwart ally.
You come often. You enjoy things. I like finding things. I like you. I like finding things for you.
Okay, same thing. He is the sweetest boy.
Goodbye.
He's so simple.
Righteous Tarnished. What brings you here?
Speak of the cross at the tower.
Well, I'm much obliged. As suspected, kindly Mikola has visited the lands which hold the tower, and appears intent on wholly dispossessing himself of his flesh. He must be seeking entrance to the Tower of Shadow.
Oh, I did forget to go to a thing. I did forget one thing.
Righteous Tarnished. What brings you here?
Apparently nothing. Let us go to the Theater of the Divine Beast. Matthew Lucas Skywalker, thanks for 4 months. Welcome back. He really is so nice. He calls us Righteous Tarnished, bro. Everyone hates us, and he's just like, Righteous Tarnished. It's so easy to forget that he worships a guy who believes in stabbing the shit out of others and bloodletting and shooting blood everywhere and blood infections and blood pustules and blood. Like, Ansbach, explain. Remember the Blood Fiends? That's Mohg's worship. He worships the same thing. Do not let him like gaslight you into forgetting. It's like, I get it. I think that there's a definite argument that Mohg was different before the Mikola thing. But remember that also, that from we know, Mikola does not change who you are as a person. He just, like, it's like a glitch in your mind. You love Mohg? Okay, you can love Mohg, but also you love me more now. You love Trina? Yeah, you love Trina, but you also love me more now. He just, like, replaces. That's what we see him do. So maybe Mohg is different. But really, his means of worship is bloodletting. O tower of ours, hidden in shadow, O lofty spiral piercing the heavens, lead him safely unto greater godhood. And in divinity grant our salvation. This is a little horn scent, ghosty. And very notably, oh, they are twisted. Oh, I see how they do it. That's why I never noticed. They pray, but it's literally just like this. So that's not hard to do. You know, it's not even a real spiral. Mo became emo because mommy issues. Okay, but you remember when everyone's like, well, that doesn't justify it for Mark. I'm just saying, like, yes, I get it. He was a victim and that's like really fucking sad. But like, at what point do we go like, okay, you are now bloodletting and murderizing, like for the purpose of bloodletting. Like, that's the thing that I feel like is sort of lost in this translation. Like, the Age of the Erd Tree is very, very gentle. It's about protection, safety, buffs, healing. Like, there isn't this... It's not about fire and vengeance. Mesmer is about fire and vengeance. But, well, okay, it's not a vengeance. It's a cleansing crusade. But, yeah, Mesmer embodies all of those things. But the Erd Tree does not. Right? Like, not skinning people, not blood murderizing people, not like stabbing the shit and just like, and like goo piles and like pustules all over. Like, you remember those dogs? Remember those crows in Moog's palace? Remember the Albinarics screaming in pain as like blood emerges from their bodies? Like, that's Moog. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, Ansbach is like, I'm cool with this. Ansbach's fucking crazy. Like, I love him, but like, he's crazy, clearly. Make excuses for Mesmer? No, he's very, very bad. But like, that's the thing, is like, I'm fine with it because like... Oh shit. Tower of Shadow message. Message left by Needle Knight Letta, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Miquella is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. Blood and murder could be due to the effect of the outer god. Okay, but we also know from Morgott that you can recant. Moog is eyes wide open, going for the blood and murder. He's choosing the blood and murder god. He knows what he's doing. He is not mind-controlled or, like, manipulated. He's into the blood god. We know from Morgott, because Morgott also followed the blood god, and then was like, never mind, actually, I'm going to go back and be an Erd Tree follower. I'm going to protect the tree. And he closed the door. And I mean, Ansbach's weapons do inflict a lot of bleed, right? He's still a good follower. Mesmer just did what he was told by Marika? No. Absolutely not. Mesmer chose this. Also, I forgot to show this off. Look at all the blood. This is not from the fight. The divine beast is injured. Like, the sculpted keepers are injured, which is probably why they're inert. But when we enter... mixed with the prayers of the Hornsent Grandam, it awakens yet again. So this is why it's just kind of like in like a big old puddle, is because of this. Mesmer agreed. He called people to the cause. He was incredibly charismatic. A lot of these figures have people who follow them by choice. Mesmer has a ton of loyal fans. Radon, Moog, all of these people agree with them. If you are just told what to do, you are not just being like, yeah, my mom got me this job. Yeah, you know, yeah, my mom told me I have to like kill them all or whatever. Come on, you think you would you follow a guy like that? No. Mesmer chose this. Do not take away his agency just because he was sad. He was a sad boy. Of course he is. He's been in the dark. You know, people who live in those like really northern countries where you don't get much sun. Like, dude, in Canada, we get like 5 hours of sun a day in the middle of winter, and I'm fucking depressed as hell. And that's like a few seasons. Imagine thousands of years of the dark. Oh my god. He's like, come on. He wasn't a sad boy. He wasn't a sad boy when he started, bro. He was a rizzed up, red-haired champion. And he won a lot of people over. All of the Fire Knights, Rolana, etc. Like, seriously. Do not take away his agency. That's the thing. To demonize Marika, too many people take away agency of other characters. Hugh, Mesmer, Melina. Like, do not make them seem like, oh, poor little babies who don't get to choose anything and they do what mommy said. Nah, dude, they are badasses who choose their path. And it's a path of sacrifice because they think it's the right thing to do. Oh yeah, the Tarnished do be killing everybody. That is a good point. Mesmer chose this, and I will prove it. Just you wait till we get there. Perhaps that's why they changed Mesmer's tone compared to trailer. I actually think that might be it. Because initially he's like, oh, mother, what's thou truly lordship's sanction? And I'm like, woo! And then he goes like, what's thou truly lordship's sanction? And I'm like, fuck, he's not sexy anymore, but he's sad. But he's like sexually sad. But like, I liked it when he was just sexy. Okay, listen, I feel like... Okay. Sometimes I feel like people in chat think I'm talking specifically to them. Like, I literally said, you in chat who do this are the problem. And then I have people who were like, you said all of us! Come on, man. Now I'm talking directly to you. I wasn't talking to you. This happened one time in YouTube chat. I was like, oh, I hate it when YouTube chat backseats. And I had people being like, I wasn't backseating, but I'm very angry and I'm leaving. And I'm just like... If you weren't doing... This is like saying, I hate drunk drivers. And you get people who are like, I drive. How dare you? And it's like, but are you a drunk driver? And they're like, no. And I'm like, then why are you mad? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, but why are you reacting to this? If that's not you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I have people in YouTube chat who are indignant. And now inevitably gonna be like, really, I wasn't talking about... If you didn't do the thing, then why are you mad? I clearly wasn't talking to you. I had this guy who would email me after all of my streams. And he was acting like I was talking directly to him personally. And I'm like, I'm not talking to one individual most of the time because there's a lot of folks here. But this person, it was a lot. And it was just like, same energy. I really am not, you know what I mean? That was a bit of a weird situation. We do get some parasocials up in here, but anyway.
I urge you, follow after Mikilla, as long as you abide by his footfall.
Okay, whatever, Hornsent. Oh shit, hang on, I forgot to read the Scorpion Stew. Scorpion Stew. Oh wait. No, I did. Have some Scorpion Stew, Hornsent.
Follow after Mikilla, as long as you abide.
Yeah, have some stew.
What's this? Do you think me in need of alms? But this dish, she's fair of the tower. And I remember fondly this kin-clad scent. Brings back memories I'd all but forgot. This, by my troth, is but a dismal copy. Indeed, I think it rather plain to see. Things once broken can never be the same.
Damn, okay, he's a fucking gourmet, apparently.
Look, take this for your troubles, won't you? I desire not to be in your debt.
Oh, I remember. Again, this a furnace visage. Why the fuck would you give me that? He's so mean. I know, he's like, oh, it's not as good as the one that, like, my family would make me. Like, okay, bro's about to write a review. This Hornsent Grandam's restaurant is gonna be dead in the water. It is stinky. I know, but it's like, I just gave you like free food and he's just like, oh, I don't want this. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then I guess we head east to follow Letta, my favorite girl. I do love her. She is crazy, but I mean that as a compliment. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, hi. That is a good point. I feel like we have to be very careful because Hornsent may be a food critic, but his underwear is literally covered in like filth. Like he's a stinky boy. It's because when you're on a mission of vengeance, you can't shower. I would know because I've been reading The Count of Monte Cristo. And I, for one, am all on the Count side. What the heck is on his face? You know what? Let's not worry about that right now. We'll get to it. Let's not worry about what it looks like, even though it looks exactly like maggots, like you're saying. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Oh, since we gave the stew, let's go get some more. I like all the lore, but I think my favorite is Bloodborne. I'm just so fond of it. It's also because it's like smaller, but it's very tight as a result. Like the lore is very interesting.
Decked beast from higher welcome, oh glorious sculpture.
Notable that once you wear the helmet, you don't have to wear it anymore after that. You're like all set.
See thee again. Oh, I know. Dost thou hunger noble guest. Prithee, take with thee more scorpion stew. I've an inkling thou might have need of more.
Frickin' love scorpions, dude.
Horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance.
So Hornsent gives you the furnace golem visages. Does that mean that the Hornsent made the furnace golems? I don't remember who made them. We're gonna find out during this playthrough. That some of this is gonna be uncovering lore that I'm not familiar with, that I've just forgotten. 26 faith. I can't get there easily right now, but we will start leveling up faith because I like to cast some of these spells. Also, I want to point out that while this is distinct, it's okay. So couple of things about spirits. So spirits are stronger in this area, right? We know this. This whole culture is associated with death, and also there's evidence of death hexes being created in the tower in Bellerot. Like, this was a place where they made things like that. And then we have this new incantation. It's under a new category. You can't see it because it's covered. Like, I'll have to cast it. But I think it's probably one of the Hornsent ones. It's got that, like, spiral symbol. Also, I love how it's different. Like, look, it's from Bellerot, so it's got a different, like, parchment versus the ones from base game. So that also differentiates it. But this is basically a death spell. However, what it is the spirit of the Grand Dame's son, she says. And it's a watchful spirit. So it's protective. But this is something unique that we haven't seen before. We've seen death hexes, right? Associated with the worship of death, which is also associated with death birds, twin birds, all these things. But this takes on a different form. The color is different, but the way it operates is different. It's a watchful spirit, and then it shoots out, you know, other things. Also, it's an incantation, requiring only faith versus the ancient death hexes, all of which we know of are more related to intelligence. They need faith as well, but they always need more int than faith. It's like an understanding, a knowledge is required. In the time when there was no Erd tree, death was burned in ghost flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that fire. In Bellerot, in the city, there are these birds that use ghost flame. So this was an age before the Erd tree. Guaranteed, we know this. And they made ash out of this. So there's a strong tie to spirits as well in general. Mesmer made them for the crusade, but I think it's odd that Hornsent gives you 3 golem visages. Because I would think he made them. Because of the whole fire thing. Because they have the fire giants on them. They depict the fell god, but that was also an enemy of them. So it's like a mutual enemy. Death hexes belong to something else other than the deathbirds? No, the ancient death hexes were of the deathbirds, but they were rediscovered by a necromancer. So it's possible that at the time when they were ancient, they were only used, they were like only faith. We don't know, because they're rediscovered. And when they're rediscovered, they could also be transformed as a result. So all the death hexes we know of in the modern day require int and faith, and that includes Fia's. So she made this herself. Versus the lava sorceries, right? These were sorceries developed from the magma of Mount Gelmir. These are associated with Rykard, but he discovered ancient hexes in Gelmir. And he transformed them into something new. He turned them into sorceries. And similarly, they require int and faith to use. And if they were of the Volcano Manor, they were likely godskin things, because that's really strongly suggested to be the seat of power of the Glomite Queen and the godskins. And the godskin stuff is only faith. However, it isn't directly associated with lava, but nonetheless, I think that that's what he discovered. Rykard. And then because he doesn't, you know, he doesn't do incants, he has a sorcery background, he translated them into a form he could use. Why are the golems then part of Mesmer's attack force? Bro, I don't remember. I don't remember the golems. I tried to repress them. I actually completely forgot they existed. But yeah, so in some way in the Tower Settlement, death was still worshipped here. What was the item I got that said that? Something about... No. It was in Ballarat. This, the Bone Bow. A medium for spirit calling and a product of the ancient hexing arts of the tower. Rancor shot. It imbues arrows with vengeful spirits before firing off a barrage. Imbued arrows chase down foes as they cut through the air. That is exactly what the ancient death hexes do. They track you. Also, probably for simplicity's sake, it's only strength and dex scaling. But it does suggest that maybe the ancient death hexes, whatever was left of them discovered by Garrus and brought back into use, some of them could have originated here in Ballarat. Okay, I got more scorpion stew. Yeah, it could just be because they're rare items, so they want you to craft the stuff with the furnace golems. I don't know. It's weird that he gives them to you. Hey, Hornsent.
I urge you, follow after Mikilla, as long as you abide by his foot.
You want some more scorpion stew?
I've had my fill. Indeed, I have no wish to wax nostalgic about days gone by, nor do I yearn to friendship kindle.
Okay.
I urge you, as long as you abide.
Okay. Let's go up north a little bit, because there is something actually up here I'd like to find if I can. Not quite there. Somewhere here. Isn't this where the painting is? I remember this painting being very easy. Something like here. Where are the paintings? Oh, down here. No, this is tutorial. Here we go. Incursion. Oh, yeah. I can't see because it's so foggy. Somewhere along a cliff, though. I will find it. So it's that I'm looking for, but also down here, I remember there being an important dude who drops a new weapon category that we might try. Man, I really should change the time of day. This weather's crappy. Oh, it's a dead dragon. Wow, it sure is good that it's dead and I don't have to fight it. Great katana. 18 dex? Oh, shit. I wasn't expecting this. I was thinking of using this one. Large katana with a long, heavy blade. A weapon unique to warriors of the Land of Reeds. Designed for aggression, this armament requires the wielder to throw their entire body into swinging it. The slashing attacks of its honed edge incite blood loss. Oh my god, it's not dead. It's okay. Stay calm. I'm still a strength build. I love how it breathes flame, but its body is made of bone, so it can't contain it. And it just spews out of its innards. It's like when a skeleton drinks water or something, and then it just like comes out of its bottom. It's so fucking funny. Like in Pirates of the Caribbean, you know, when they're like zombies and he drinks the wine and then it just drips out. You're like, ooh! It's so sick. Problem is, they're so tall, so it makes it really annoying to hit their head. Oh, what the? Oh. Okay, so you jump away from me just to charge me and two-shot me. Okay, no problem. That's fucking dragons. Exactly. You best start believing in ghost stories, little tarnished. Yeah, that's fucking dragons. Especially in the DLC. You're just chilling. You're like, no problem. We're just gonna click a couple buttons and then all of a sudden just deleted. Annoying. Apparently can't fly? I could have sworn I've seen them fly, but it's been a long time, so you could be right. New DLC in 10 years? Chat, what do you think this is? The Witcher 3? Why are my runes over there? I most certainly did not go that far away. I think, probably. I don't know. Maybe. Stop being so tall! You know, fine. I'm not gonna go for your head then. I'm just gonna thwack you in the fucking wings. Or the toes. Whoops. It reminds me of the Monster Hunter Black Veil Vol Hazak. Whoa! What the fuck? Okay, sorry, Torrent. You can't take that one from me, sweetie. Cool. Yeah, those are maggots under its eyes. So it was likely buried. Or at least it was a funeral shroud was thrown over it, like a burial shroud. Dragon heart and a somber ancient dragon smithing stone. Nice. I don't think it inflicts death blight, but this is a place where death has strong roots. Let's say that. And this is possibly where at least some of those ancient death hexes are from. Yeah, it is notable. Hex. It's I don't know what word they use in Japanese, but what I can tell you is a hex is associated with a curse. Right? It's like a dark magic associated with a curse that you inflict on someone else. And that's the word they use for the ancient death hexes. And the death hexes are also called, like, a lot of them are called rancor. As in, like, anger. Like the anger of spirits that have been killed, right? Oh my god, memory unlocked. Look at this. I wonder what they're guarding. I totally forgot about this. The Gravebird armor. That's what they're called. Gravebirds. And I remember now, because I wore this for half the DLC. Stone armor with a tinge of green. One of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the Gravebird. Gravebirds are ancient golems created to guard the spirit graves built where all manners of death ultimately drift. Huh. Death comes to this land. And now I know why I remember their golems. Okay, I'm really glad when I remember things, because sometimes I don't, and sometimes I'm like, I feel like this is the case, but I can't remember why. No, it's because the game straight up tells you. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, okay, so where it's like, there. Very similar to the raptor's black feather. A ritual implement for transforming into a death bird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. So that's the thing about the death birds is, yeah, so they bring death. They kill you. You know what I mean? Like, they're not peaceful. They're not kind. They just show up and fucking kill the shit out of you. And this is a chess piece. Spiral depicted in the center. Yeah, it's cute as hell. Like, I love it. I actually rock it for a bit. It fits our vibe. It matches our headpiece very well. Oh, the ghosts have horns. They absolutely do. Right there. Wait. Here. Isn't this it? I think I only ever found these paintings one time each, so. Okay, a little further back. There. Oh, I love the fire. Incursion. There it is. Hi. Serpent Crest Shield. A finely made red shield featuring an engraving of a winged serpent. Excels at guarding against fire. Said to have been made to commemorate the beginnings of the crusade started by Mesmer, son of Marika. Winged serpents. Remember we pointed those out? In base game, the statues? I totally forgot his serpents have wings. Yeah. Where have you seen those before? It's an incredibly cool shield, actually. So, serpent, wings. You can see Mesmer's crest in the center. We've seen it a couple times. The only reason I know it, some lore cheating. I know this is Mesmer's crest because I have the collector's edition of the game, so I've seen it. I got the statue. Also notable that the snake, while it's just one, it's spiraling up, right? Oh no. I knew there was something else over here. Okay, so we fight this ghost flame dragon out here. And then we move past it and we start seeing cages and spiky fences and, you know, chains and cages of all different sizes, really, too. Like, so many. This is the final destination for these cages. Free cam? Yeah, I don't know. I just like to use what the game gives us. I don't really want to hop onto the tarnish tool and, like, just goof around. We'll find the DLC underwhelming? Well, this is the best part of the DLC, is the start. And the Shadow Keep, so we'll see. We'll get the full package. Right, okay, so we saw this, let's go here. Alright, so then we have this, well, it's very, prison-y. This is also, to me, this evokes very much the minor Erd trees with the broken jars scattered around. Except that's sort of different because the jars are not, in the base game, they're not prisons, they're not, you know, meant to trap people. They're meant to bring them to the minor Erd trees for Erd tree burial, from what we can tell. Like, they're just sort of... Erd tree burial has gotten a little bit more difficult in the later eras of the Shattering, but there's no more ability to make jars, but from what we can tell, the jars go there. And they just, like, leave the innards so that they can be buried at the Erd tree. Not at the roots anymore, but at least sort of nearby. And then here we have something similar, just like these cages littered, except, well, it's a very different image. Rather than broken jars, which are just, you know, it's sad because the jars are alive and sweet and pleasant. It's cages. Metal. Sharp edges. Multiple gates. And it's very cold here. There's Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame is a cold flame. Bellerat Jail. We see Ghost Flame in the base game in Catacombs. But other than that... Or underground, but generally, like, those, the soldiers who went to explore the Eternal Cities. This is a jail, though. And it is very cold. We find this pretty early. This is right underneath the city. And there are jars here. But that is not the seal that we're used to on top of them. These jars, more silver than gold, like the different color. The outside looks the same, but that is not the same seal. It looks like a tangle. Not quite of thorns, but like knots, roots. It just looks like a chaotic mess, really. Bear traps. Frozen maggot. Frozen maggots that somehow continue to wriggle. Mainly found in jails. The maggots develop in great jar innards and are an invaluable source of sustenance to the prisoners. We've heard about these frozen places already, actually. Greater Potentate's Cookbook. Okay, so it's not here. It's associated with the Potentate, though. Oh, yes. The Greater Potentates of Bonny Village craft these and store them in a frozen jail. We are in that frozen jail. Oh, boy. Oh, my God, I forgot. We're trapped. This is a one-way trip. Like, we can't teleport out. These are actually very frightening for this reason. For the time period of you doing these dungeons, you are just as trapped as the prisoners. So, there are these shadow ghosts here, and we've been seeing them all over the place, wandering the land, and it's very much like, oh no, Mesmer, this, you know, fiery, sexy man went and killed everybody. Oh, Marika betrayed the Horn Scent. She killed them and then burned them, and oh, this is just so awful. Awful things happen, but they're still here. There's Horn Scent here, too. These were not burned by Mesmer's flame. They were put in prison. And there's also jars. And we know how jars are made to a point. But this, like we talked about, this is older. This is significantly older. Everything that happened here predates the age of the Erd Tree by a lot. So if we're seeing pots here, it's because they started here. The atmosphere of these places speaks for itself. So the frozen maggots that we picked up, they develop in great jar innards and are an invaluable source of sustenance to the prisoners. They ate what was inside of the jars, and the jars were kept here because preservation? You know what I mean? Like, that's why you would freeze a jar. They do have different tops. These are completely different jars. Even the color is different. Broken rune. They have some tools here. Some books. But it really just does seem as if they were tossed away and the key was thrown away. Frost bolus. Huh. Oh, please. Not the jar. Anything but that. I promise I won't ever do it again. I swear, a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Forgive me, please. This is the underside of the city. This is the dark side of the city. This is what the Horn Scent do to themselves. The jars were a punishment. The jars were how they disposed of their criminals. This is very different from base game. Like, shockingly so. Because in base game, remember, people go their whole lives trying to be pot innards. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar. A jar hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this: "You are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you." And then we have the companion jar. Though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. These are the jars with the Erd Tree seal. These are different. These are not the same ones. These are DLC pots. There's a woman in the center, surrounded by all this flesh. The hair has been... well, it's like caught up in all of the innards. The hair also looks very much like Melania's when she is in her rot form, like the way it sort of like blends in with the wings, but this is a very twisted version. Also, what looks like a blindfold has been applied, so they can't see. These are not the same jars. This is a grotesque, horrible version of it. Now that figure in the center, white-haired woman, she doesn't seem to have horns. Now, it is true that not all of the Hornsent had horns, but from what we see, most of them did. So that one, well, we'll have to come back to that, but we'll have to remember this. Like, even in base game, the pots were a little uncanny, right? Like, they're like, oh, they've made of flesh and blood. But, like, you meet Alexander one time, and you're gonna be like, that's a sweetie pie. These are not the same things, but yet they are. This is where the jar tradition started. Not all the Hornsent had horns. Yeah, for example, the ones that look like the monumentals don't seem to have horns, but all the ones that we see do have horns, yes. But it's totally possible that some didn't. Yeah, that's very cute. Yeah, she moves just from side to side. I can't really see what's on the forehead, but there is something there. I will say, they also look a lot like the depiction of Trina. Innard meat. She's got something around her leg, too. Scraps of flesh for filling great jars. Rancorous spirits cling to the pinkish red, twitching meat. Cling to the pinkish red, twitching meat. Throw at enemies to inflict damage. This is what becomes of the condemned, who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. There's a little sliver of gold in the center. Do you see it? A little hard to see. This is what the Hornsent did to their own people. This is how they dealt with their criminals. And yeah, they turned them into saints. Now, saint is a really interesting phrase because we've heard it only for Saint Trina, which is pretty interesting to consider. Oh, the Trina thing. This is the only base game depiction of Saint Trina that we have. The eyes are covered by hair though, but it's very spirally, and then we have the spiral there. And it has like the closed eyes, but the third eye on the forehead is open. So that's sort of like the depiction of Trina. Though her eyes are closed, she sees other things. And it depicts her as an adult. Okay, it's horrible, but it's a little funny when they run like that. This is unusual too. The jars that we've encountered don't have someone at the center like this. Like they just explode. And there are some here that do that, but these, the innards are different. However they're making these, it's different. And it is a punishment and it is torture. It's awful. Right underneath their grand city. All of these jars. Oh my god, they're so creepy. But also so very sad. Painted World? Oh yeah, very much like the weird amalgam creatures in the Painted World. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's like their flesh is combined. In fact, I say like that. Ooh, Greater Potentate's Cookbook. Hefty freezing pot. So, yeah, this is where they put the jars, but now we know sort of what they did. We get an idea. They put people into them. And they were not willing. Oh my god! Oh, I panicked and I fell. Oh god, now I don't know where I was. Horn Saint? I mean, it's definitely possible, but I will say, like, they do, spirit calling, or sorry, horn calling. So, you know, horn call, horn scent, right? Like, it's like they are people who are sent horns. They are, like, sent horns by their divinity. They eat you because they're starving, because all they have to eat are maggots, which grow on their own kind. Really? Like, that's all they could do. Now, there's one thing that we can say with absolute certainty. The people of the Erd Tree made peace when they could. Ah, and there we go. Look at all the bodies. Each of these has that many in it. Like, oh my goodness. That's where I go? Yes. Okay. Oh, the sweeties. Oh my god, they're so sweet. I'm sorry. You are gonna try to hurt me. I must take you out. Okay, so the people of the Erdtree made peace when they could. If they couldn't, they defeated their enemy utterly. But they never did this to their own people. Not even close. Oh god. You think there are children in the small pot? Probably. Makes me say the people of the Erdtree made peace when they could. Because of the Liurnia. They made peace with Rennala. And they made peace with the dragons. The dragons attacked them. We actually don't really know why. Like, I've thought about it. I've been thinking about it, kind of rolling around my dome. I don't really have, like, a satisfactory reason as to why, and also when the dragons, ancient dragons, attacked Leyndell. But they did. And then Godwyn defeated Fortisax and befriended his foe. Now, we know that Radagon didn't care for Rennala, right? Like, the marriage was a political one. All the evidence shows that he did not care for her, but she cared for him. However, nonetheless, peace was made. If peace was possible, peace was made. And I think this is the thing. Even Radagon was cool with the dragons, which is crazy because he's not really cool with, like, fucking anybody. And that tells us a lot. Because if they could, they did. Ooh, neato. What is this? Oh, I think I went the right way by accident. I wanted to go the side path. But I accidentally found the main path. I hate how they explode. Great jar. A great jar which fits comfortably over the head when upturned. Attire of the shamans who perform their worship at jails. Increases the power of thrown pots of all sizes. They offer their prayers to the inners of the great jars such that they might be reborn one day into sainthood. This is the cycle of death and rebirth, taken into the hands of mortal men. It's a real big pot. They absolutely love big pots. And big hats in general. Oh. Oh. Interesting. It's very silly. I know, this place always just makes me, like, so shocked. Like, it's just... It's horrifying. To me, there's something so twisted about doing this to your own people. Like, okay, doing this to your enemies, it's fucked up, but, you know, okay, maybe you justify it to yourself, but to your own people? Ugh. Ah, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, neat. Okay, good, good, good. Let's go this way then. Did all the pot people, like, decease? Okay. Oh, right. This is the boss. This is the main path. You killed them? No, I thought I jumped off the thingy when they were still alive. Oh, Jesus! Hi, demi-human swordsman Ons. Which is French for 11? I don't really think that's relevant, but it's cool. So this is Yoda. They use, like, magic. Sorcery. A bit of a camera fight, but it's cool, so I can forgive them. It looks like Malekith's stuff. Did he just teleport around my thing? Oh, that was fucked. He ultra instincted my fucking L2 that I clicked, which I don't normally. So this is a jail for their own people, and the condemned are put into pots, and then apparently demi-humans are the fucking masters of the jail. It shows that demi-humans are really capable of a lot more. Oh god. Ow. Oh no. No! God, I just wish it wasn't such a fucking camera fight. Why do you have so much hyper armor? Makes me so dizzy. Completely unrelated to anything else here. There's just Yoda. I know, you've been like fighting through this like horror movie of just awfulness. Yeah, it also begs the question when it comes to the Hornsent. If this is what they do to their own people, what do they do to their enemies? Okay, that was really cool, actually. Damn, dude. There we go. Got him. Demi-human swordsman Yosh. So we fight Ons and we get the spirit of Yosh. Ons, a master swordsman who devoted himself to the star-lined sword, realized that only ruin awaited at the end of the procession of stars and imprisoned himself in order to forestall it. However, Yosh, an apprentice who absorbed his technique, stubbornly refused to heed his master's words and spent his entire life at his side in defiance of his self-imposed seclusion. We gotta read the Starline Sword. I know we get it somewhere. There's some interesting demi-human lore, but they clearly have like a lot going on. No, he's not a jailer. He just put himself in jail. And then Yosh stuck by him, his apprentice, but unfortunately Yosh died. But even as a spirit, he stays by his master's side. So yeah, this... Welcome to Hornsent culture. And keep in mind, we just know they did this to their prisoners. We don't know for what crimes. Like, of course, inevitably, we're gonna get like, well, they only did this to super murderers, so they actually deserved it, and the Hornsent are actually angels, that this is, like, good, because all of these were, like, super killers, and, like, the all, like, pure evil. We don't know. They could have done this for fucking shoplifting. We really don't know. We don't know if it was a first offense. But the thing is, there's no other, as far as we know, prisons. It's just it. And they were a very religious culture. Their whole everything revolves around this concept of their... I mean, they have their tutelary deities all over the place as like lessons for folks as they walk around and live their day. Every village has one. So this is a very integral part of their culture too. Such an eerie place. Change the moveset of DLC jars. I mean, they just gave you like the jar innards that attack you and they're like a lady. So I think that's, yeah. It's horrifying. Yeah. We got a really good insight and introduction to the Hornsent. I'm sure they justified it. I'm sure they did. And in fact, I know they did because we're going to hear some of their justifications throughout the game. But this is the moment you go to this city, this ruined city, burned by flame, and you're like, oh my god, what do these people do to deserve this? And you're like, oh fuck. Alright. Well, gamers, I'm going to call it here for tonight. Thank you so much for watching the lore run. We will continue soon. Tuesday might be Night Rain. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, make sure to follow the channel. Like the stream. Yeah, maybe jaywalking. Maybe they put them in jail for jaywalking. They're like, time to become a pot. We just don't know. Seriously. These people were kind of insane. I'm really glad we started the DLC. This area up ahead. Get ready for this.
Lore slop rules Wraff dog.
Because we're going to get some insight into those man-flies too next. Yeah, I look forward to it. Thanks, Oppo, for the 100 bits. I'm glad you enjoyed the introduction to DLC lore. I'm very excited to get more into it. There is some really, really, really neat lore insights to be found here. And I think the start is very strong. Like, immediately, the Hornsent, the way they talk about themselves, the way they talk about, you know, Mesmer, Marika, and then we get Bellerot, then we get this area, then we get the jail. There's so much here, and we're only starting. It's a very, very, very strong start. But yeah, look forward to that. Thanks so much, everybody, again, for watching. I appreciate you guys very much. I'm going to get some rest. I've been having something of a normal schedule lately, so works out well. Good night, everyone. Catch you next time. Peace.